Chapter 6. Alone. The Collapse of the French Alliance. May-July 1940. By 4 June the bulk of the BEF had been evacuated, but that still left significant numbers of French forces, some 60 divisions, and a few British divisions, about 3, south of the Somme, where they would face an attack by the entire German army. Attention now turned to what additional help the British could provide. Churchill, an ardent Francophile, was eager to do all he could, but that eagerness had been tempered by his encounters with the French leadership, dating back to the early days of the German invasion. On 15 May, he had been rung by Reynaud in a very excited mood. The French premier told him that the Germans had broken through south of Sedan, and that the battle was lost. Churchill was so shaken by Reynaud's apparent concession of defeat that he felt it necessary to stress that whatever the French did, we would continue to fight to the last. Soon after this call, Churchill summoned the chiefs of staff to discuss Reynaud's request for additional British resources, both troops and fighter aircraft. Before he detailed the Premier's request, he told the service chiefs that Britain would fight on, whatever happened to the French, if necessary, alone. There were no troops immediately available in Britain, so the discussion turned on sending more fighters. Hugh Dowding, head of Fighter Command, who had by then joined the meeting, emphasized his absolute opposition to parting with a single additional Hurricane. It is perhaps a sign of their concern over France's resolve, even at this early stage, that no one suggested a single Spitfire, Fighter Command's best aircraft, be sent to aid the French. Churchill closed the meeting by saying that the issue of assistance to the French was so important that he wanted the War Cabinet to consider the matter. The War Cabinet met later that day. It initially decided to send nothing to Reynaud on the grounds that his reaction was alarmist, but this attitude did not survive 24 hours. The next day, 16 May, as the width of the breach made in the French front became obvious, the chiefs of staff decided that 6 additional squadrons of fighters should be sent, and the War Cabinet agreed. 4 would be sent immediately, and 2 more if required. The French, however, were only to be told about the first 4. The availability of 2 additional squadrons was for the moment kept from them. These early meetings about the crisis in France reveal that as early as 16 May, Britain was preparing for its own defense, and Churchill was warning those elements in Britain, be they servicemen or politicians, not to link the fate of Britain with that of France. This stance would define British policy from this point. Churchill would do everything he could to support the French, short of endangering the defense of Britain, and he would do everything he could to support those politicians in France who would fight. But he would have no truck with defeatism wherever it appeared. The War Cabinet had decided on 15 May that Churchill should go to Paris, accompanied by General Dill, Vice Chief of the Imperial General Staff, and General Ismay, to see for himself whether the situation in France was as bad as Premier Reynaud had portrayed. The delegation assembled at the Quai d'Orsay, where they met the dejected Reynaud, Edouard Daladier, Minister of National Defense and War, and the French military commander-in-chief, General Gamelin. The discussion was notable for its gloom. Gamelin asked for more fighters, as the French had only 100 in working order, a gross underestimate. He told Churchill that the entire French army was engaged, that there were no more reserves, that Paris lay exposed to the Nazis, and that its fall would mean the war would be lost. Ismay and Churchill were hardly cheered when they saw from the window that the courtyard garden at the Quai d'Orsay was now covered in burning documents, as the French archives were consigned to the flames. Clearly action was required, and quickly, if the French were to remain in the war. From Paris, Churchill telegraphed to the War Cabinet that the situation was grave in the last degree. In this circumstance, the policy decided just the day before was scrapped. The Prime Minister urged that 6 squadrons of fighters should be sent tomorrow, in addition to the 4 already allocated. Churchill was finding that the need to keep the French in line was rapidly outweighing any theoretical decisions made in London. The War Cabinet watered down his request. 6 of the squadrons offered would only operate from France during daylight hours, and they would operate in shifts. 3 squadrons deployed in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. This gave the French a little more than they originally requested, but not much. The promise of additional help improved Reynaud's mood. But over discussions during the next few days, Churchill decided that no more fighters could be sent to France. Then the sacking of Gamelin and his replacement with General Weygand was announced. Did no one in Britain note that Marshal Pétain was also added to the cabinet this day, 18 May? Churchill's spirits rose, and on his next visit to France, he was assured by the new commander-in-chief that a pincer movement was being planned that would cut off the advanced German armoured spearheads and restore the situation. In this circumstance, his decision to send no more fighters was modified. He now offered relays of fighters flying from Britain to participate in this battle. This offer rapidly became redundant. Weygand's pincer movement failed to eventuate, and soon Churchill was demanding that he fulfill his promise. General Dill, who had just returned from visiting the French, warned Churchill that any major movement by their armies was almost certainly chimerical. It was hoped that Reynaud's visit to London on 26 May would yield definite information on the timing of the Weygand plan, but in the event, the French leader offered only vague reassurances that an attack would eventually take place. His more definite news was thoroughly alarming. He told Churchill that he was sure terms would be forthcoming from Germany if he asked for them. Churchill successfully diverted Reynaud from this path, as he had done with Halifax earlier in the day, but that was the only concrete outcome of the visit. By the end of the week it was clear that Churchill would have to meet the French yet again to try to shore up their nerve. He flew to Paris on 31 May, but much of the discussion involved the evacuation from Dunkirk, then in full swing. On the matter of additional help, the British promised to re-examine the whole question and report back to the French at the earliest possible moment. Back in London, Churchill put the issue to the Chiefs of Staff. He informed them that he would like to tell the French that Britain would send 3 divisions, and asked for them to consider the entire matter of aid to France. The Chiefs of Staff reported the next day that the most that could be done was to send 2 divisions to the French immediately, followed by an additional one in 10 days' time. As for aircraft, it was only possible to bring up to strength the 6 bomber and 3 fighter squadrons already operating with the advanced air striking force in France. Anything more would threaten the air defence of Great Britain. The admittedly modest British offer of aircraft was not sufficient for General Villemin, Commander-in-Chief of the French Air Force. In a note that the British received on 1 June, he said, "The enemy is in position to launch at short notice a fresh attack on our front, prepared and assisted by their bombers. Interception of these bombers by a powerful force of fighter aircraft is bound to have a decisive influence on the result of the battle." French fighter aircraft, of which at the present only 350 are available, would soon be overwhelmed. If they are not heavily reinforced right from the start of the enemy attack by British fighter aircraft, such reinforcements, although provided tardily and in insufficient numbers at the time of the battle, which started on 10th May, proved, however, to be of value. It is necessary that the British High Command should take every necessary measure so that at least half, and if possible all, the fighter aircraft based in England, 620 aircraft, could intervene in this eventuality, and that 320 aircraft from the 620 in England should be able to operate from bases situated in France. For both countries, it is a question of life and death. It might be thought that accusing the British of tardiness and insufficiency of effort would not be the best tactic to induce them to commit more aircraft, but the issue went beyond verbal niceties. The French had now asked the British for more aircraft on 14, 15, 16, 20, and 31 May. 5 requests in 2 weeks. It might seem from these requests that the French were chronically short of fighters, and indeed that has been the accepted story for many years. The actual situation was in fact more complicated. On 10 May, the French had a total of 67 fighter squadrons, with a further 21 in reserve. In all, that amounted to about 1,800 aircraft, about 3 times the number the British had. However, of these, only 583 were deployed against the Germans, leaving the French outnumbered on the battlefield. This deplorable situation came about partly because their squadrons were scattered throughout France and in North Africa. Partly it came about because so many aircraft never got beyond the holding depots. The commander of the Air Force depots, General Rudon, had pointed this out. Yet in mid-June, Air Force officers found the depot at Toulouse full of aircraft. Boutez, 175, and Bloch, 150, the most modern French types. Those aircraft that did make it to the battlefront performed very well indeed against the Germans. The Devoitine 52s, American Curtiss 75A, and the Bloch 150 were all modern types, roughly comparable in speed and armament to the Me-109. And in fact, these 3 types shot down more German aircraft than they lost themselves. However, the involvement of these French planes were limited to about 1/3 of their total force, as revealed in a census conducted in July 1940 that counted 1,739 modern French aircraft, the vast majority being fighters. How did this situation come about? To some extent, it was through inept leadership in the frontline squadrons. For every sortie flown by a French plane, the Germans managed to fly 4, magnifying the numerical superiority they already had. And partly it was defeatism, which rapidly took hold among the top French air leaders once it became clear that the battle had turned against them. Instead of bringing into battle some of their many aircraft held in reserve, from 15 June they actually sent planes to North Africa. In all, before the armistice was signed, at least 20 fighter squadrons of the better types were there, along with older fighters and some bomber units. It was not technical or overall numerical superiority that led the French to ask for more and more of the RAF. It was a combination of ineptitude at all levels of command, disorganization, and, in the end, defeatism. In fact, it has been suggested that the early retirement of the fighter squadrons to North Africa was a ploy by the Air Force chiefs to preserve their precious capital as a bargaining chip in the talks they anticipated with the Germans. Churchill responded to Voimar's altogether unreasonable telegram on 5 June. He told Reynaud and Weygand that Voimar's demands could not possibly be met, but he was now in possession of intelligence from Sir Rowland Campbell, the British ambassador to France, that Pétain had told Reynaud that if no more British help was forthcoming, Reynaud should hand power over to him, and he would make peace. Under this pressure, Churchill modified British policy yet again. He told the French that an additional 4 squadrons of bombers and 2 Hurricanes would be available for operations that day, and that this commitment would be maintained for as long as possible. Once more, the shaky resolve of the French had forced the commitment of yet more British aircraft. Meanwhile, Reynaud had reshuffled his cabinet. Some defeatists were dropped, as was Daladier. This last move might not be thought such a disaster, except that he was replaced at Pétain's behest as Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs by the slippery Paul Boudoir. One positive step was the addition of Charles de Gaulle as Under-Secretary for National Defence, but overall, Reynaud's new cabinet was less resolute than the one it replaced. As the reshuffle took place, so did the start of the German offensive across the Somme. This brought forth immediate French requests for yet more British aid. Once more, circumstances forced Churchill to respond. 2 more fighter squadrons were dispatched to France to operate during daylight hours, and the number of bombing sorties was increased. The French considered this additional effort insufficient for the situation, and they asked Churchill yet again to cross to France to discuss what further resources could be provided. Churchill clearly thought that the crisis was at hand to the extent that he asked President Roosevelt to intervene. Anything you can say or do to help them now may make the difference. As it happened, before Churchill could leave, Roosevelt made a blistering attack on Italy for declaring war on France. He proposed that all material aid be given to the Allies to prosecute the war. Churchill listened to this speech and was emboldened to write to Roosevelt again. Everything must be done to keep France in the fight and to prevent any idea of the fall of Paris. Should it occur, becoming the occasion of any kind of parley, the hope with which you inspire them may give them the strength to persevere. Later that day, 11 June, Churchill caught a flight for France. Escorted by 12 Hurricanes because of the proximity of the Luftwaffe. He was accompanied by Eden, Dill, Ismay, the Director of Operations at the War Office, Ismay's assistant and General Spears, whom Churchill had appointed his personal liaison with Reynaud. This time they were not heading for Paris. The French government considered the danger to Paris so great that they had decamped to Bray, a small town on the eastern Loire. There they were met by Reynaud, Pétain, General Georges and de Gaulle, and Admiral Darlot. Churchill began by detailing the help that was on its way. In fact, it only amounted to 1 regular division, with another 2 territorial divisions to arrive shortly. In addition, 6 to 8 squadrons of fighters were in action every day, and he would examine whether more could be done in the air. Could the French not hold on a little longer, as they had in 1918? This cut little ice with the French. The battle was going badly, with German armor penetrations in several places. Pétain pointed out that he had had 20 divisions available to plug gaps in 1918. Now he had none. Weygand was quick to agree. "I am helpless," he said. "I cannot intervene, for I have no reserves. There are no reserves. C'est la dislocation, the breakup." He then demanded that Britain commit its entire fighter force. The dramatic moment is well captured by Ismay. "Here," Weygand exclaimed, "is the decisive point. Now is the decisive moment. The British ought not to keep a single fighter in England. They should all be sent to France." There was an awful pause, and my heart stood still. It was a terrible position for a man like Churchill, generous, warm-hearted, courageous, and with a pronounced streak of optimism. And I was terrified lest he might be so moved as to promise that he would ask the government to send some additional air support. Thank God my fears were groundless. After a pause, and speaking very slowly, he said, "This is not the decisive point. This is not the decisive moment. The decisive moment will come when Hitler hurls his Luftwaffe against Britain. If we can keep command of the air over our own island, that is all I ask. We will win it all back for you." Ismay's account might be thought too dramatic. Churchill had repeatedly said that the air defence of Great Britain would always come first. But since 20 May, when the decision to send no more aircraft to France had been made, the RAF had committed around 10 more squadrons to the fight. Admittedly, flying from bases in England, but still suffering casualties and thus reducing the strength of fighter command. The help that Britain could give France on land was derisory. Now there were to be no more aircraft. The French must fight the battle with what they had. It is highly probable that both sides realized that the battle was lost. If there was a precise moment when France ceased to be a great power, it occurred on 11 June at the unlikely location of Brer. The meeting that resumed the next day, 12 June, was a reprise of the issues discussed the day before. Churchill detailed the help given to the French in the air, 50-60 fighters and 70-80 bombers per day, and the French declared it inadequate. The meeting ended with a Churchillian declaration that whatever happened, Britain would fight to the end. The Prime Minister promised to make a further appeal to Roosevelt, and he specifically requested from Reynaud a promise that if there was any change in the situation, barely concealed code for the French leaving the war, the British government would be consulted. Reynaud agreed, although what store Churchill placed in French promises by this time is dubious. Nevertheless, Churchill had not quite given up. In London, he promised Reynaud and Weygand that the RAF would make a further effort by directing 10 squadrons of fighters over the battlefield, a slight increase on what he had detailed at Brer, and by additional bombing sorties. In effect, though, the British knew that the game was up. At the War Cabinet later that day, they conceded that this chapter of the war was closing. The French might continue the fight from their colonies, but their resistance on land was almost over. Churchill also fulfilled his promise to Reynaud to intercede with Roosevelt. He told the President that now is the moment for you to strengthen Reynaud the utmost you can, and try to tip the balance in favor of the best and longest possible French resistance. Given Roosevelt's silence so far, however, he could have had very little expectation of a positive response. Churchill, in any case, had no time to wait for a reply. The French had summoned him back, this time to Tours, well west of Brer, an indication in itself of the deteriorating circumstances at the front. The situation seemed worse than the day before. There was no one at the airport to meet the British Prime Minister. When a taxi was summoned, he was whisked into Tours and, after some detours, finally located the French. Ostensibly, French resolve was firm. Investigations were being made into the viability of the so-called Breton Redoubt as a last refuge. Preparations were underway to transfer forces to North Africa if required. The Supreme War Council, however, gave a truer indication of French thinking. 2 items dominated the agenda. The first was that without immediate American aid or an American declaration of war, the French felt they could not continue. The second was, how would Britain act in a certain contingency, that is, if France asked for terms? Churchill promised to contact Roosevelt yet again, and asked the French to delay their decision until then. Whatever happened, Britain would fight on. But France, as well as the rest of Europe, would then be subjected to blockade. This provoked a furious exchange between the delegations, but very little was actually resolved at Tours. When Churchill returned to London, he received a copy of Roosevelt's reply to Reynaud, sent 3 days before. It stressed that Roosevelt was moved by the message and impressed with Reynaud's determination to fight on from North Africa and the Atlantic. Roosevelt declared that efforts to send material assistance to the Allies were being redoubled because of our faith in and our support of the ideals for which the Allies are fighting. Churchill became extremely excited about this message, which he momentarily took as a virtual declaration of war. He proposed to the War Cabinet that he tell Reynaud the message fulfilled every hope and could only mean that the United States meant to enter the war on our side. Clement Attlee then intervened. He thought the message from Roosevelt might be strengthened by a statement in dramatic terms to the people of France. After discussion, it was decided to proclaim the indissoluble union of our two peoples and of our two empires, the statement to be given the widest possible publicity. The other matter that was also to be given the widest publicity was Roosevelt's response to Reynaud. But that, of course, required the President's approval. The first action taken by Churchill after this meeting was to write to Roosevelt and ask that he publish his message to the French. He told the President that in his view the French were on the verge of seeking an armistice, and continued, "Mr. President, I must tell you that it seems to me absolutely vital that this message should be published tomorrow, June 14, in order that it may play a part in turning the course of world history. It will, I am sure, decide the French to deny Hitler a patched-up peace with France." Roosevelt's answer was extremely dusty. After the usual platitudes about the magnificent courage of the French and British nations, he absolutely forbade the publication of his letter, noting that it was in no sense intended to commit, and did not commit the government to military participation, adding for Churchill's edification that only Congress could declare war. The letter was handed to Churchill by Ambassador Joseph Kennedy, who asked Churchill to pass on its contents to the French Premier. This infuriated Churchill, who clearly thought that Roosevelt should do his own dirty work. He told the War Cabinet that he had declined this request, and had stressed to Kennedy that if President Roosevelt appeared now to be holding back, this would have a disastrous effect on French resistance. This would not be the last time that Churchill would misinterpret a strong statement by Roosevelt as an indication of future commitment. In the end, appeals to the Americans were to no avail. 2 more letters flowed from Churchill to Roosevelt with essentially the same message. The U.S. must act, or the French would leave the war. The answers were also the same. Roosevelt would not intervene to save the French. Meanwhile, unknown to the British, the Vice President of the French Council, Camille Choton, had suggested that the government should approach the Germans unofficially through a third party to ascertain what terms would be on offer. If these were too stiff, they could be rejected, and in any case, an unofficial approach could not be construed as breaking their word with Britain. Reynaud opposed this maneuver, but was outvoted 13-6. The only concession he could win was to postpone a decision until the British were made aware of the proposal and their reaction to it was gauged. When the Choton proposal was submitted to Britain, Churchill realized that the endgame was fast approaching. The last British troops were being evacuated from France, and the War Cabinet decided in these circumstances, reluctantly, to allow the French to make the approach, provided the French fleet sailed for British ports before the question was raised. At this moment, the matter of Anglo-French union, first mentioned by Attlee on 13 June, gained some traction. Since that meeting, various parties, of whom the most important were Amery, Sir Robert Vansittart, the chief diplomatic adviser to the government, Desmond Morton, Churchill's chief economic adviser, and on the French side, Jean Monnet, René Pleven, and later de Gaulle, had held a series of informal meetings to discuss a possible union. By the time the War Cabinet met on the afternoon of 16 June, a draft declaration had been produced. Churchill then read it to the Cabinet. He said that he had at first been sceptical about it, but that he now favoured some such proposal. This was not the time to be accused of a lack of imagination. After some redrafting, the declaration was ready to be dispatched to the French. and to encourage its acceptance, Churchill would tell Campbell, the British ambassador to Paris, to hold up the telegram regarding armistice terms and the fate of the French fleet. In its final draft, the declaration as follows: "At this most fateful moment in the history of the modern world, the governments of the United Kingdom and the French Republic make this declaration of indissoluble union and unyielding resolution in their common defense of justice and freedom against subjection to a system which reduces mankind to the life of robots and slaves. The two governments declare that France and Great Britain shall no longer be two nations, but one Franco-British Union. The Constitution of the Union will provide for joint organs of defense, foreign, financial, and economic policies. Every citizen of France will enjoy immediately citizenship of Great Britain. Every British subject will become a citizen of France. Both countries will share responsibility for the repair of the devastation of war, wherever it occurs in their territories, and the resources of both shall be equally and as one applied to that purpose. During the war there shall be a single war cabinet, and all the forces of Britain and France, whether on land, sea, or in the air, will be placed under its direction. It will govern from wherever best it can. The two parliaments will be formally associated. The nations of the British Empire are already forming new armies. France will keep her available forces in the field, on the sea, and in the air. The Union appeals to the United States to fortify the economic resources of the Allies and to bring her powerful material aid to the common cause. The Union will concentrate its whole energy against the power of the enemy, no matter where the battle may be. And thus we shall conquer." This startling document has received scant attention from historians. It is generally discounted as merely a last-minute attempt by the British to keep the French in the war, operating from North Africa or London. No doubt that was one purpose. But the declaration deserves to be taken more seriously than that. It was also an attempt to gather together what resources remained in the West, including the economic resources of the United States, to resist the tide of barbarism engulfing Europe. The British were indeed deadly serious about saving themselves from the evils inherent in this tide, but they were also serious about including the French in the system of resistance. If this meant merging the two nations, so be it. In an age when the nation-state was supreme, there could be no more serious move than sweeping away previous forms of citizenship, long-evolved institutions and customs. There would be no more Britain, no more France, but Franco-Britannia, or Anglo-Franconia. The single war cabinet would certainly have included Reynaud and de Gaulle. The question of leadership was left open. Reynaud thought he might have been given the task, but it is difficult to see Churchill being supplanted. In that case, Reynaud would certainly have been his deputy. How long the Union would have lasted is moot. Perhaps it would not have survived the war. But that is not the point here. The point is that the offer was made, and could well have been accepted. The British, de Gaulle, and other Frenchmen certainly thought it might sway Reynaud and his colleagues, in the sense that the French could have accepted it. The declaration might not have amounted to an empty gesture. No nation offers to surrender sovereignty on a whim. As soon as the offer had been drafted by the War Cabinet, it was handed to de Gaulle, who had been waiting outside the cabinet room. He immediately telephoned Reynaud in Bordeaux, the last resting place of the Third Republic. Reynaud was at that moment engaged with Spears and Campbell on the fate of the French fleet. Reynaud heard the message with mounting excitement, and hastily scribbled it down as de Gaulle read it. At the end, Reynaud asked whether Churchill approved, and the Prime Minister was put on the phone to assure him that it was a cabinet decision. Reynaud was enthusiastic and thought it might turn the defeatist tide. So did Spears. Campbell was less certain. The last French cabinet assembled in the next room. Meanwhile, Reynaud informed the president, Albert Lebrun, of the news. He took the news calmly, but Baudoin, the Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs, and another minister were more negative. Later, the Council of Ministers confirmed the views of these two men. Chautemps thought it would reduce France to the status of a British dominion. Not a bad option, considering what else was on offer. But at least one other minister exclaimed, better to be a Nazi province. Pétain rejected fusion with a corps. In fact, only Reynaud, Lebrun, and Mondel were enthusiasts of the plan. A few others were lukewarm, the remainder hostile. Reynaud left the meeting and later resigned. Whether it would have been more sensible to stay to try to persuade some waverers or to leave England and join de Gaulle is outside the scope of this book. Pétain was now Premier, Chautemps his deputy. Weygand was Minister for National Defence, an ironic title considering that there was now no nation to defend, and Darlot was Minister for the Navy. Baudoin was Foreign Minister. Churchill made one last effort to ensure that the French fleet would not be used against Britain. He sent the First Lord of the Admiralty, A.V. Alexander, and the First Sea Lord, Sir Dudley Pound, to Bordeaux to obtain assurances. The question arose in discussion with Darlot about whether the fleet would sail to British ports. This suggestion was brushed aside by Darlot when he assured the British that on no account would he surrender the French navy. If the armistice terms turned out to be dishonourable, the idea of getting honourable terms from Hitler is an interesting construct, he would destroy the fleet or sail what could be got away to a friendly country. This was the best that the British delegation could obtain. But then came the armistice terms. When it came to the French fleet, the clause read, "The French war fleet, with the exception of that part left at the disposal of the French government for the protection of French interests in its colonial empire, will be assembled in ports to be specified and there demobilized and disarmed under German or Italian control." In the days that followed, the French government tried to assure the British that they would keep as much of their fleet as possible in North African ports, to subject as little of it as possible to German or Italian control. Actually, administrative supervision was a more accurate translation of that word in the armistice document. But it was too late for such assurances. The French fleet was the second largest in Europe, and if added to the Italian or German fleets, would represent a mortal peril to Britain. And if the British offer of surrender of sovereignty was met with the seeking of an armistice from Nazi Germany, then what trust could be placed in any French assurances? As Churchill told the War Cabinet, once France had been occupied by Germany, it would be entirely at the mercy of the conquerors. Indeed, the armistice meant that Churchill ran out of patience with the Pétain regime. He would never trust it, because while the French fleet remained in being, he could not afford to. He quickly put it to the War Cabinet that they should recognize de Gaulle's Council of Liberation as being the true representatives of France, and arrange for de Gaulle to broadcast to France as the head of that organization. Churchill made his views public on 25 June, when he read out the armistice article concerning the French fleet to the House of Commons, and continued, "From this text it is clear that the French war vessels under this armistice pass into German or Italian control while fully armed. We note, of course, in the same article, the solemn declaration of the German government that they have no intention of using them for their own purposes during the war. What is the value of that? Ask half a dozen countries what is the value of such assurances. Finally, the armistice can at any time be voided on any pretext of non-observance, and the terms of the armistice explicitly provide for further German claims when any peace between Germany and France comes to be signed. And ominously, Churchill added that he hoped the House of Commons would have confidence that the government would not lack the resolution to take any measures they may think it right to take for the safety of the Empire. Not surprisingly, the main topic on the agenda of the War Cabinet for the next few days was how to deal with the French fleet. From the tenor of the discussions, it is clear that Churchill favoured one of two options: that the French scuttle their heavy ships, or that they be sunk by British naval action. Two other options were always on the table: that the French sail their heavy ships to a British port, or that they sail them to a neutral or American port well away from European waters. Churchill's resolute stand was determined by two factors. One, already discussed, was the imbalance of naval power should the Germans take over all or some of the French ships. The second was political. At the same time the decisions were being made about the French ships, the oleaginous Rab Butler had re-entered the scene in a most disagreeable manner. On 17 June he had met the Swedish ambassador, Bjorn Pritz, by chance, and invited him back to the Foreign Office. In the course of the meeting, Butler was called out by Halifax, who told him to tell Pritz that British policy would be dictated by common sense and not emotion, a direct slap at Churchill. Pritz relayed this message to his government, and it was perhaps via an intercept of this telegram that Churchill got wind of these conversations. He felt it necessary to remind Halifax that the present government and all its members were resolved to fight on to the death, and that the odd language used by Butler to the Swedes was taken by them as defeatism, and that he must find out what exactly was said. This was as much a warning to Halifax as to Butler, and the Foreign Secretary moved quickly to reassure Churchill that the matter had been settled. Churchill did not follow up on the affair, but Butler would not last long at the Foreign Office. Here, then, was another reason for firm action. Churchill again needed to demonstrate that he would take any measures necessary to keep Britain secure. Not even a hint of parley, especially at a time when the French were talking to the Germans, would be tolerated. There was a potential glitch in British policy towards the French. In a paper presented to the Chiefs of Staff by the Joint Planning Committee on 29 June, the planners worried about the implications of taking hostile action against the French fleet. They thought a declaration of war by France might follow, and concluded that we do not consider that the destruction of these French ships by force would be justified. These objections were swept aside by the Chiefs of Staff themselves. In their view, the danger of the ships falling into German hands outweighed all other considerations. They also pointed out that any contemplated action taken would have to be swift to enable the forces in the Mediterranean to return to home waters to counter a German invasion threat. The French and British naval forces now began to gather. The new, yet-to-be-finished battleship Richelieu was at Dakar, in West Africa, from where it had attempted a breakout to home waters on 25 June, but was shadowed by British ships and promptly returned to its base. The other super-modern battleship, the Jean Bart, was at Casablanca, where it was also under watch by British cruisers. There were about 200 craft, including 2 old battleships, some cruisers, destroyers, and submarines in British home waters. And finally, there was a squadron of ships, 1 battleship, 4 cruisers, 2 destroyers, and a number of smaller ships at Alexandria, watched by a powerful squadron under Admiral Cunningham. The most dangerous concentration of ships from the British point of view lay at Mers el Kebir, near Oran in Algeria. These included 2 modern battle cruisers, Dunkerque and Strasbourg, 2 old battleships, Britannia and Provence, a seaplane carrier, 6 large destroyers, 7 smaller destroyers, and 4 submarines. Unlike the Richelieu and Jean Bart, all these units were battle-worthy, and the speed of the modern battlecruisers made them potentially a deadly weapon against British commerce. In addition to the watching forces in home waters, Dakar, Casablanca, and Alexandria, the British began to concentrate Force H at Gibraltar, commanded by Admiral Somerville. It consisted of the battle-cruiser Hood, the battleships Valiant and Resolution, the aircraft carrier Ark Royal, 2 cruisers, 11 destroyers, and some submarines. The battleship Nelson was on standby in home waters to join Force H if required. On 30 June, the War Cabinet decided that the operation should take place on 3 July, and to keep the Nelson at home because of the threat of invasion. The next day the Admiralty gave Somerville his instructions. The French fleet should fight with the British, demilitarize in a British port, scuttle itself, or scuttle the ships in situ to British satisfaction. Somerville begged to differ. He put forward some alternatives whereby the French would emerge from the harbour and be captured by Force H, insisting that hostilities between the fleets must be avoided at all costs. This communication was not greeted kindly by their lordships, who in any case were acting under War Cabinet direction. They told Somerville in the bluntest of terms that force remained an option and that his proposals were not acceptable. However, they did modify the 4 options to include internment in a neutral harbour, possibly in Martinique. With these instructions, Somerville sailed for Mers al-Kabir, where he arrived at 3 a.m. on 3 July. Captain Holland, the former British naval attaché in Paris, was sent in a destroyer to put the alternatives to General Jean Soult, the French commander-in-chief at Mers. The day played out as high farce. Jean Soult refused to see Holland, who refused to hand his instructions to a French underling. Finally, late in the afternoon, Jean Soult changed his mind. Holland showed him the proposals, which Jean Soult rejected, emphasizing that his orders were to sink his fleet rather than hand it over to the Germans. Holland reiterated that action must be taken immediately. Jean Soult then contacted the French Admiralty with the gist of the proposals, but omitted the option to sail to Martinique. Meanwhile, the Admiralty had intercepted the message from Jean Soult to the French authorities, which contained a hint that French reinforcements might be on the way. In other words, Somerville might soon have an actual naval battle on his hands. He was therefore ordered to end the affair. Even then, Somerville waited for 25 minutes after the ultimatum to Jean Soult had expired. He finally opened fire at 5:45 p.m., very late in the day. By the time fire ceased at 6:06 p.m., 1,250 French sailors were dead. The Bretagne had blown up. The Dunkerque was damaged but not destroyed. The Provence had to beach, and other small craft were caught up in the fires that broke out. The Strasbourg, however, escaped. Belated and feeble attempts by the British to catch it failed, and it arrived safely at Toulon. Elsewhere, the Richelieu was put out of action for a year by Swordfish torpedo bombers. The Jean Bart at Casablanca was discovered to have no ammunition for its main armament. In England, most French ships were taken over without bloodshed, and at Alexandria, by a remarkable piece of diplomacy, Cunningham secured the demobilization of the French squadron without loss of life. In the event, the main operation had been rather botched. The gunnery had been poor, and the escape of one of the main French units was hardly to Somerville's credit. Much sympathy has been showered on Somerville for what was indeed a most odious task. However, the decision lay with the civilian leadership. It was Somerville's job to carry out its instructions or resign. There has also been gnashing of teeth and wringing of hands about whether a bloodless compromise could have been reached. Given Jean Soult's slavish adherence to Darlot's orders, this is doubtful. Most of this hand-wringing is beside the point. The British could not trust Darlot, or indeed any member of the Vichy government, however well-intentioned they might have been. In fact, most were not at all well-intentioned towards Britain, and some were looking forward to what they regarded as an imminent British collapse. Churchill could not take naval or any other sensibilities into account in these circumstances. It was his job to secure the survival of Great Britain, which, with its dominions and empire, was all that stood between Hitler and European supremacy. So far, the United States had talked tough, but carried a bundle of twigs, hardly a stance likely to bolster or strike terror into anyone. If sinking the French fleet furthered those ends, so be it. Moreover, from Churchill's reception in the House of Commons when he announced the news, the House was resolute for action of this kind as well. So, as we will see, were the British people. The scene played out at Mers el-Kabir was a tragedy, but with the world to play for, it was hardly extravagant. So it was that from 10 May to Mers, Churchill, the War Cabinet, and their military advisers did everything they could to keep France in the war. They sent valuable aircraft from home bases to France when requested, and eventually sent far more than they had initially considered safe. Even as the French armies behind the Somme began to disintegrate, British fighters and bombers attempted to stem the tide. Churchill's reaction, had he known of the many uncommitted French fighters, could only be imagined. It is certainly true that Britain could offer little in the way of additional troops. But even if they had been available, the lamentable performance of sections of the French army might well have prevented their commitment, as Churchill and other British leaders' confidence in the French suffered one blow after another. Reynaud's declaration that the battle was lost on 15 May, Weygand's repeated failure to mount any kind of resolute offensive, and the infiltration of defeatists such as Boudoir and Pétain into the government, all eroded confidence. Nevertheless, Churchill never ceased to encourage and cajole the French into staying in the war, even if that be from one of their colonial outposts. He did this for 3 reasons. First, he was a Francophile and hated to see what was happening to the French. Second, he saw the French as a vital part of what he sometimes called Western Christendom, and sometimes called simply the West. Third, he realized that it was in Britain's interest to have a major ally still in the fight. The dominions and empire could provide some help, but the extensive empire of the French, with what remained of their armed forces, could provide more. Only when Churchill realized that at least some of those forces might be turned on Britain did he determine on a hard line against the Pétain regime. He would blockade the country and sink their fleet. But at the same time, he supported de Gaulle, and if that partnership went through some turbulent times in the years ahead, Churchill in the end stuck to the leader of the Free French when the Americans were urging that he be ditched. At the end of the war, French participation at the Nuremberg trials and the grant of a French occupation zone in Germany owed everything to Churchill. If he could not save the French in 1940, his promise that all would be restored to them came about in 1945, something that de Gaulle never forgot.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Chapter 7. Hitler at the Door. The Invasion Threat. June-October 1940. By mid-June 1940, Hitler had overrun 6 European countries: Poland, Denmark, Norway, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. Only the details of the so-called armistice with France remained before he added the better part of a seventh. Britain stood against him as the only European power of any consequence. Hitler had developed a plan for Poland, a plan for Norway, and two for his sweep across Western Europe. Surely he would have a plan for Britain. The British certainly thought so. The day before the Dunkirk evacuation commenced, the Chiefs of Staff warned that a German invasion from Norway, from air, or across the Channel could not be ruled out, and that air patrols of the east and south coasts should be instituted immediately. It would have surprised the British to learn that in June the Germans were yet to develop an invasion plan. But events in the West had moved in ways not anticipated by Hitler or the German High Command. They considered, not without reason, that if the Allied armies were overwhelmed, armistices all around would follow. But the BEF had not been overwhelmed. At times it had been comprehensively outmaneuvered, and at times comprehensively outfought, but it had maintained cohesion and had been evacuated more or less intact, albeit without most of its equipment. With the Channel, the nucleus of an army, the Navy and the RAF for protection, with Halifax neutered and Churchill firmly in control, there was no sign from the British that they wished to join the French in coming to terms with Hitler. A rather bemused Führer realized that a plan to subdue Britain would indeed be required, but not until France had been conquered. Only the most rudimentary planning for an invasion of Britain had been undertaken by the Germans by June 1940. In the late autumn of 1939, Admiral Raeder, the head of the German Navy, had ordered the naval staff to investigate the problem in case Hitler decided to invade Britain. A special section of the naval staff set to work and came up with the plan Northwest. They thought a landing possible, but only if the Royal Navy and the RAF had been largely eliminated. This paper was not circulated, and the Navy soon had other matters on its mind, such as the preparations for the Norway expedition. Nothing more was heard of the plan. Raeder raised the question of an invasion of Britain with Hitler on 21 May, pointing out the exceptional difficulties of such an operation. Hitler agreed that an invasion would be difficult, but made no further comment and issued no instructions. There the matter rested until just before the signing of the armistice with the French. Then, on 20 June, Raeder again raised the matter with the Führer, but again got no response. Either Raeder's promptings finally had an effect, or Hitler got tired of waiting for British peace overtures, for on 2 July, the OKW issued a directive from the Führer's headquarters entitled Warfare Against England. The directive stated that a landing in England was possible if air superiority and certain other necessary conditions were fulfilled. The three services were asked for their opinions, keeping in mind that the landing would probably take place on a broad front by a force of 25 to 40 divisions. The period, May-June 1940, in which no plan against Britain was developed, had been seen by some as evidence of Hitler's lack of interest in the whole idea, and in any case a period when valuable time was lost. Neither of these interpretations is accurate. Hitler first had to defeat the French armies and establish a safe base along the French coast from which a crucial part of any invasion fleet must sail. This could not be assured until after the armistice with France. Then there was the matter of the French ports. There was never a possibility that an invasion could have been launched immediately after Dunkirk, because all the northern French and Belgian ports had been wrecked. The damage done to Calais, Boulogne, Dunkirk, Nieuport, and Ostend was almost total. Docks had to be rebuilt, harbours cleared of sunken ships, cranes brought in to handle cargo, approach roads repaired. This work could not commence before the fighting stopped. In addition, minefields off the ports had to be swept, and a myriad of other tasks undertaken to prepare these places for the vast quantity of shipping that would make up an invasion fleet. Even had Hitler possessed a plan to invade Britain straight after Dunkirk, he would have been prevented by these factors from carrying it through. The OKW directive seems to have caught the Navy by surprise. Although Raeder had made what little running there had been, he was perhaps trying to alert Hitler to the dangers of the operation rather than hasten its approval. Now he was being required to undertake detailed planning for it. What is evident in these early discussions amongst the naval staff are the difficulties they foresaw in such an operation. They were quick to point out to the other services that invasion was largely a problem of transportation, and that the Navy could only guarantee the security of the Army if the invasion fleet was confined to a fairly narrow front, identified as being between 130 degrees west longitude to 130 east. They also emphasized the necessity of obtaining absolute control of the air before the operation was launched. But with Hitler finally engaged in invasion planning, the Navy found that many matters passed beyond their control. For example, Hitler insisted that a large number of heavy batteries of guns be placed in the Cap Gris-Nez, Calais and Boulogne area to seal off the flanks of the Armada from British naval attack. The naval staff indicated that such batteries would be of limited utility. The guns would not possess the accuracy to hit distant, fast-moving ships, nor would they be able to fire with sufficient rapidity to seal a flank. On the Führer's orders, work on them went ahead anyway. Nevertheless, Raeder continued to hammer home the difficulties of invasion to Hitler. At a meeting on 11 July, he told the Führer that he regarded invasion as a last resort, or perhaps a threat that would push Britain into suing for peace. He concluded by saying that he could not himself advocate the landing. Hitler was quick to agree about the difficulty of the operation. He too thought of invasion as a last resort. In any case, before it could be attempted, air superiority must be obtained. In fact, Hitler, with one exception, accepted all Raeder's premises, but not his conclusion. The operation would be difficult, but the question of whether it would prove too difficult would be decided by Hitler. In the meantime, planning for it would go ahead. To ensure that planning started promptly, on 16 July, Hitler issued Führer Directive No. 16, Preparations for a Landing Against Britain. It commenced with the usual Hitlerian rhetoric. Since Britain, despite her hopeless military situation, still shows no indications or desire to come to terms with us, I have decided to prepare an invasion, and, if necessary, to carry it out. What followed had more substance. It was the first detailed exposition of an invasion plan. The landing would take place on a broad front from Ramsgate in the east to Lyme Bay in the west. No time was to be wasted. Preparations were to be completed by mid-August. There were the usual preconditions. The operation was to be launched when air superiority had been obtained, when mine-free channels had been cleared, and when the flanks of the invasion could be secured by minefields and coastal artillery. The three services were to draw up plans for their contributions to the invasion, and their commanders would relocate their headquarters to be in close proximity to advanced Führer headquarters. The operation was to be called Seelöwe, Sea Lion. Joint planning meetings began on the next day, but the Navy entered them with the greatest trepidation. The naval staff had read the Führer's directive and commented that the Army regard the whole operation as entirely practicable, undoubtedly lacking knowledge of the difficulties in regard to sea transport and its protection, and the exceptional danger to the whole Army. This apprehension only increased when the Navy read the Army's draft plan. The Army intended to land in three main groups, the first between Ramsgate and Dover, the second between Dover and the Isle of Wight, and the third to the west of the Isle of Wight, around Lyme Bay. Raeder immediately protested that the Navy could not guarantee a crossing on such a broad front. He warned the army that they might lose their entire force, and that in any case, preparations could not be completed until the end of August or early September. He returned to the question of keeping channels clear of mines, and the fact that air superiority was not yet in sight. The meeting broke up without any clear direction, but Raeder now thought it necessary to produce a detailed appreciation from the Navy's point of view. The paper was decidedly downbeat. He began by noting that the Navy was being given a task out of all proportion to its forces. Raeder then went on to list the difficulties: the limited capacity and damaged conditions of the Channel ports, the uncertainty of weather conditions in the Channel, the fact that as the enemy harbours were defended, the troops would have to be landed on open beaches. Beach landings would require shallow draft ships, which would have to be modified to suit these conditions. The difficulty of sweeping enemy minefields in the Channel and keeping channels swept in the face of enemy naval superiority. The impossibility, even with minefields and defensive gunfire, of keeping units of the Royal Navy from entering the Channel. The difficulty of resupply, given the above circumstances. Raeder's gloomy prognosis was well-founded. The German Navy had been shattered by the campaign in Norway. In July 1940, it had no serviceable heavy units at all. The Scharnhorst and Gneisenau had been damaged in Norway and would take some months to repair. The Bismarck and Tirpitz was still under construction, and the two great war-vintage battleships were not thought sufficiently strong to fight even the cruisers of the British Home Fleet. Just 2 cruisers and 13 destroyers were available to escort the invasion fleet. Raeder knew that the British would have at least a dozen cruisers and 40 or 50 destroyers to deploy against him in the first instance, and even greater numbers in the days that followed. A meeting between Hitler and Raeder took place to discuss the naval appreciation. Hitler took Raeder's paper seriously. A recent paper on invasion by Alfred Jodl from OKW had described the operation as being in the nature of an opposed river crossing. Hitler was having none of this. He described the operation as an exceptionally daring undertaking, not just a river crossing, but the crossing of a sea which is dominated by the enemy. A force of 40 divisions would be required, as would the subjection of the enemy air force. The Führer accepted Raeder's point that September would be the earliest possible date for invasion, and he asked the Navy to work towards that date. Hitler was also worried about the broad front of attack, and he asked Raeder to what extent he could guard the crossings to the landing areas suggested in the army plan, and when the coastal guns would be ready to protect the flanks. Despite Hitler's misgivings, the Navy now knew that it was committed to detailed planning for Sea Lion. The staff met on 22 July and came to the following conclusions. Due to the lack of specialist craft, coastal and river barges by the thousand would need to be assembled to ferry troops across the Channel. Inspections would have to be made of all invasion ports to assess the repairs required to make them functional. The suggested landing places would have to be reconnoitred. Channels in the minefields protecting the British coast would have to be swept. All of this would take time. Before any of these matters could be resolved, the Navy was rocked by receiving for the first time the detailed number of troops the Army considered would be required for the invasion. The Army envisaged an operation in 3 phases. The first phase would involve the transportation of an initial force of 100,000 men, with appropriate equipment, including artillery and tanks. This force would rapidly be followed by a second wave of 90,000 men, also with heavy equipment. Finally, there would be a third wave of 160,000 men with appropriate equipment. In all, about 350,000 men, plus equipment would have to be landed along the British coast from Ramsgate to Lyme Bay in a period of 3 days. An analysis by the naval staff of these requirements revealed the following: a total of 1,722 coastal or river barges, 471 tugs, 1,161 motorboats, and 155 transport ships would be required, in all 2 million tons of shipping. Such a mass of shipping could not be assembled in the invasion ports at the same time because of their limited size. Troops and equipment would have to be brought in relays to the Channel ports from as far away as northern Germany. The distances to be travelled and the necessity for a shuttle service to and from the invasion ports would take time. For practical reasons, the waves of troops could not be dispatched daily, but would need to be separated into 4 or 5 echelons at intervals of 2 days. The Army wanted the troops transported in 3 days. The Navy thought more in terms of 3 weeks for the first wave to 6 weeks for all 3. The Navy also pointed out that the gathering of this enormous amount of shipping would have important implications for the German war economy. It would disrupt inland and coastal shipping to the extent that vital raw materials, such as coal, might not be available for steel manufacture. 24,000 naval personnel would be required to man the invasion fleet. These could only be found by decommissioning some old battleships and ceasing work on the Tirpitz, and reducing the crews from the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, now in dry dock. Notwithstanding these difficulties, Hitler ordered preparations to continue, and on 31 July, Raeder could report that invasion plans were in full swing. The conversion of river and coastal barges for a sea crossing would be completed by the end of August. The conversion of merchant shipping for the invasion fleet was proving difficult, but progress was being made, and the entire fleet should be ready for a landing in mid-September. However, after this rather optimistic assessment, Raeder went on to enter some severe caveats about the feasibility of the Army plan. A landing in Lyme was out of the question because of its close proximity to the British naval base at Portsmouth. The barges would be required to cross large expanses of water, and for this, the seas had to be absolutely calm, a distinct problem in the Channel in the second half of September. The transport ships also needed calm weather to transfer their load onto barges for the final run into shore. The small resources at the disposal of the Navy made the protection of the invasion force across such a wide front impossible. Raeder strongly suggested to Hitler that operations be confined to the narrow section of the Channel, despite the difficulties he knew this would cause for the army, because, after all, the first essential was to get the men ashore safely. Raeder's advice should have told Hitler that the army plan was totally impractical, but the Führer insisted that preparations continue for a landing on 15 September. He would reassess the situation in the light of what the Luftwaffe could accomplish in the next few weeks. Hitler's last point raises one of the oddities of German planning. Most discussions about Sea Lion took place between the Navy and the Army. The Luftwaffe, in the person of Hermann Göring or any senior air commander, was absent. The Air Force plan will be discussed in some detail in later chapters, but it is necessary to note here that it was never integrated with the planning of the other two services. The Luftwaffe was, in essence, fighting its own war without relation to invasion. Certainly the elimination of the RAF was thought to be an essential precondition for invasion by both the Army and the Navy, but they had other targets they also thought essential to success. The denial of certain ports to enemy warships, the elimination of as many of those warships as possible, the destruction of communications behind the invasion beaches, and so on. The Luftwaffe paid very little attention to these requirements. It attacked its own selected targets without reference to the other services. The explanation for this situation is not difficult to find. It seems certain that Hitler and Goering thought that the Luftwaffe alone might bring Britain to its knees. An invasion force would then only be required to sail across the Channel and occupy a defeated country. In this sense, the Luftwaffe might solve all the difficulties that were starting to emerge between the Army and the Navy in their planning sessions. Essentially, their differences boiled down to the broad front versus the narrow front approach. The Navy kept insisting that it did not have the craft to protect the flanks of a landing on such a broad front. The Army replied that only by landing on a wide front could its divisions deploy for an effective advance after the landing. In the coming weeks, many meetings between the services were held without a resolution of these issues. A particularly acrimonious exchange took place on 7 August. Franz Halder stated that the Navy's plan to land on a narrow front each side of Dover was unacceptable. The Army must land at least as far west as Brighton because of the difficulty in deploying in the low ground inland from the Dover-Folkestone area. He concluded by saying, "I utterly reject the Navy's proposal from the point of view of the Army. I regard the proposal as complete suicide." Only Hitler could resolve these differences, but he preferred to keep his options open. While telling the Navy that he understood the difficulties of protecting a landing on a broad front, the Führer ordered preparations to continue for such an operation. The day after this decision, and in response to a desperate plea from the Navy for a definite plan to be developed, a compromise was put forward by Jodl at OKW. The operation would be on a narrow front, with the addition of 2 forces to outflank the British divisions between Dover and London. On the left, a force of 5,000 men would be transported from Le Havre to Brighton, while on the right, a force of 5,000 paratroopers would be dropped in the Deal-Ramsgate area. In preparation for the landings, an all-out assault would be made by the Luftwaffe on London to panic the population and block the roads the British intended to use to bring up reserves. Despite some minor adjustments, this was the basis of the final plan. On the right, elements of 6 divisions from the 16th Army would land between Folkestone and Beachy Head. They would then spread out and seize an initial bridgehead between Hadlow and Canterbury. At the same time, on the left, a force of 3 divisions from the 9th Army at Le Havre would seize a line from Cuckmere to Brighton and push inland to extend the bridgehead. The paratroopers were eventually given the task of landing north of Dover. The initial force, with suitable reinforcements, would then advance to a line running from Gravesend to west of Portsmouth. Mobile forces would then move to the west of London to isolate the capital and then advance to a line north-east of London, from Malden to Suffolk, to the Severn estuary in the west. The troops would be landed in 4 waves. In the first wave, 50,000 men from the 9 assault divisions would be landed in the first 2 hours. The remainder of these divisions, 75,000 men, would follow 2 hours later. After that, the plan was to land an additional 2 divisions every 4 days, so that within 4 weeks, a total of 16 divisions would be ashore. A further 9 divisions would constitute the remainder of the 3rd and 4th waves and be ashore by S-Day, plus 6 weeks. Further discussions and meetings between the Führer, the Navy and the Army took place in September and October, but this remained the final plan. This raises the question, on the evidence we have, was Hitler serious about Sea Lion, or was he, as some historians have suggested, just using the preparations for invasion as a means of exerting pressure on Britain to make peace? The scale of preparations for Sea Lion makes it extremely unlikely that the operation was merely a giant bluff. It was noted earlier that the collection of shipping placed sections of the German war economy under great strain, hardly an indication that Hitler was bluffing. Moreover, consider the number and scale of the meetings held to thrash out the final plan for Sea Lion. Between 25 May and 19 September, no fewer than 44 meetings concerning sea lion were held, about one meeting every 2.5 days. And these meetings often tied up the naval staff, OKH, OKW, and the Führer himself. In fact, Hitler attended 12 of the 44 meetings. The Führer would not have wasted his time if he was merely intending to deceive. The acrimony resulting between the Navy and the Army as they fought for their respective plans at these meetings was surely hardly the result of mere posturing. Furthermore, the level of detail contained in the plans, the consignment of particular divisions to particular beaches, the precise assembling of craft at the appropriate ports, the difficulties of landing armor over open beaches, and a myriad of other matters discussed, does not suggest that the staffs were merely going through the motions. There are many other indications that Hitler was indeed serious about an invasion. The instructions to the SS to compile a handbook on Britain for the invasion forces looks serious enough. So does the list of persons to be immediately arrested by the Gestapo, with which the handbook concludes. Much of the myth of Hitler's invasion bluff can be traced back to those who have suggested that the Führer thought well of the British and had no wish to conquer them. This is nonsense. Hitler hated the British, and there is little question that had he succeeded in his plans, Great Britain would have been subjected to the reign of the Gestapo, the SS, and his other instruments of oppression, as had happened in Western Europe. Indeed, this occupation might in some ways have been harsher than that imposed upon the French, for of all his contemporary enemies, Hitler feared the British the most. In this scenario, it is impossible to imagine that he would have allowed even the pseudo-autonomy that the Vichy-controlled section of France was granted. Once Britain was in Hitler's grip, he would surely have crushed it out of existence. How well would the British have withstood a German invasion had it been launched? What anti-invasion plans had the three services made, and what progress had been achieved from June to September in implementing these plans? Let us start with a discussion of the state of the army after Dunkirk. It was desperate. After the evacuations from Dunkirk and Western France, there were just over 500,000 fighting men in Britain, but they lacked equipment of all kinds. The divisions possessed just 295 of the 25-pounder guns, as against the establishment figure of 1,368. For Matilda tanks, the only tank of proven worth against the Germans, the establishment figure of 1,480 compared starkly with the actual number of 140. All other equipment was in short supply. There were several score of Great War vintage 18-pounder guns and some 4.5-inch howitzers, but there were few anti-tank guns, armoured cars, and mortars. There was not even a rifle for every infantryman. The Army Council noted that in the crucial invasion area between the Wash and the Isle of Wight, just 5 divisions were spread along the coast, and there were only 3 in GHQ reserve. These under-equipped units would surely have been brushed aside had the Germans got ashore in numbers in this period. The commander-in-chief of this force was General Ironside, replaced by General Dill as chief of the Imperial General Staff, but perhaps now in a more appropriate role. In these early days, he had few resources to work with, and his anti-invasion plan reflected that situation. Ironside issued a paper on preparations for defense on 4 June. Some 50,000 anti-tank mines were to be placed opposite the most likely landing beaches along the south and eastern coasts. Another 200,000 of these were ordered to cover all beaches in the area from the Wash to Portsmouth. Work commenced on rendering useless any potential drop zones for parachutists and glider-borne troops. Road bridges near ports were prepared for demolition, and roadblocks were established to slow the progress of enemy armor. A total of 47 batteries of 6-inch guns were installed near likely landing places, as were some batteries of anti-tank guns. Guns were also fitted to lorries to provide at least some mobile artillery. Most of these units were in place by mid-June. Meanwhile, inland, what became known as the GHQ line was developed. This position stretched from south of London to the Midlands and followed defensive positions such as waterways, canals, or the reverse slopes of hills. Essentially, it consisted of an array of anti-tank obstacles placed to intercept any German armour that broke through the coastal crust into the interior. The line was supplemented by a number of forward positions consisting of anti-tank guns, machine guns, and infantry that were designed to confine, break up, and delay enemy forces advancing from the coast before they reached the GHQ line. This would give Ironside time to deploy mobile columns, consisting of what few armoured cars, tanks, and truck-borne infantry he had in GHQ reserve, against any German lodgement areas. On paper, the manpower at Ironside's disposal looked adequate. The number of fighting men had increased from 500,000 at the end of May to 1,270,000 by mid-June. But over half of these were still in training. This left just 595,000 trained troops, and of these, 275,000 had just returned from France and were almost entirely without equipment. Despite Ironside's efforts, the whole defensive position of the British Army was very weak. The roadblocks could easily have been circumvented by armoured vehicles, as could the stop lines. Many of the anti-tank positions in the GHQ line existed largely on paper. The mobile columns were few in number and deficient in armour. Yet it is hard to see what other dispositions Ironside could have made, given the state of training of his force and its lack of equipment. Churchill soon tired of what he considered Ironside's conservative approach, and on 20 July replaced him with General Brooke. This was a harsh judgment, given the little with which Ironside had to work. However, there is no doubt that Brooke was a good choice, and a better leader if an invasion was to take place. He embarked on a lightning tour of his forces, finding them, as a whole, not very impressive. Brooke was also unhappy with the static nature of the defences, and was no doubt relieved to receive a note from Churchill assuring him that the Navy now had sufficient vessels at sea at any given time to rule out a surprise attack on a large scale. In this circumstance, he thought Brooke could withdraw some of his forces back from the coast for training. Brooke, who envisaged only a light defence on the beaches, was only too happy to comply. With the army growing to just over 900,000 reasonably well-trained men, including one Canadian division and 2 Australian brigades, the main constraint continued to be equipment. The number of 25-pounder guns in the country had only increased from the 295 in June to 368 in August. Matilda tank numbers had only increased from 140 to 216. The 200 lighter cruiser tanks were also well short of the numbers required. Gradually, though, the state of the army improved. In early September, the 5 divisions that in June had held the coast between the Wash and the Isle of Wight had increased to 8, and in addition there were 2 brigades and 1 brigade group in the area. And in the close vicinity of London were another 3 divisions, 2 armoured divisions and 2 brigade groups. Included in these forces were the 1 Canadian division, the New Zealand division, and the Australian brigade group. So an invasion would have involved a Commonwealth response. Brooke, however, still took a pessimistic view of the situation, regarding only 50% of his divisions as fit for any form of mobile combat. The responsibility of command weighed heavily upon him, and he had been seared by his experiences against the German army in France. On the positive side, his dispositions were well placed to oppose the most likely German lodgment areas, and by September the nucleus of the old BEF was reasonably well equipped. For example, by then each of its 12 infantry divisions had 80 guns of all types, well below the establishment figure but at least able to put down a reasonable volume of fire. And each month that passed saw the munitions factories produce another 220 field artillery pieces. However, in the event of a major invasion, there is no doubt that Brooke's pessimism would have been well-founded. Had the Germans managed to land their projected number of 100,000 troops plus armor along the southern English coast in the first few hours of an invasion, the British forces would have had a difficult time dislodging them. But the vital question was whether the Germans would have been able to land such a force in the light of British naval superiority. The Dunkirk operations had taken their toll on the Navy. Of the main anti-invasion craft, 9 destroyers and 5 minesweepers had been sunk, and 19 destroyers, 1 anti-aircraft cruiser, and 7 minesweepers damaged. In addition, over the next few months, some powerful naval craft had been diverted from home waters for other purposes. In July, after the French had concluded their armistice with Germany, concerns had arisen in the War Cabinet about the strong French fleet in the Mediterranean. The naval action that eliminated much of the French fleet has already been dealt with, but here it is important to note its effect on the home fleet. To build up a force at Gibraltar strong enough to deal with the French, first the aircraft carrier, Ark Royal, and then the battlecruiser, Hood, followed by the battleship, Valiant, had been dispatched from the home fleet to the Mediterranean. So for some weeks in July, the commander-in-chief of the home fleet, Admiral Forbes, was deprived of 3 of his best capital ships. Another diversion occurred in September, when an expedition sailed to West Africa to assist the Free French in claiming the colony of Senegal and its capital and naval base, Dakar. A successful action, so it was thought, might rally the entire French Empire to the Allied cause and consolidate the position of General de Gaulle. It was also feared by the Admiralty that enemy forces might use Dakar as a base from which to interrupt British convoys, though this seems to have overlooked the difficulty that enemy ships would have had in reaching them across waters dominated by the Royal Navy. In fact, there was never an attempt by the Germans to hazard such a move. Nevertheless, 2 battleships, an aircraft carrier, 3 cruisers, and 10 destroyers accompanied the expedition and were therefore absent from Gibraltar from 7 September until early October. In the event, the expedition was a total failure. French forces at Dakar, including the battleship Richelieu, put up such a stiff fight that the expedition was forced to withdraw. In retrospect, the decision that deprived the home fleet of reinforcement by such a powerful squadron seems bizarre. The fact that the danger was noted by the assistant chief of the naval staff before it sailed cut no ice. The operation was approved by Churchill. He was perhaps fortunate that the failure at Dakar was swift and came at a time when Hitler was reconsidering the whole question of invasion. In the meantime, the Navy honed its anti-invasion strategy. The process was not without some friction. Admiral Forbes had strong views on the use of his heavy vessels in the event of an invasion. He thought they should remain at Scapa Flow to counter an enemy attempt to break out into the Atlantic or invade Ayr. The Admiralty staff thought that at least some heavy units should be placed further south for anti-invasion duties. After an acrimonious exchange of telegrams, the naval staff won. Forbes would base a force of battlecruisers at Rosyth as soon as possible. There was further dissent from Forbes. When told about the plans of the Army and the RAF to counter invasion, he seized on the strength of the RAF to conclude that an invasion was extremely unlikely. As it happened, Forbes was probably correct, but such a conclusion was not his to make. It took a minute from the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff to pull Forbes into line. He was told that his ships should be optimally disposed to meet a seaborne attack and to act on the basis that an invasion was likely. This was the end of that matter, but another soon arose. Forbes, it was now revealed, regarded German warships as his main target. Should an encounter occur in the south, rather than any transports carrying the German army towards the English coast. This time it took just a single acerbic minute to redirect his policy. The Admiralty informed him that, in case of invasion, repetition, in case of invasion, attack on enemy transports and landing craft becomes primary object, enemy warships being dealt with only so far as they interfere. Despite these distractions, the Navy plan was rapidly developed. Warships would attack the German invasion fleet before it departed, on the way across and at the point or points of arrival. In the first phase, the Navy assumed they would have some advance intelligence of the gathering enemy force from aerial reconnaissance and observation from patrolling ships. They would attack these forces with naval craft where possible and call on Bomber Command to assist. When the force was underway, the Navy would rely on 4 flotillas of destroyers, about 40 ships, assembled between the Humber and Portsmouth. These could be reinforced by battleships based at Plymouth and cruiser squadrons on the Thames estuary, and the Humber minesweepers, corvettes, and any other small craft with offensive capability. Any enemy force that affected a landing would be attacked by small inshore craft, while the main strike force would attempt to interdict any enemy reinforcements in the Channel or the East Coast. And once the Admiralty had won out over Forbes, the heavy units of the home fleet would be in close attendance as reinforcements were required. The other aspect of planning that concerned the Navy was the seizure of a port by the Germans. Only at a port, it was considered, would the enemy be able to land tanks in any number, and considering what had happened in France, it was imperative to keep this number to a minimum. During June, naval officers were dispatched to all major ports between Aberdeen and Swansea. Their main task was to develop a plan to immobilize those sections of the ports useful for offloading tanks and other vehicles for a period of 7 to 10 days, by which time it was thought that the army would have dealt with the invaders. Then the ports could resume their normal duties. These plans were well in hand by the end of the month, but the fine-tuning of the planned demolition works was problematic. To close certain sections of a port temporarily would have been difficult to calibrate. Putting the entire port out of action was much easier. Clearly, some ports would have been totally demolished on invasion and out of action for much longer than a week or so. But on the positive side, it is very doubtful whether a usable port could have been seized by the invaders. In all likelihood, they would have been forced to land tanks, trucks, and other vehicles over open beaches. To make ports even more difficult for an enemy to use, block ships were to be sunk at the entrance to harbours, making it hard for enemy follow-up forces to enter. These too were supposed to be temporary arrangements, with the ships being lifted out of the channels when the threat was over. As with demolition, it is doubtful whether this would have worked as smoothly as anticipated. Clearly, many English harbours would have been out of action for some time, but the main purpose of denying the ports to the enemy had an excellent chance of success. The basic plan remained in force throughout the invasion period. By August, a truly formidable array of anti-invasion craft was in place. At Scapa Flow were 2 battleships, 2 aircraft carriers, and a battle cruiser with attendant cruiser, destroyer, and minesweeping squadrons. Further south were elements of 18th Cruiser Squadron at Rosyth, where there were also 13 anti-aircraft destroyers. On the Humber were 6 destroyers, while at Harwich there were 10 destroyers, 3 corvettes, and 3 motor torpedo boats. On the Thames estuary, at Sheerness were 7 destroyers. Along the south coast were 3 more destroyer flotillas, just over 20 ships, a collection of motor torpedo boats, an aircraft carrier, and a miscellaneous collection of other warships. There was also a strong force of destroyers based at Liverpool and the Clyde, and more fighting ships at Chatham, Portland, Hull, Greenock, and other ports. Nearby were several flotillas of submarines and the armed merchant vessels of the Northern Patrol. This is not to mention hundreds of armed sloops and patrol vessels scattered around the coast, but concentrated mainly along the eastern and southern coasts. Moreover, at Gibraltar, just 36 hours away, were the 2 battleships, 2 battle cruisers, and an aircraft carrier from Force H. There were some weaknesses. There were still only cruisers based at Rosyth, and the attentions of the Luftwaffe had forced the destroyer flotilla at Dover to redeploy to Harwich or Portsmouth and be replaced with a few motor torpedo boats. But despite these weaknesses, this was a mighty force, especially at a time when the Germans had not a single heavy ship available, just 1 heavy cruiser, 13 destroyers, and a few motor torpedo boats. In the event, this force was never required to thwart an invasion. But there were some alarms. On 13 August, Eagle Day for the Luftwaffe, the increased aerial activity and a German feint with a collection of merchant vessels towards the northern coast brought the home fleet to 2 hours' notice. Then, on 7 September, the code word for invasion Cromwell was issued. The heavy ships of the home fleet put to sea, raising steam for 24 knots. An invasion was expected imminently, and the force, with its attendant cruisers and destroyers, headed into the North Sea. The Admiralty advised Forbes that the scheme to immobilize the ports should be brought to the shortest possible notice. But it was a false alarm, based on the movement of German barges towards the Channel. The last major alarm occurred on 13 September. The Admiralty signalled Forbes. All evidence points to attempted invasion on a large scale, and we must expect that Germany will throw everything into it, including every capital ship they can make available. Taking everything into consideration following dispositions of capital ships is considered necessary. 1. Nelson, Rodney, and Hood at Rosyth. 2. Repulse and 8-inch cruisers at Scapa. 3. Revenge at Plymouth. It is realized that this disposition is weaker than present one for dealing with operations against Iceland or Ireland, but this is accepted. Request you move Nelson and Hood to Rosyth as soon as possible. Nothing came of this, but it provides evidence that in an emergency, the deployment of Forbes' heavy ships would be decided by the Admiralty. The Air Force plan was developed with just one hitch. The Admiralty and the RAF seemed to have different priorities for fighter aircraft during an invasion. At an inter-office meeting, Admiral Drax, Commander-in-Chief of Nor Command, asked the RAF what role Fighter Command would play in the invasion. Group Captain Lawson, the RAF liaison officer, replied that its primary object would be the destruction of the invading enemy aircraft. This alarmed Drax. It seemed that the RAF would attack the enemy warplanes and leave his warships unprotected. In the end, it was agreed that Drax would contact Hugh Dowding of Fighter Command to clarify the position. Drax lost no time, writing to Dowding at the end of the meeting. He told him that the anti-invasion forces would be mainly destroyer flotillas, which would be very vulnerable to air attack, and that they will be defeated by the enemy bombers if our fighters are not on the spot to attack them. Dowding replied that he considered the whole issue of such importance that it must be discussed by the Chiefs of Staff Committee. But his own opinion was that the fighters would indeed cover the Navy's warships, while the bombers attacked their transports. Not surprisingly, when the issue came before the Chiefs of Staff, they agreed with Dowding. The Navy would be protected by Fighter Command. With that issue decided, the Air Force developed its plan. Its first duty was to fly regular reconnaissance flights to give early warning of concentrations of enemy shipping in ports from the Baltic to Cherbourg. This task fell to Coastal Command. Should such concentrations be discovered, Bomber Command was to bomb them while continuing to bomb communications between Germany and the invasion ports. When the invasion commenced, bombers escorted by fighters would attack the enemy transports. The majority of fighters would provide protection for the Navy against attack by enemy aircraft. Enemy troops would be attacked on the beaches, and any counterattack forces be given fighter protection. If the enemy should land, the priorities established by Fighter Command were: 1. Attack dive-bombing aircraft operating against naval forces. 2. Attack tank-carrying aircraft. In fact, the Germans had none of these. 3. Attack troop-carrying aircraft. 4. Attack enemy bombers. 5. Attack enemy fighters. On 8 July 1940, Britain had 720 serviceable, modern single-engine fighters and about 500 bombers with which to carry out these duties. That the British armed forces would be kept up to the mark and that their chiefs would undergo constant prodding on almost every critical issue regarding invasion was the self-imposed task of the Prime Minister and Minister of Defence. Churchill kept the closest possible oversight of invasion preparations. So ubiquitous were his demands that General Brooke feared that should the invasion come, the Prime Minister would use his position as Minister of Defence to assume supreme command of all the armed forces. Churchill demanded information on all aspects of invasion planning. In just one memorandum, he asked the Chiefs of Staff to provide him with statistics on enemy tank-carrying barges, urged Ironside to hold more troops in reserve, sought assurances that the destroyer forces would attack the barges with gusto, and came to the sensible conclusion that the power of the Navy remains decisive against any serious invasion. One of his abiding obsessions was to establish batteries of heavy guns near Dover to strike at an invasion fleet and to strike back at the enemy batteries erected at Hitler's insistence around Boulogne and Calais. In fact, such guns were not very useful. At these distances, they would have to be fortunate to hit stationary targets more than twice in 100 shots, by which time the barrels of the gun would have been worn down to such an extent as to require replacement. Nevertheless, Churchill insisted that they be installed. He wrote to Ismay on 21 June, asking for a report, and followed this up with requests as to progress on 7 July, 15 July, and 5 August. On 8 August, he was pleased to hear that a 14-inch gun had been mounted, but then fretted because there seemed to be no plan to attack the German guns systematically. On 1 September, he was deeply concerned that the German guns could not be engaged until 16 September, and he demanded a more rapid response. In fact, firing began the day before and continued sporadically throughout the invasion period. Little damage was done in these long-range duels, either to shipping in the Channel or to the enemy batteries. Air power was now the key to controlling the Straits of Dover. Other interventions by Churchill were more useful. He decried the many papers produced by various services, suggesting that the Germans might strike at England through an invasion of Eyre. In response to one such paper, he informed Ismay that it is not at all likely that a naval descent will be effected there. He thought it might be more possible for the Germans to transport some paratroopers to Southern Ireland, but that in any case, nothing that can happen in Ireland can be immediately decisive. Churchill's views on Ireland, as well as calming the Chiefs of Staff, had strategic consequences. In June, the military had decided that 2 fully equipped divisions should be sent to Northern Ireland to counter any German moves against the south. Churchill deplored this action, At the time, fully equipped divisions were rare, and he wanted them to remain near the shores most threatened with invasion. Nevertheless, the Chiefs of Staff decided to send Montgomery's 3 Division to Belfast. Somehow Chamberlain got wind of this scheme and brought it to Churchill's attention. The matter was discussed in Cabinet on 2 July. Representing the chiefs, the Chief of the Air Staff said the movement of the division had been carefully weighed up, and that they had decided to send it because the threat to this country, resulting from a German invasion of Ireland, is a very serious one. Churchill strongly disagreed, and in the end the War Cabinet agreed that the 3rd Division should not be sent to Northern Ireland. A second intervention by Churchill prevented 2 Canadian divisions being deployed to Iceland. 3 battalions of this first-rate formation had already been dispatched when Churchill found out, and he ordered Anthony Eden to stop the whole process, as the troops were needed in England. Needless to say, the Canadians remained. Even after Brooke's appointment as Commander-in-Chief of Home Forces, Churchill was not content just to read reports on the progress of re-equipping the army. He constantly toured divisions and interrogated commanders about their requirements. One such visit paid dividends. Montgomery's 3 Division was occupying a key sector of the southern coast, but it was strung out along the beaches and had no transport for those reserves held back to intervene at the invasion points. Montgomery asked Churchill for civilian buses to be supplied for this purpose. The following day, Churchill minuted Eden to request the buses. They were delivered with all speed. Indeed, there was hardly an aspect of the invasion problem that Churchill did not investigate. He was concerned that desperately needed rifles coming from the U.S. were adequately convoyed, that the anti-invasion destroyers had sufficient ammunition, that tank production was lagging, or that fog might prevent the Navy from responding to an invasion with appropriate vigor. One matter that was to cause much controversy later was Churchill's position on the use of poison gas on an invading army. As early as June, he asked Ismay to report on what stocks of mustard gas and other variants Britain held, and whether the substances could be delivered by guns, air bombs, or by aerial spraying. He asked for output by month, and concluded that there would be no need to wait for the enemy to adopt such methods. He will certainly adopt them if he thinks it will pay. In other words, Britain would, in the event of an invasion, use what gas it had on the German army the minute it touched ground. The fact was, however, that there would have been little gas available. There were few gas shells, so the main method of delivery would have been to spray the gas, which was in the main mustard gas, from the air. The modern outcry about this decision takes little account of the situation facing the British in 1940. Certainly they could be confident in the superiority of their navy and in the prowess of the RAF, but their army was outnumbered and outmunitioned by the Germans, and in general it was of inferior skill. If the enemy army gained a foothold in Britain, the situation might rapidly become desperate. If poison gas appeared necessary to keep the Nazi army at bay, then there was no doubt that it would have been used. When Churchill spoke of victory at all costs, he meant it. To sum up, by September the British Army was well short of its establishment of guns and tanks, but was in reasonable shape and was well led. The RAF was also well led and had first-rate fighters available to attack an invasion force. The Navy was well led at the lower levels, e.g., destroyer flotillas, that would have played a key role in thwarting an invasion, and in numbers was far superior to the Germans. The question remains whether the German invasion plan, as finally developed, could have succeeded. The answer surely must be a resounding no. There has been much futile debate in Britain in recent years about whether the Navy or the Air Force actually thwarted Hitler's designs. There is, in fact, no need to designate any service as being the vital factor in preventing the German fleet from sailing. Had it sailed, the Navy, with more than adequate means of reconnaissance, would have had sufficient warning that the enemy was coming. The arrival of the destroyer flotillas, protected by fighter command, could only have had one result. Most of the German barges and their tugs would have been sunk. One calculation suggests that the bow of a destroyer in close proximity to a barge would have created a wave large enough to sink it. Therefore, many destroyers could have performed their anti-invasion role without firing a shot. And in addition to the destroyers, the Navy also had available cruisers, armed trawlers, corvettes, and many other craft. Behind this force stood the heavy units of the home fleet, which Churchill would certainly have ordered into action if an invasion was underway. The merchant ships, transferring their cargoes to barges in the Channel, would have been the easiest of targets. It is doubtful whether any could have survived a sustained naval attack. And then there was the matter of the 6 weeks that the Germans calculated they would require to reinforce the initial waves of attacks. It seems beyond doubt that if any of the second, third, or fourth waves had left port, they would have been sunk at some stage during the crossing. In fact, because of the almost certain destruction of the first wave, it is highly unlikely that they would have ventured out. It is of course true that the Luftwaffe would have exacted some toll on the British ships. Some destroyers and other ships would have been sunk by the Germans. But the fact remains that there were just too many British ships for the Germans to forestall the carnage that would have followed. The inescapable conclusion must be that the German command was well aware of these scenarios. The forces available to them were indeed formidable, but not appropriate for an invasion of Britain. The failure to capture the BEF, the failure to subdue the RAF, and the woeful German inferiority at sea were the factors that led Hitler to call off the operation. He would finally turn to the only expedient remaining to him, an attack on the British people. If he could not invade, if Churchill would not see reason, then perhaps a terrified and cowed population would decide the issue. Chapter 8. The Battle of Britain. The Antagonists. Any account of the Battle of Britain must note from the outset the strange nature of the encounter. Consider these points. There is no agreement on when the battle started or when it ended. For most of the battle, a maximum of 50% of the Luftwaffe engaged a maximum of 40% of fighter command, and usually the numbers were much smaller than that. Although almost all the action was in southeast England, for the entire battle, 25% of fighter command's single-engine fighters were in Scotland. Neither side knew the strength of the other, nor did they establish with any accuracy what damage they were inflicting on each other. The Germans had no overall plan to defeat the RAF. For any given day of the battle, it is not known with any certainty the number of German aircraft over Britain, nor is it known exactly how many British planes were sent against them. We will return to many of these matters as the battle is described. In 1940, the air defense of Great Britain depended on two factors. The first was the performance of two types of single-engine fighters, the Hurricane and the Spitfire, and the skill of the pilots who flew them. The aircraft were outstanding, and the pilots who survived their first encounters showed increasing skill as the battle progressed. However, it is doubtful whether fighter command could have prevailed had it not been for the second factor. Britain possessed the most sophisticated air defense weapons system in the world. There were three keys to this system: the gathering of information about incoming raids, the rapid dissemination of this intelligence to the fighting squadrons, and the direction of those squadrons onto the enemy aircraft. Intelligence of raids was gathered from two sources: radio waves and human observation. In 1935, R. W. Watson Watt discovered that aircraft passing through radio waves interrupted them and produced a blip on a small cathode ray screen. This blip could be read with sufficient accuracy to obtain a rough idea of the distance of the aircraft from the screen. In further developments, the direction and the height of the incoming aircraft could be determined, although these measurements were very crude in the initial period. The practical application of radar began in 1936, when a series of stations called chain home was built around the British coast. The stations consisted of 8 lattice towers standing from 250 to 350 feet high. They looked out to sea and gave the stations a range of 70 to 140 miles. At the beginning of the Battle of Britain, there were 34 chain home stations between Scapa Flow and Pembrokeshire in Wales. To account for low-flying aircraft, a second series of stations called chain home low was constructed along the same stretch of coastline. The radar stations worked thus. The staff continually scanned the small screens, approximately 5 by 3 inches, for blips that indicated incoming aircraft. After allowing for friendly aircraft that were equipped with an electronic identification device, pipsqueak, they conveyed the information by buried cable to Fighter Command headquarters at Bentley Priory. The radar chain pointed out to sea, where there were no hills and valleys to interrupt the radar signal. Once the raiders had crossed the coast, the observer corps would plot their course. This corps consisted of 30,000 men grouped in small dugouts that dotted the country. They were equipped with an aircraft identification chart, binoculars, and a telephone. They would telephone information regarding type of aircraft, numbers, and course to Bentley Priory, or to the nearest group or sector airfield. So Bentley Priory received a huge volume of plots from the observers and from the radar chain. On the suggestion of Sir Keith Park in his capacity as Dowding's Senior Air Staff Officer, SASO, all these plots were sent to a special operations room to be sorted out or filtered. This was necessary because different radar stations and observer corps posts might be plotting the same raid, and the filter room attempted to remove any duplication and sort the plots into discrete raids. It was only filtered information that was sent to the central operations room and displayed. This display consisted of a huge horizontal gridded map of the United Kingdom. Each raid was assigned a number and a tentative strength, both of which were written on small wooden blocks. The blocks were then placed on the map and pushed across it by members of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force, WAAFs, armed with long croupier-like poles as further information came in. The blocks were also color-coded against a large clock, divided into colored 5-minute segments, so that it could be seen at a glance when the plot had last been updated. In a gallery above the map sat a group of men who made decisions based on the plot. The most important was, of course, Dowding, but it was his senior controller who made most of the operational decisions, including what plot reference should be sent to each of the headquarters of the 4 fighter groups into which Britain was divided. Alongside the senior controller sat the heads of Anti-Aircraft Command and Balloon Command, so that AA batteries and barrage balloon concentrations could be warned of raiders. When the plot information reached group headquarters, the first operational decisions were taken. Because in Dowding's decentralized system, it was the group that dispatched fighters against particular raids. When Group HQ received the intelligence, they would plot it on a gridded map of their own area, in the same way that it had been first put on the large map at Fighter Command HQ. The senior group controller would then decide which squadrons from their main or sector airfields would be most appropriate to intercept the raid. In selecting these squadrons, Group HQ was aided by a large display called a tote board on the wall of its operation room. This board indicated by a series of colored lights the state of readiness of the squadrons, or whether they had already been dispatched for battle. Once he had received the signal from Group, the sector airfield commander would scramble a squadron or squadrons from his airfield, or dispatch a force from one of the satellite airfields attached to his sector. Once aloft, the fighter force would be directed or vectored onto the incoming raid by the sector controller. Tally-ho was the signal from the squadron commander that his aircraft had made contact with the enemy. The whole system was designed for rapid response to emerging and ever-changing situations. Fighter Command HQ aimed to update plots to groups every minute, and groups aimed for the same order of speed to sectors. Once a squadron had been selected to scramble, it took several minutes, reduced to 90 seconds later in the battle, to get it airborne. Ideally, then, from the first plot being received at Bentley Priory to squadron airborne would take less than 5 minutes. In practice, with inexperienced plotters and controllers, it often took longer than that. But as an ME-109 could cross the channel in 2 or 3 minutes, speed was of the essence. This system had many advantages, but undoubtedly the most important was the reduction in the number of standing patrols that had to be flown by Fighter Command. These patrols could consume valuable fuel, tire pilots, and produce wear and tear on the planes without necessarily finding the enemy or bringing them to battle. In 1940, most British squadrons were only dispatched to meet significant threats. In many accounts, the system is described as a near-perfect air defense arrangement. However, despite its relative sophistication, it did have some imperfections. The radar chain was a very recent innovation, and more stations were being added as the battle commenced. Many of its operators were new to the job, and their estimates of the height of a raid or the number of aircraft it contained could be wildly inaccurate. Moreover, a large number of hostile aircraft could clutter the small screen, aggregating the blips to such an extent as to make the size of a raid a matter of guesswork. At the beginning of the Battle of Britain, 1 to 3 aircraft could be estimated accurately, 4 to 9 with some degree of accuracy, and 10 and above only vary approximately according to the skill of the operator. The estimates of the operators improved as experience was gained, but it remained something of a matter of chance until the end of the battle. Estimates of the height of incoming aircraft were even more inexact than those of numbers. Operators consistently underestimated height, which often led to the intercepting fighters being jumped by their opponents. The Observer Corps also had its difficulties. In the early days, there were many mistakes in aircraft identification, and there was the perennial problem of cloud, a common phenomenon over southern England at any time of year. Cloud could also muffle the sound of an enemy formation and allow it to reach its target undetected. The system had one surprising vulnerability. Sector operations rooms were situated on the airfields in relatively flimsy wooden or brick buildings. It should have been obvious to Fighter Command that at some point in the battle the airfields would be prime targets for the Luftwaffe, and that if the sector operations rooms were destroyed, a vital link in the intelligence chain would be gone. The obvious solution was to fortify these rooms or put them underground, or to locate them away from airfields where they could still operate quite satisfactorily. Indeed, at the height of the battle, some sector airfields were forced into this expediency without a series of loss of efficiency. A comment is necessary on the organization of groups and sectors into which Fighter Command was divided. The north of England and Scotland were defended by 13 Group with its headquarters near Newcastle. It had 6 sector airfields and guarded the northeast, Scottish industrial zones, and Scapa Flow. the base of the home fleet. To its south was 12 Group, with its headquarters near Nottingham. It too had 6 sector airfields, which were placed to defend the industrial Midlands and East Anglia. In the southwest was the newest and smallest of the groups, number 10. It had just 3 sector airfields, to become 4 when Middle Wallop was transferred to it once the battle started, and covered the West Country, South Wales, and was always on call to defend such vital targets as Southampton, where the Supermarine Works were located, and the ports of Portland and Portsmouth. Its headquarters was at Box, 10 miles east of Bristol. The most important of all the groups was number 11, under the command of Air Vice Marshal Park, which covered south-east England and was closest to the enemy squadrons based in the Pas-de-Calais. It had 7 sector airfields. It protected the most likely invasion area, from Harwich to Portsmouth. Above all, it defended London, which was surrounded by a great circle of sector airfields: Kenley, Biggin Hill, Hornchurch, North Weald, and Norfolk. Its headquarters was at Uxbridge. Of the group commanders, Air Vice Marshal Saul of 13 Group had a reputation as a thorough trainer and an efficient and capable officer. In the West, Air Vice Marshal Brand was also thought to be thoroughly professional. His ability to work easily with Park and the neighbouring 11 Group was one of the features of the battle. In contrast was the inability of the commander of 12 Group, Air Vice Marshal Trafford Lee Mallory, to work easily with Park. Indeed, as the Battle of Britain wore on, his disagreements with Park gained him a certain notoriety. Whether that reputation was deserved or not will be investigated later. Air Vice Marshal Park was the key figure in the Battle of Britain. His was the strongest group, in the most dangerous place, and guarding the most important targets. On most days of the battle, 11 Group fought the overwhelming number of combats. It was on Park's judgment that Dowding relied about which squadrons to dispatch and when. It is not an overstatement of the case to say that if these judgments had been poor, the battle might have been lost. Park was born in New Zealand. He tried his hand as a sailor, but when the First World War broke out, he joined an artillery regiment and fought at Gallipoli. After Gallipoli, he transferred to the British Army and served at the Somme, where he was wounded. As he recovered in England, he decided to join the Royal Flying Corps. In 1917, he was promoted to command a squadron. By the time of the armistice, he had shot down 5 enemy aircraft and been awarded the Military Cross and the Croix de Guerre. In the interwar period, he graduated from the RAF Staff College and was Senior Air Staff Officer to Dowding. When war broke out, Dowding appointed him to command 11 Group, which, as we have noted, saw much action in France and Flanders. Park demonstrated his ability for optimizing limited resources during the evacuation at Dunkirk. Park was a complex man. He neither drank nor smoked, had few personal friends, and his memoranda and instructions could be blunt to the point of rudeness. Yet he was popular with his pilots, whom he visited regularly in his own Hurricane. At the same time, he shunned publicity, and this remoteness prevented him from becoming a household name. We have already encountered Dowding as an implacable opponent of dispatching fighters to what he considered a lost cause in France. He had been the head of Fighter Command since 1936, and was on the brink of retirement when the war commenced in 1939, and again faced retirement on the eve of the Battle of Britain. He had flown in the First World War, and was then sent home to improve training standards. In the interwar years, he had served in Iraq, been Director of Training and member of the Air Council for Supply and Research. He was among the first to grasp the operational implications of radar and oversaw the growth and development of the British fighter defence system. In the end, this was identified so closely with him that it became known as the Dowding system. Dowding was an intensely private man, with few friends and no small talk. He could be difficult and opinionated, and by 1940 had alienated almost all his superiors on the Air Council. In addition, he failed to mediate the conflicts between the group commanders Park and Lee-Mallory. Most importantly, the dispute over the merits of large versus small fighter formations. Ultimately, the situation was resolved, not by Dowding, but by the practicalities of the situation. He had, however, defenders in powerful places, including Beaverbrook, the Minister for Aircraft Production, and Winston Churchill. On the German side, the most outstanding fact was their almost total ignorance of the defensive system just described, and which Hitler required them to defeat. In the pre-war period, German blimps had observed and photographed the radar towers, and as German scientists were working on radar themselves, they had a reasonable idea of what they were. However, they had no understanding of the importance of the radar chain for rapidly disseminating intelligence on raids to the British squadrons. The radar towers, which were anyway difficult to bomb, never became a priority target for the Luftwaffe and were never systematically attacked. The Germans did know that the enemy squadrons were controlled by radio from the ground. However, they considered this a negative for the RAF, as they thought it tied squadrons to very specific areas, and thereby hampered their mobility. The Germans did not understand the relationship between Fighter Command HQ, the groups, and the sectors. The location of Fighter Command headquarters at Bentley Priory was quite unknown to them, as were the locations of the group headquarters. As for the vital sector airfields, apart from recognizing that locations such as Biggin Hill, Kenley, and others were important fighter bases, and therefore worthy of attention, they failed to grasp their role as receivers and disseminators of raid intelligence. As a result, they were unaware of the function or even the existence of the control rooms. This intelligence failure explains why there was no systematic attempt to destroy these rooms and to ensure that they remained destroyed. Even the function of many airfields in Britain remained a mystery to the Luftwaffe. When they attacked an airfield, they were often unsure about whether it was part of Fighter Command or whether it belonged to Bomber Command or Coastal Command. As it happened, the airfield that received most attacks during the Battle of Britain belonged to Coastal Command and formed no part of the system the Germans were aiming to destroy. Lack of intelligence was not the Germans' only problem. There was a huge gap in their communications arrangements. Once aircraft were aloft, ground control could not speak to the pilots because of a lack of ground-to-air radio. This meant that once orders were given, a raid could not be recalled or redirected. Were the men in command of the Luftwaffe of a type and flexibility of mind to overcome these formidable disadvantages? The answer is no. Goering had little grasp of detail, nor the inquiring mind to probe for any weaknesses that his force might possess. Anyway, a considerable amount of his energy was devoted not to developing a coherent strategy against Britain, but to maintaining his position in the Nazi hierarchy, a perennial problem for many of those who led the country. Moreover, Goering's relatively easy victories against the Poles and the French seemed to confirm that his air force was invincible. The air battles over Dunkirk, which saw the introduction of the Spitfire, might have provided valuable lessons, but there is no evidence that Goering was paying attention. Nor was Goering good at appointing competent subordinates. General Udert of the production department actually thought the Spitfire and Hurricane were poor-quality machines. His head of intelligence, Major Joseph Schmidt, spoke no foreign languages, had never flown, and while identifying Britain as Germany's most dangerous enemy, had no quality target information about the British defensive system, overlooked the importance of the radar chain, and rated the Spitfire as little better than the Me-110 fighter bomber. Under Goering were the commanders of the three Luftflotte that were to operate against Britain. The leader of Luftflotte 5, which was based in Norway, was Generaloberst Hans-Jürgen Stumpf, who was to play a minor role in the battle, and his one contribution will be discussed in due course. More important were the commanders of the Luftflotte based in the Low Countries and in France. In command of Luftflotte 2 was General Kesselring. In the interwar period, he had been involved in the establishment and growth of the Luftwaffe, and was influential in selecting the Me-109 as its principal fighter. However, Kesselring had no battle experience, and if he had a view of the role of air power, it was that it should operate in tactical support of the army. This was, of course, not the role it needed to play against Britain. Despite his rather high post-war reputation, there is little to suggest that Kesselring thought deeply or incisively about the task before him. In the absence of clear direction from above, he had an opportunity to impose a strategy on the Battle of Britain, but he conspicuously failed to do so. There is much evidence that he thought the unprecedented numbers of aircraft in his hands could accomplish anything. That they had an unprecedented task to perform never seemed to have occurred to him. The traits he was to develop as an army commander later in the war, namely fixity of purpose and the relentless pursuit of an objective, were not evident in his conduct during the battle in the skies. Hugo Sperle, in charge of the smaller Luftflotte 3, lacked Kesselring's charm, or any charm at all for that matter, but had the advantage of being a professional airman, with experience in Spain with the Condor Legion. As will become apparent, his ideas on how to win the battle differed from Kesselring's, thus prevented the Luftflotte commanders from presenting a united front to Goering. How these ideas fared will be discussed later. The organization of the Luftwaffe differed little from the RAF. Under the Luftflotte was the Geschwader group, which had 3 Gruppen wings, which in turn had 3 Staffeln squadrons. Bombers and fighters were ordered in the same way. Most Me-109s and the dive bombers were in Kesselring's Luftflotte 2, and were arrayed near the Channel coast because of their short range. Bombers were placed further back, and it was usually the maneuvering of these aircraft to assemble into attack formations that was picked up by the British radar chain. The aircraft available to each side have often been described, and only features that affected the battle will be mentioned here. The only single-engine German fighter to participate in the battle was the Me-109. It had a maximum speed of about 350 miles per hour, which put it on a par with the Spitfire, but gave it at least a 30 miles per hour advantage over the Hurricane. It was equipped with 2x20mm cannon in its wings and 2 machine guns that fired through the propeller. This weaponry gave it a greater punch than the 8x303 machine guns of the British fighters, but required greater accuracy to score a hit. The engine was fuel-injected, which meant that the plane could climb faster than its British equivalents, and could dive in the sure knowledge that it would not cut out, something that could not be said about the carburetor-supplied British engine. The Me-109 had some disadvantages. It was difficult to fly, and with its narrow undercarriage had more crashes on takeoff and landing than either the Spitfire or the Hurricane. More importantly, both of its British opponents could turn inside it, often a matter of life and death in a dogfight. Another factor that greatly hampered the effectiveness of the aircraft in the Battle of Britain was its short range. Its cruising range was just over 400 miles with no combat allowance. In practice, combat limited its range to London and only gave it a few minutes over the city before it had to turn for home. An oversight in this regard was the German failure to consider fitting the fighter with drop tanks to increase its range. Mention has been made of the British fighters, the Hawker Hurricane and the Supermarine Spitfire. It only needs to be added that the wood and cloth construction of the Hurricane made it difficult to shoot down, while its sturdy build made it a more stable gun platform than the Spitfire or the Me-109. Both the Hurricane and the Spitfire also had a short range. The Spitfire's was 575 miles non-combat flying. But this was less of a factor because in the main they were operating over home territory. The Spitfire was probably the better fighter, but 2/3 of the planes that took part in the Battle of Britain were Hurricanes. The only other British fighters to take part in the battle were the Blenheim and the Defiant. Both were obsolete and sitting ducks for the Me-109. It is a wonder that any at all survived combat. Most German bombers came from an earlier era than the fighters. Of the two main German types, the Dornier 17 had been flying since 1934, and the Heinkel 111 since 1935. These planes only averaged around 250 miles per hour and carried relatively light bomb loads, between 1,750 and 4,000 pounds. These characteristics were no great disadvantage when used in close support of the army, but British fighters could easily catch them, and their bombs could not penetrate hardened military targets as against civilian buildings. Nevertheless, both bombers could withstand a great deal of punishment from .303 bullets before being brought down. The newest German bomber was the Junkers 88. It could carry up to 5,000 pounds of bombs at 285 miles per hour. However, it was undergunned, having just 3 machine guns compared with 4 for the Dornier and Heinkel. It was difficult to fly and much prone to accident at takeoff and landing. Much was expected, but little delivered by 2 other aircraft in the Luftwaffe. The twin-engine Me-110 was a fighter bomber that proved to be too light to deliver a substantial bomb load and too heavy to be an effective fighter. Originally, it had been designed to escort bombers, but soon required a fighter escort of its own. It was a liability during the Battle of Britain and was withdrawn at the end of August. The other aircraft with a high reputation at the beginning of the battle was the Ju-87 dive bomber, the Stuka. This aircraft had terrorized the Poles, the French, and British troops at various times during the battle in the West and civilian columns trekking away from the fighting. It was the most accurate of the German bombers, but only carried a 1,100-pound bomb load and had a maximum speed of just 230 miles per hour. It had no rear firing guns and was very vulnerable to first-class fighters as it pulled out of a dive when its speed might drop to 110 miles per hour. As the Germans were about to find out, the Stuka could not survive against Hurricanes or Spitfires. Overall, then, the Luftwaffe's aircraft were ill-equipped to fight the Battle of Britain. Its bombers carried very light bomb loads and were too slow. Its fighter bomber and dive bomber were not fit for purpose. Its single-engine fighter was first class but lacked range. These planes did not amount to a strategic air force or anything like it. The Germans did possess one advantage at the beginning of the Battle of Britain. This was the experience of many of their pilots, gained in combat in Spain, Poland, and in the West. However, the losses inflicted by the Allies in 1939, although often overlooked, were considerable. Many Luftwaffe pilots would therefore fly for the first time against Britain. On the other side, British fighter pilots possessed limited experience. Some of them had combat experience in the West, but there they had fought at a tremendous disadvantage in trying to support a retreating army from ever-shifting airfields. To a great extent, they would learn on the job between July and October 1940, or they would not survive. What of numbers? On 13 July, near enough to the British date for the commencement of the battle, the Germans possessed 1,077 SE fighters, 899, or 83%, were serviceable, 382 TE fighters, ME-110, 280, or 73%, were serviceable, 1,347 bombers, 943, or 70%, were serviceable, 436 dive bombers, 340, or 78%, were serviceable. Total 3,242. Serviceable 2,462, or 73%. Not all these aircraft would have been available against Britain. During the battle, approximately 10% of the single-engine fighters and between 10 and 20% of the twin-engine fighters would have been held back to defend Germany. The German figures look impressive, but on analysis reveal some weaknesses. On the reasonable assumption that it would take more than one fighter to protect a bomber, on any given day the Germans would only be able to offer protection to a small fraction of their bomber force. At the rate of 2 fighters to 1 bomber, if the Luftwaffe could field, say, 700 serviceable fighters, this would have limited the number of bombers the Germans could have deployed on a single raid to 300. That is, only around 30% of their available force. And the fact is that on most days the number of single-engine fighters available to the Luftwaffe was fewer than 700. In this way, the limited availability of Me-109s constrained the bombing capacity of the Germans throughout the daytime offensive. For Britain, only figures for fighters will be given because only they could oppose the assault of the Luftwaffe. And only serviceable fighters are given because, as the Luftwaffe could strike at any time, only those could take to the sky immediately. The figures for 8 July are as follows. British fighters, July 1940. Type, Hurricane, 469 were serviceable. Type, Spitfires, 283 were serviceable. Total, 752. In addition, there were about 100 serviceable Blenheims and Defiants available. But as will be seen, there is good reason to discount these aircraft. For practical purposes, then, Britain had 750 serviceable fighters to oppose 2,500 serviceable German planes of all types. Fighter command was outnumbered by 3.5 to 1. What did the opposing sides know of each other's strength? On the German side, Major Josef Beppo Schmidt, the Chief of Intelligence for the Luftwaffe, produced a report on the RAF on 16 July 1940. This report contained many errors, but as far as numbers were concerned, Schmidt was not that wide of the mark in his estimate of 675 serviceable frontline fighters. However, he did underestimate British serviceability rates. The RAF's estimates of Luftwaffe strength were much wider of the mark. The Air Intelligence, AI, section of the Air Ministry estimated in June 1940 that the total German frontline strength was 5,000 aircraft, of which 2,500 were bombers. These figures were only accurate if reconnaissance, ground attack, and transport aircraft were included. The actual figures, including these types, was in fact 5,005 on 8 June. Yet if these largely non-strategic types of aircraft were eliminated, the AI section of the Air Ministry's estimate was far too high. In particular, they overestimated the number of bombers possessed by the Germans by about 100%. The Air Ministry's figures were soon questioned. Professor Lindemann, Churchill's scientific advisor, had been subjecting the figures to careful scrutiny and comparing them with the emerging order of battle that was being built up for the Luftwaffe from the Enigma decrypts. These indicated that in the case of bombers, the Germans possessed no more than 1,250, which was remarkably close to the mark. These new estimates were sent to the Air Ministry as coming from an apparently sure source. However, there is some doubt whether the air staff or Dowding, if he saw them, believed Lindeman's estimates, because in August 1940 the air staff produced a paper that estimated the German bomber force at 2,000, a paper which Dowding did see. The serviceability rate of this force was estimated at 80%, which gave the Luftwaffe 1,600 serviceable bombers, when the truer figure was 876. Why the air chiefs chose to ignore Lindeman's estimates is a mystery. Perhaps they were unaware of his source and regarded him as a rank amateur, meddling in areas where he had no expertise, and the higher figures would have suited Dowding's cautious cast of mind. Whatever the reason, it seems that the head of Fighter Command and his superiors thought they were fighting a battle against double the numbers of German bombers that the Luftwaffe actually possessed. There were some other factors that would affect the Battle of Britain. It is clear that the British had one obvious advantage. They would be fighting over home soil. They could therefore recover damaged aircraft and pilots who managed to parachute out of disintegrating planes, and who might therefore fight another day. Damaged German planes and pilots and crew who bailed out would be a dead loss. This factor is particularly noticeable in pilot strengths for single-engine fighters. Despite some bad moments, the British figures rose from about 1,200 at the beginning of the battle to 1,800 at the end. At the same time, the German figures dropped from 850 to 650. Fighting over home soil also gave the British an advantage in aircraft maintenance. The British had a sophisticated series of aircraft storage units in reasonable proximity to their fighter airfields. In France and Belgium, the Germans were not as well placed. In 1940, many workshops were located in Germany, meaning damaged aircraft had to be transported back by road or rail, repaired, and then flown back. The Luftwaffe maintenance organization was quite efficient, but this process took time and meant that for the entire battle, the serviceability rates were much lower than the British. Between July and December 1940, British serviceability rates remained virtually constant at 90%, while the rates of the Luftwaffe fell from 80% in July to 70% in December. The Germans had two advantages. As the aggressors, they could choose their targets. The radar chain would give warning of their approach, but the British could never be sure where the bombers would proceed once they crossed the coast. Especially baffling was a common German tactic of splitting into small groups and attacking multiple targets. The other German advantage is a cause for some surprise. The Luftwaffe had developed an efficient sea rescue service for pilots who ditched or bailed out in the Channel. German pilots were equipped with flares to attract a small group of Heinkel 59 rescue planes. On the other side, the British had nothing. Their pilots had to rely on sharp-eyed observers along the coast who might alert nearby ships. For a maritime nation, this was an important and surprising omission. Chapter 9. The Battle of Britain Overture. In the last days of June 1940, the destiny of Britain seemed to hang in the balance, and Germany had every reason to be confident of victory in the ensuing battle. Their forces had expelled the British Army from Europe and crushed all its major allies. The Dominions still stood with Britain, but their armies were too small and too distant to be of significant consequence. Britain's own army that had escaped from France was a shattered remnant in a state of hasty reorganization. Most of its equipment was strewn across the beaches around Dunkirk. Once Hitler's soldiers landed in Britain, they expected to make short work of it. Military defeat would most likely lead to the overthrow of the Churchill government. All Europe would then be at Hitler's mercy. The United States would be isolated, though not splendidly. All that stood between Germany and the realization of this ambition, so the Luftwaffe chiefs thought, were the 750 aircraft of Fighter Command. Goering was quick to assure his colleagues that he had the means to destroy this force. After all, the Luftwaffe had 900 fighters, 1,000 bombers, 350 fighter bombers, and 300 of the Stuka dive bombers that had proved so destructive to morale during the campaign in the West. He would soon bring Britain to its knees or its senses. This appealed to Hitler. If the RAF could be defeated, some welcome political changes in Britain might take place. A British Pétain might come to power and seek to make whatever peace he could. This would mean victory without invasion. And without Britain to contend with, the Wehrmacht could single-mindedly turn against other foes in the East. In a memorandum on 30 June, Goering laid down the strategy that he would employ to defeat Fighter Command. The battle would be fought in several phases. The first phase, as he later described, amounted to a reconnaissance in force, involving flights over the Channel designed specifically to lure Dowding's Hurricanes and Spitfires into engagements over water. This would exploit the RAF's weaknesses in sea rescue, which rendered its losses in aircraft and pilots over water irredeemable. During the first phase, the Luftwaffe would also be able to gauge the strength and grouping of the enemy air force. For the second phase, Goering listed a whole raft of targets to be destroyed. They included the remainder of the RAF and its ground organization, the aircraft industry, importing harbors, merchant ships, and warships. Within this plethora of objectives, however, Goering made it clear that the destruction of the RAF was paramount. As long as the enemy air force is not defeated, the prime requirement of the air war is to attack the enemy air force on every possible opportunity, by day or by night, in the air or on the ground, without consideration to other tasks. This was how the battle was supposed to be fought. It was not, and as we will see, Goering did not seem to notice. How had Dowding disposed Fighter Command to meet the coming onslaught? The number of serviceable Hurricanes and Spitfires on 10 July, conventionally taken as the first day of the battle, was as follows: 51 squadrons, 469 Hurricanes, 283 Spitfires. Total fighters, 752. In addition, there were about 20 Defiants and 70 Blenheims serviceable on that day, but these obsolete aircraft were to play little role in the battle, and none at all in deciding the outcome. Dowding's dispositions call for some comment. The relatively large number of aircraft in 13 Group, which covered Scotland and the north of England, can be explained by a number of factors. Some of the group's 14 squadrons had recently fought in France and were resting. Others were present to counter the frequent appearance of German bombers in the area in the early months of 1940. Their targets were divided between the main fleet base at Scapa Flow and Scottish industrial towns such as Glasgow, Edinburgh, and Aberdeen. On 6 April, 6 bombers attacked Scapa Flow, and there were raids on the north-east and Scotland on 18, 20, 21, 24, 25, and 26 June, and 2 July. The relatively high number of Spitfires in 12 Group, covering the Midlands and the East Coast, reflected the fact that some squadrons in this group, especially those at Duxford, were close to London and had to be available for its defence. Other aircraft were needed to patrol East Coast convoys, which brought coal and coke to London. This duty was unwelcome to Dowding, but nevertheless was imposed on him by the Admiralty. The comparative weakness of 10 Group requires little comment. It had only just been formed to provide air defences for the west of England to prevent Fighter Command from being outflanked by the German occupation of western France. For the purposes of the battle, the most important stations in the group were at West Hampnet and the wonderfully named Middle Wallop, where they flanked 11 Group and assisted in defending such vital ports as Portsmouth and Portland. The 11 Group was by far the strongest of the four, was not surprising. The group covered south-eastern England and London. What is surprising is that just 54% of Fighter Command Spitfires and Hurricanes were concentrated in it, whereas 46% were north of London. Perhaps more strikingly, just 43% of Britain's most modern fighters, the Spitfires, were in the south, whereas 57% of them were in the north. These dispositions might have been sensible before the intentions of the Germans became clear, but they would require close scrutiny as the battle progressed. As the dispositions stood, 11 Group was destined to be the major player. 3 factors imposed upon it the tactics that it would use in the Battle of Britain. The first was the number of fighters at Sir Keith Park's disposal. He had 293 first-line fighters and could call on about 50 from 10 Group to assist in the defence of the south coast. This relatively small number of aircraft made it imperative that he commit his force to battle in limited numbers, because if he scrambled a large number of squadrons at the first sign of attack, subsequent German formations might reach their destinations unimpeded, or catch his initial contingent of fighters on the ground refueling or rearming. The second factor was time. The radar chain could give him 30 to 40 minutes warning of an impeding attack, but it was not until the Germans formed up and headed for Britain that their direction of attack became clear, and that might cut the warning time to little more than 15 minutes. Moreover, a Spitfire required nearly 6 minutes to reach 18,000 feet, while the more numerous Hurricanes took 7 minutes to reach 15,000 feet. The British aircraft then had to be gathered into formation and vectored onto the incoming Germans. If extra squadrons were sent to fight in larger formations, the additional assembly time meant they risked being too late to forestall the German bombers, or they surrendered the advantage of height, or both. The third and final factor was the requirement by the Admiralty to fly standing patrols over coastal convoys, potentially reducing the number of aircraft available to respond to radar sightings. For all these reasons, therefore, Park had little choice but to send single squadrons into battle, holding back others until the German targets, the weight of attack, and the movements of other German formations had been identified. This meant that on most occasions where the enemy was encountered, the British would be outnumbered. This modus operandi was evident from the very first day of battle, 10 July. It will be useful to discuss that day in detail, as it reveals both the strategy employed by the Germans in the first phase and the tactics used in particular by 11 Group for the entire battle. The day dawned fair, but it soon became showery in the south and over the Channel, while continuous and heavy rain fell elsewhere. The first encounter of the battle took place after radar operators identified a single German bomber off Yarmouth and a section, 3 planes, from the 66th Squadron at Duxford was sent to intercept it. The first 2 attacks on what turned out to be a Dornier 17 proved ineffectual. Then Red 3 intervened. On opening fire at 300 yards, closing to 50 yards, the port engine of the EA burst into flames. The EA lost height but was followed down, and on noting EA levelling out, another stern attack was made. The starboard engine was then on fire, and about 40 minutes later, EA struck the sea and disintegrated. Thus, Sergeant F. W. Robertson could claim the first victory in the Battle of Britain. One duty that had to be undertaken on 10 July was convoy protection. As Dowding had anticipated, forcing his aircraft to fly at a set altitude, on a course determined by the ships, gave his fighter formations little flexibility. This was evident early in the day, when a section of 242 Squadron from 12 Group was just too distant to prevent enemy bombers from sinking a straggling 2,000-ton ship. Later, aircraft from 11 Group, also on convoy patrol, were jumped by a superior number of Me-109s. They shot down 4 enemy aircraft, but at a cost of 3 of their own and the loss of a merchant ship. Other actions were more successful. In these instances, the radar chain was able to give timely warning of small formations of German aircraft arriving over the channel. This allowed Park to dispatch relatively parsimonious numbers from Fighter Command to intercept them. The success of this strategy is illustrated by the following combat report from 74 Squadron, detailing the experiences of 8 Spitfires on the first day. 8 AC, 74 Squadron, left Manston, 13:45 hours, to patrol Dover Deal. Patrolling at 9,000 feet, with Cloud Base at 12,000 feet. A large 3-layered formation of EA was sighted. This appeared to consist of about 20 DO-17s at 4,000 feet attacking a convoy. Approx 40 Me-110s at 8,000 feet circled the DO-17s, and on top, at 12,000 feet, approx 40 Me-109s circled above the Me-110s. A general dogfight developed against superior numbers. Red 1, Sailor Mallon, one of the best shots in the RAF, climbed above the circling EA and started a spiral dive down the center of the encircling EAs. Red 1 attacked one Me-110, observing smoke coming from his port engine, and is de-wiled, hitting the fuselage of a DO-17. This caused an Me-109 to collide with a DO-17 or Me-110. The Me-109 was completely destroyed, and the twin-engined aircraft went down in a slow spiral. Blue 1 ordered his section line astern and attacked 3 DO-17s. Blue 1 opened fire at 400 yards and observed EA starboard engine on fire. Blue 2 fired a burst of 10 seconds into one Me-110. The rear gunner appeared to be hit. Blue 2 then attacked another Me-110, using the remainder of his ammunition, but observed no apparent damage. Yellow 1 picked out a straggler from the DO-17s and attacked astern with full deflection shots. Thick black smoke poured from the starboard engine. Making a second attack, Yellow 1's AC was hit in the radiator by EA fire, and Yellow 1 successfully broke away, used extra burst, and force-landed at Lymm. Yellow 2 fired a short burst at one Me-109, which immediately half-rolled and dived. After climbing away from several EA, Yellow 2 attacked another EA from above, without apparent damage. Yellow 2 attacked a second DO-17 in a 60-degree dive, putting in a 4-second burst. EA emitted smoke from starboard engine. 3 parachutes were seen descending. This report shows that a force of only 8 Spitfires was able to attack at least 80 German aircraft, destroy 2 Dorniers, damage 3 other aircraft, destroy a Me-109, and damage another for a toll to themselves of just 1 fighter damage. Overall, on that first day, just 66 British aircraft were sent into combat, less than 1/10 of Fighter Command's force. At the end of the day, the Germans had lost 11 aircraft, 2 fighters, 4 Me-110s, and 5 bombers, and in addition had 5 bombers and 2 fighters damaged. The British had 5 fighters destroyed and 4 damaged. Despite British difficulties over convoy protection, it is hard to see how Goering thought he could possibly wear down Fighter Command by these methods, which allowed Park to adhere to his strategy of minimum engagement. Indeed, the calling of a conference by Goering on 21 July perhaps indicated that he was uneasy with the tactics so far employed by the Luftwaffe. He asked his Luftflotte commanders to comment on the general situation and give detailed proposals for future action. Nothing substantial followed. Ugo Sperl of Luftflotte 3 seemed quite happy with continuing the attack on convoys and ports, but he wanted the Luftwaffe's efforts to be greatly increased. Kesselring agreed that a more vigorous offensive should be conducted, but against London, not shipping and ports. He thought that in the defence of the capital, Fighter Command would have to deploy a large force, which could then be overwhelmed by the superior numbers of the Luftwaffe. In the short term, neither of these views affected operations. Goering was not ready for a maximum effort, and an attack on London was a decision that he knew would not be made by the Luftwaffe command, but by Hitler. Operations, therefore, would continue as before. What was the pattern of attack against British targets in the first phase of the battle from 10 July to 7 August? An analysis of targets indicates that most combats occurred along the south-eastern coast of England, with a smaller number along the east coast of Scotland, South Wales, and Cornwall. It must be kept in mind that the numbers represent combat locations. They do not therefore necessarily indicate the targets for which the Germans aimed. Nevertheless, in this period, we may surmise that the combat area and the target were closely correlated, the German policy being to attack convoys and ports. One factor is very clear. The German effort was dispersed along the entire length of the coast of the UK. In all, we can identify 45 major attacks. But apart from Dover, which was attacked on 12 days, and often more than once per day, and the attacks around Portsmouth and Portland, each of which was attacked 7 times, there were no other concentrated efforts against other targets. Plymouth was attacked twice, Folkestone 3 times, Harwich once, Newcastle once, and so on. Of course, convoys were attacked where found, and as they generally moved along the coast from east to west, this could account for some of the apparent dispersion. What did the Germans achieve by this effort? The short answer is very little. Through attacks on convoys, they sank just 24,000 tons of shipping, a tiny fraction of the total tonnage sailing through the Channel, and significantly less than the 38,000 tons they sank, for almost no loss, in their nighttime mine-laying operations. As for attacks against harbours, the main inconvenience was caused at Dover. After 2 destroyers were sunk there on 19 July, the Admiralty relocated the Dover flotillas to Harwich. But an increase in anti-aircraft batteries, balloon defences at Dover, and an instruction to Fighter Command to make the defence of the port a priority, kept the harbour facilities intact, ready to receive the Harwich force in the event of an invasion. One aspect of these German operations did represent a danger to Fighter Command. Many encounters, especially by aircraft escorting convoys, took place over the sea. Any British fighter shot down over water represented a dead loss, as too often did the pilot, in the absence of a decent sea rescue service. As early as 19 July, Park was forced to remind his pilots to attack only within gliding distance of the coast. In other ways, the period proved to be of advantage to Fighter Command. Firstly, the relatively low intensity of the German effort did not overextend the squadrons. For the entire period, the Luftwaffe committed no more than 340 aircraft from Luftflotte 2 and 240 from Luftflotte 3. Only 16% of the forces available. As a result, the number of British aircraft in combat on any one day could be kept quite low, reaching a maximum of just 140 on 25 July. So Park never had to commit more than 50% of his serviceable Hurricanes and Spitfires on any day of this first period. What this relatively low-intensity warfare amounted to for an individual pilot can be seen from the diary of Pilot Officer Whistler. He was based at Debden and at Martlesham Heath, Debden's satellite airfield, in 11 Group. From 12 July to 7 August, Whistler flew patrols on 8 days, most of them over East Coast convoys. He saw action just once. On 29 July, his section encountered an HE-111 bomber. They attacked it head-on and from astern. It is worth noting that some squadrons were already departing from the attack formations laid down by Fighter Command. Whistler then followed the bomber down and carried out another head-on attack until it went into the water. On 6 other days, Whistler carried out practice attacks, noting of the first that it was not very good, as the leaders had never led attacks before and the CO had never done them. Nor did practice seem to help. On the 28th July, he recorded that scores were awful and that I failed to hit anything at all. On the last practice attack for this period, the squadron lost its CO in the dark. The remainder of Whistler's time was taken up by such activities as formation flying for photographers from Life magazine, ferrying mid-ranking officers from one airfield to another, resting at a stately home, and being duty pilot. Of all the God-forsaken jobs, this is the worst. In addition, he attended 2 drunken parties. Everyone got plastered, had 2 days leave, and was grounded on 1 day because of the weather. He witnessed 2 aircraft written off in accidents and 1 death because of a botched landing, and heard of another death in the squadron due to a further landing accident. He mentions fatigue just once, after 4.5 hours flying on 25 July. God, we were tired this evening. And on various other days he was on standby but did not fly. Not one of his squadron was lost to enemy action. For Whistler and other pilots in similar situations, the Luftwaffe's tactics allowed many inexperienced British pilots to be eased into battle without excessive strain or heavy casualties. This is not to underestimate the nervous energy expended in flying standard patrols, or the risks involved in merely taking off and landing relatively fragile fighters. Nevertheless, Whistler got in quite a few hours of practice fighting, and despite his self-deprecating remarks, he was skilled enough to down a German bomber when the moment came. In this way, the Luftwaffe in this period gave many Fighter Command a month to hone their skills. Pilots based near the south coast no doubt saw more action than Whistler. However, when we examine the combat statistics for the period as a whole, they provide further evidence that the British won this opening skirmish. During the period 10 July to 7 August, Dowding's force lost 220 Hurricanes and Spitfires, shot down, written off, or damaged. Comparative figures for the Luftwaffe for the period are 344 aircraft, 88 Me-109s, 109 bombers, 36 dive bombers, 31 twin-engine fighters. If just the aircraft destroyed are examined, the figures are even less flattering to the Germans. Some 85 Hurricanes and Spitfires were destroyed as against 258 enemy aircraft, 46 Me-109s, 164 bombers, 17 dive bombers, and 31 twin-engine fighters. The ratio of aircraft destroyed, therefore, is almost exactly 3-to-1 in favor of Fighter Command. 2 aspects of these figures need to be noted. The British had destroyed 17% of the German serviceable bomber force. If damaged bombers are included, that number increases to 20%. This represents a significant attrition rate on a force that had been committed in small numbers and had been heavily protected by fighters. On the other hand, the figures for fighters lost indicate that the Germans destroyed about twice the number they lost. This might have been a serious matter for Fighter Command, had it not been for the aircraft production effort. During this period, Dowding's force gained 400 fighters. By contrast, the Germans added just 140. Early in the battle, the British were winning the numbers game. The figures for loss ratios are even more remarkable when other factors are taken into account. Firstly, as noted, in this period German bombers were heavily escorted by fighters, making interception for the British very perilous. Second, Fighter Command had to fly a large number of standing patrols over convoys. This limited the combat time available to the escorting fighters, and often conceded the advantage of height and sun to the enemy. Third, the inexperience of the radar operators meant that they often underestimated the numbers or height of the German raiders. In these instances, also conceding these advantages to the enemy. Fourth, the guns of British fighters were harmonized to 450 yards. Experienced pilots such as Sailor Mallon, 74 Squadron, realized that the stopping power of a fighter's 8 machine guns was much greater at close range because of the higher velocity of the bullets, and that in any case it was easier to hit the target from close in. He therefore harmonized his own guns at 250 yards. Others in his squadron, and no doubt adjacent squadrons, followed suit. However, most pilots in this period kept to the Air Ministry standard of 450 yards, thus depriving themselves of this advantage. Moreover, Mallon and others realized that the German bombers were particularly vulnerable to a head-on attack because few of their guns fired forward. He and others in his squadron adopted this form of attack to break up enemy formations and pick the stragglers off when they separated from the main group. This method gradually became standard in those squadrons close enough to Mallon's to pick up on what he was doing. But neither the Air Ministry nor Dowding nor Park saw fit to inform the entire command of this method, which went unused by many squadrons during the battle. A fifth factor, that of flying and attack formations, deserves more detailed consideration, because it is often claimed that Fighter Command entered the battle with formations and tactics that were markedly inferior to those employed by the Luftwaffe. The standard flying formation used by Fighter Command was a Vic, or V, of 3 planes with a squadron deployed into 4 Vics, 1 per section. In a Vic formation, number 1 is the section leader, and numbers 2 and 3 are his support. It was the task of the leader to scan the air for the enemy, the task of the support pilots to keep their eyes on the leader. This scheme had an obvious weakness. Only 1 aircraft in 3 was actually looking for the enemy, which meant that numbers 2 and 3 could be jumped by an enemy flying directly behind them. Some in Fighter Command, Saul in 13 Group and the commander of 19 Squadron at Duxford, wanted to adopt something like the German Finger 4 formation, which was essentially 2 groups of 2 planes, slightly staggered in distance and height, like the 4 fingers of a hand. This formation was much looser, and meant that each pilot searched ahead and astern, thus providing each other with mutual support. It also allowed for greater flexibility. If the 4 aircraft were separated into 2 groups of 2, there would still be some support available. The Germans had developed this formation after experience in Spain, and it was undoubtedly a better grouping than the Vic. Indeed, it was implemented by Fighter Command after the Battle of Britain, and was used for the remainder of the war. Its one disadvantage for the relatively inexperienced pilots of Fighter Command was that the spread of 4 planes took skill to maintain, and a slight divergence off course could cause a single fighter, flying, it must be remembered, at over 300 miles an hour, to lose touch with the formation. In the hands of unskilled pilots, a formation of 4 could rapidly fracture into 4 single aircraft. Nevertheless, it is a mark against Dowding and the Air Ministry that they did not draw to the attentions of the group the benefits of either the head-on attack, the finger 4 formation, and the harmonization of guns at a shorter distance. Squadrons that did not adopt any of these methods of attack could occasionally pay a heavy price. To take just 2 examples, between 9 and 21 August, 266 Squadron from 11 Group had 12 aircraft destroyed and 11 damaged. It was immediately withdrawn to 12 Group. Similarly, between 22 August and 1 September, when it was withdrawn, 616 Squadron from 13 Group had 13 aircraft destroyed and 8 damaged. Fortunately for Dowding, most squadrons survived the battle without suffering these horrific casualties. It is strange, however, that Dowding never saw the dissemination of information about the latest fighting methods as one of his tasks. Had such tactics been adopted more widely, there is little doubt that the kill rate of fighter command would have gone up, and the accuracy rate of German bombing gone down. So in the first period of the battle, the British had a force with little training, some with experience in France, directed by a radar system that was still learning its business, flying planes in the wrong formations, with guns harmonized at too great a distance, and using obsolete methods in moving to attack. Moreover, few pilots had mastered the skill of deflection shooting, that is, aiming not directly at the enemy aircraft, but at a position where that aircraft would be when the bullets arrived. Yet during this first month, the Luftwaffe did not put this inexperienced force to the test. Probably the most aircraft sent over by Kesselring and Spöller was 200. Why the Germans adopted this tentative approach has never been satisfactorily explained. The widespread German view that this period should not be designated as part of the Battle of Britain at all misses the important point that during this time the Luftwaffe's tactics allowed Dowding's men to learn on the job without being overwhelmed. When the Germans increased the tempo from 8 August, they were to find a much more experienced force lying in wait for them. Chapter 10. The Battle of Britain. The Crisis. The desultory nature of the air war being waged against Britain in July was ended by Hitler. He had been mulling over future grand strategy with his generals and advisers, and on 30 July he came to a decision. The Soviet Union would be invaded in the spring of 1941. England had to be eliminated well before then. The Führer's problem was that this window for an invasion was very short. Bad weather in the Channel could be anticipated to be endemic from October. This left fewer than 8 weeks to accomplish the main precondition for invasion, the establishment of air superiority over Britain. Clearly, the air war would require a greater effort and a new plan. Consequently, on 1 August, Hitler issued Führer Directive No. 17, which in part detailed a new direction for the Luftwaffe. The RAF must be eliminated, as well as its ground installations and the aircraft industry. Ports, which provided shelter for the Royal Navy, or through which food and raw materials were imported, must be destroyed. Any decision to bomb the civilian population, as a deliberate act, he reserved for himself. Hitler's military staff, the OKW, added that the RAF must be dealt with in the same way as the Polish and French air forces, that is, destroyed on the ground, and that the radar chain should be attacked as a first priority. Goering, who had largely left the operational conduct of the air battle to Kesselring of Luftflotte II and Spöller of Luftflotte III, responded immediately to the Führer directive. On 2 August, he outlined his second plan against Britain. It was to open on 5 August with an all-out attack, grandiloquently called Adler-Tag, Eagle Day, against a wide list of targets: the RAF, ports, merchant ships, and warships. And in line with the OKW paper, the British early warning system, the radar chain, was to be attacked by specially trained units in the first wave. Goering's response contained the same flaw as his first plan, although neither Hitler nor the Luftwaffe chiefs seemed to notice. Apart from the contribution of OKW, there was no strategic guidance given to the Luftwaffe. They were not told, for example, to give absolute priority to the destruction of Fighter Command, and then to concentrate on ports and imports. The implication was that every target listed was as important as every other target. Yet if the Luftwaffe tried to attack them all, the force would be spread very thin. Goering's instructions to his airmen amounted to this: destroy Fighter Command on the ground, which implied an attack on all their major airfields, and at the same time attack the aircraft industry, while continuing with current operations against ports and merchant ships. This multiplicity of objectives ensured that whatever pressure was brought to bear against Fighter Command, it would not be maximum pressure. The Great Offensive had, to some extent, dissipated before it had begun. Goering's immediate problem, however, was to find a period of fine weather in which he could launch Eagle Day. Forecasts for 5 August predicted low cloud and haze, so 10 August was chosen. A low over the Azores made that day problematical as well, but the high that followed finally gave Goering a date. Eagle Day would take place on 13 August. The attack on the radar chain would precede it by a day. No doubt Goering was impatient to start his offensive, but he was confident of the result. In a widely quoted statement, he boasted that if he were given 4 days of fine weather, the RAF would be no more. In the light of the fighting in July, this might seem just another of Goering's characteristically bombastic statements. Certainly his confidence was high after the unbroken chain of victories achieved by the Luftwaffe since the beginning of the war. But there was more to his assessment than bombast. Goering's confidence was based on a series of reports issued by Luftwaffe intelligence on the state of British defences. The problem for the Germans was that these reports increasingly diverged from reality. The one fact the intelligence section calculated with reasonable accuracy was that Fighter Command had lost 220 to 250 modern fighters in July, when actual losses were about 200. But Luftwaffe intelligence had then made the assumption that Fighter Command was in crisis because of a catastrophic fall in fighter production. On 1 August, the report said, according to statements put out by an authoritative British source in mid-July, the effect on aircraft production by bombing was achieved at the factories of Bolton and Paul at Norwich, Defiant, Vickers Supermarine at Southampton, Hurricane, Bristol at Filton, Blenheim Bristol Engines, and Gloucester at Hucklecote, Hurricane, resulting in a fall in production of at least 50%. The report also claimed that the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine factory at Hillingdon had been hit. From this report, Luftwaffe intelligence concluded that the number of British fighters received from the factories in July had been 180. This was a major miscalculation based on a source that was either spreading disinformation or was woefully misinformed. It was true that the aircraft plants mentioned had been bombed, or at least had had bombs dropped near them. But whatever happened to production of the Defiant or Blenheim was hardly relevant because, as any Luftwaffe pilot knew, their overwhelming opposition came from Hurricanes and Spitfires. And it was in regard to these types that the report was totally inaccurate. The Supermarine works at Southampton, which anyway made Spitfires, not Hurricanes, had not been touched. Nor had the Merlin engine factory, which made engines for Hurricanes and Spitfires. Nor had the Hucklecote works. In fact, far from declining, the production of Hurricanes and Spitfires in the period discussed by the Luftwaffe report remained steady at a combined total of approximately 100 per week. As for the production of Defiance and Blenheims, the first was being phased out as obsolescent, and the second was a light bomber with very marginal relevance to the Battle of Britain. More faulty intelligence followed. The report went on to quote another authoritative source, which to some extent contradicted the first source. This authority stated that British aircraft production had fallen by 20%, i.e., much less than was claimed by the first source. Yet this fall had not been due to bombing, but to shortages of raw materials, partly caused by the sinking of 259,000 tons of shipping, mainly in the Channel, and by the refusal of workers to staff night shifts at aircraft factories. This report, too, was wide of the mark. Only 62,000 tons of shipping had been sunk in the Channel, and despite the best efforts of the U-boats, there were no shortages of raw materials that would have affected the aircraft industry. As for the reluctant workers in the aircraft factories, they were actually working longer hours than they had at the beginning of the war. Moreover, the number of people employed in the aircraft industries increased from 757,000 in the second quarter of 1944 to 866,000 in the third, and 964,000 in the fourth quarter. So much for the reluctance of Beaverbrook's workforce to carry on. In addition, the Germans did not seem to notice that their two authorities contradicted each other. Or perhaps they did notice, and felt that the discrepancies did not matter because they both pointed in the same direction, to a weakening in British fighter defence. It was with these false impressions that the great air offensive was launched. While the Luftwaffe waited for favourable weather, operations continued along similar lines to those conducted in July. Two of these are worthy of note because they demonstrate what a fine line there was for the British between success and failure. The first occurred on 8 August. It began with an attack on a British convoy, Peewit, of 25 ships, not by the Luftwaffe, but by German E-boats, fast motor torpedo boats. As the convoy approached Brighton, the E-boats struck and sank 3 ships. The attack scattered the convoy, and soon the remaining 22 ships were straggling along the south coast, making them very difficult to defend. Before long, a force estimated by radar to be at least 30 German aircraft discovered the ships and prepared to attack. 11 Group immediately scrambled 5 squadrons to intercept, but for reasons that are unclear, only 145 Squadron arrived in time. The enemy was in greater strength than anticipated, 80 aircraft, including dive bombers, and fighters. But the 12 Hurricanes of the squadron went straight for the bombers. The result was that the bombers were prevented from launching a concerted attack on the ships and had to bomb individually. In the melee, no ships were hit. Later, 238 Squadron disrupted an attack on the straggling ships by a similar number of aircraft in a similar way. Once more, no ships were sunk. The overall results for the day were heavily in Fighter Command's favour. They had shot down 25 German aircraft for a loss of 7 Hurricanes and 4 pilots. These incidents demonstrated that even outnumbered by 8-1, the British could thwart bombing attacks on a vulnerable convoy while inflicting significant losses on the Luftwaffe. However, Other days did not go as well for the British. On 11 August, the enemy mounted an attack with over 100 aircraft on the Isle of Portland. The radar chain had given 10 and 11 groups ample warning of the attack, and 5 squadrons were scrambled to meet it. However, the strong German fighter escort managed to lure most of the Hurricanes and Spitfires to the west, which allowed Portland and Weymouth to be bombed at will. In the ensuing fighter dogfight, the Germans had the advantage of height and numbers, both underestimated by the radar plots, and so had by far the better of the contest. The British shot down 16 Me-109s, but the Germans destroyed 28 fighters and crippled another 17. Worse still for the British, 25 pilots were killed. This was the first time that pilot losses exceeded the daily replacement number. So here we have 2 days of combat. On the first, the tenacity of 2 single British squadrons wreaked havoc among the attackers, disrupting their bombing runs while inflicting heavy losses on them. On the second, clever German diversionary tactics led 3 British squadrons to attack a much larger German fighter force in disadvantageous circumstances. One squadron, 145, was involved in both incidents. In the first encounter, its decision to attack the bombers was correct, and in the second, its decision to follow the fighters was mistaken. Yet if the British were going to come through the battle, they had to make correct decisions more often than not. Was it possible that the Battle of Britain could have been lost by a series of incorrect decisions made by squadron leaders in a split second as they closed with the enemy at 500 miles per hour? It was not. Parke paid close attention to events such as those on 11 August, and he responded. On 19 August, he issued an instruction to his sector controllers, which ordered them to dispatch a minimum number of squadrons to engage enemy fighters. Our main object is to engage enemy bombers. This instruction was clear enough. No doubt there would still be occasions when British units were lured away from the bombers, but this was unlikely to happen, often under the watchful eye of Parke. The overture to Eagle Day was to be an attack on the British radar stations. For this, the Germans used a unit specially trained to bomb difficult targets. But typically, this attack would be confined to a relatively small section of the radar chain. Nor would the radar network be the only German target that day. Airfields at Manston, Hawking, and Lymm, which was not an operational station, were to be attacked, and Portsmouth was to be bombed. Thus, the effort of the Luftwaffe would be spread from Kent to the West Country. Nevertheless, the attack on the Kentish radar stations, the main target of the Luftwaffe that day, could have been serious enough had it succeeded. From Fighter Command's point of view, the alarming aspect of the attack was that between 9:32 a.m. and 9:45 a.m. The stations at Pevensey, Rye, Dover, and Dunkirk, Kent, were all bombed without intervention by a single British fighter. Partly, this was due to mischance. Radar had detected a German force assembling across the Channel just after 7 a.m., and 3 squadrons, 610, 111, and 54, were sent up to meet it. However, this German force directed its attack against the coastal airfields of Manston and Lymm. Even then, the squadrons failed to engage the bombers, which proceeded to render their airstrips temporarily unserviceable. The force attacking the radar chain, KGR 210, did not leave Calais until 9:15 a.m., by which time the initial 3 squadrons had landed and their replacements had not taken off. This gave the bombers a free run. They managed to hit all 4 stations, but the damage, except to Pevensey, was not serious. The stations at Dunkirk and Dover suffered damage to huts, but were never off the air. At Rye, all huts were destroyed, but it was back in operation by noon. Pevensey was the hardest hit, The electricity cables were cut with the result that it was out of action for 24 hours. Meanwhile, in the west, another station, Ventnor on the Isle of Wight, had been severely damaged. In this attack, the main target was Portsmouth, but a number of Ju-88s, operating as dive bombers, peeled off and struck Ventnor. All buildings were destroyed, and all cables, electricity and communication were severed. It was to be off the air for 11 days. For their first effort against the radar chain, the Luftwaffe had achieved good results. One station had been crippled and 4 others damaged. Further raids might have dealt the system a mortal blow. But further raids, as part of a systematic attempt to deprive Fighter Command of its eyes in the air, did not follow. Goering apparently questioned the value of the attacks, and they were stopped. Certainly Ventnor was hit again on 17 August, and the station at Poling was put out of action on the next day. But this was collateral damage, arising from operations against quite different targets, not from a sustained attempt to eliminate the radar system. These few operations constituted the only German attacks on the radar chain for the entire period of the Battle of Britain. To some extent, the Germans, although they had radar of their own, failed to realize how the British used it and how it formed the vital link between Fighter Command headquarters, group headquarters, and the sector airfields. Partly, it was a matter of the targets being so hard to hit. The dive bombers aimed at the towers and hit none of them. Moreover, as they could detect signal emissions from all stations on 13 August, the British sent a dummy signal from Ventnor. They assumed that all were in working order. It is hard to explain why the radar chain did not attract a more concerted attack. Even if the Germans had not realized the importance of radar, they were aware that it constituted some form of early warning system. While the radar towers had not been hit, aerial reconnaissance revealed to the Luftwaffe that they had inflicted some damage on the stations attacked. The intelligence section noted that during the bombing of Ventnor, sheets of flame, intense fires, and thick smoke were observed. And the next day a reconnaissance patrol reported craters in vicinity of wireless station masts. Station quarters on fire. To commanders with fixity of purpose and with a determination to pursue their objectives, these results would have provided encouragement to continue. But Goering could not see the importance of the radar stations, and there is no evidence that Kesselring or Sperle could either. Hitler's staff had recognized their importance and had advised the Luftwaffe commanders that attacks on the radar chain should precede the intensification of the air war against other targets. But except for the initial attack, this advice had been ignored. Not for the last time, the lack of a well-thought-out plan gave a reprieve to the British. Eagle Day was finally implemented on 13 August. It did not live up to Goering's expectations. When the weather turned bad, he attempted to cancel the operation, but this misfired. The first wave of bombers did not receive the signal and flew to their targets unescorted by the fighters that had received the cancellation message. A massacre was averted when Fighter Command failed to find the bombers, but the farcical aspect of the day continued when the bombers proceeded to bomb Eastchurch Airfield heavily, a coastal command station only used by fighters for emergency landings. A more concerted action followed in the afternoon. Southampton was badly bombed, but there was redemption for Parks's men when 609 Squadron came across a group of 12 Stukas and downed 9 of them. Altogether, the 12 Spitfires shot a total of 19,665 rounds at the Stukas, attacking them from 250 yards astern to point-blank range. This was the beginning of the end for the machines that had caused such terror in the campaign in the West. After further heavy losses, on 18 August, most were withdrawn from the battle. At the end of Eagle Day, the British had lost just 14 Spitfires and Hurricanes and destroyed 43 German machines, comprising 9 Stukas, 12 Me-110s, 16 bombers, and 6 fighters. This was a poor return for the 1,400 sorties flown by the Luftwaffe. Moreover, although substantial damage had been inflicted on the Southampton docks, only one fighter airfield had been attacked, Middle Wallop, and that yielded no result. Despite the fiasco of Eagle Day, the Luftwaffe would, during the next month, make a concerted effort against RAF aerodromes. The next 24 days saw the Luftwaffe target airfields right across southern England. The pattern of attack raises a number of questions. The first concerns targeting. The Luftwaffe made a total of 67 airfield attacks in this period, yet 27, or 40% of them, were against stations that were not fighter command airfields. This misdirected effort was partly the result of faulty intelligence. For example, on 12 August, German photographic reconnaissance identified 18 Spitfires at the Gosport Coastal Command Station, when in fact there were none. Similarly, 16 Hurricanes were noted at Thorney Island, and 10 Spitfires at Ford, when neither airfield had any single-engine fighters. Mistakes of a similar nature were made by the Luftwaffe throughout the period, leading to many wasted missions. This also reveals that the Luftwaffe was relying, at least to some extent, on reconnaissance missions to establish the whereabouts of the British fighter force. This either means that they thought the British could move squadrons at will to any airfield without loss of control, or that they had no real grip on the location of Fighter Command's airfields. That Fighter Command's organization remained a mystery to the Luftwaffe chiefs, as reaffirmed when we turn to the attacks made against those airfields that actually belonged to Fighter Command. Clearly, it was the sector airfields that were the vital cog in the British system. It was these airfields that received the radar and observer corps information from Group Headquarters and passed it on to the squadrons on its own airfield, and those satellite airfields under its control. To disrupt Fighter Command, it was crucial that these sector airfields be destroyed. That only 50% of the raids on fighter airfields were made against these sectors confirms that the Germans had little understanding of their role. The concentrated attention given by the Germans to Biggin Hill might be thought to run counter to this point. However, the repeated assaults on it probably came about because it was easy to see, was obviously a large airfield, and, being just south of London, was frequently flown over. Kenley, Hornchurch, North Weald, Tangmere, and others were just as important, and yet were only sporadically attacked. Another weakness in this approach is that, with one or two exceptions, the Germans failed to bomb a sector airfield systematically, to the point where it could no longer operate. An attack on Kenley on 18 August provides a good example of this. On that day the airfield was heavily bombed. All hangars were demolished, 6 Hurricanes destroyed or damaged on the ground, and telephone cables cut. The sector operations room had been closed and an emergency system brought into use. From then on, Kenley could only operate 2 squadrons instead of its usual complement of 3, with a consequent loss of efficiency. Follow-up raids might have put the airfield out of operation altogether. Yet Kenley was not bombed again during this period. In the interval, huts were repaired, communications restored, and business as usual was resumed. Indeed, the only sector airfield to suffer a sustained assault was Biggin Hill, which was bombed on 6 occasions in 8 days during late August and early September. The assault on Biggin Hill started on the morning of 30 August, but no vital targets were hit. In the afternoon, the story was different. Then, a group of Ju-88s eluded the defense and bombed the workshops, the stores depot, and the armory. More importantly, they cut the power and telephone communications to part of the station. 39 personnel were killed and 26 wounded. On 31 August, the raiders returned and achieved a direct hit on the operations room. Temporary telephone communications, rigged up the day before, were also hit. After another raid on 1 September, the station could only control one of its 3 squadrons. The other 2 were dispersed to satellite airfields because of the large number of craters in the runway and from fear that buildings might fall on the aircraft. 3 consecutive days of bombing had reduced Biggin Hill to a shambles, and the dispersal of squadrons certainly reduced its operational efficiency. But subsequent events demonstrated how difficult it was to put a fighter station out of commission. On 2 September, a temporary operations room was set up in a nearby shop, and the GPO soon restored cable and telephone communications. The station could then pass on radar and observer corps information to its dispersed squadrons. Craters were also filled in, and a degree of normality was restored. The other sector airfield that was heavily bombed on 31 August was Hornchurch, where dispersal huts, petrol dumps, and barrack blocks were hit. However, within 24 hours, the airfield was serviceable again. Most damage had been repaired, and the operations room and hangars had not been affected by the raid. In addition, Hornchurch was a grass airfield, with no runways to crater. The experience of Biggin Hill is proof that the Luftwaffe could make life extremely difficult for Fighter Command. But to inflict serious damage, they needed to identify the sector airfields, realize that the operations rooms and the communications cables were the crucial targets, hit them, and keep them out of action by repeated raids. It is clear that the Germans lacked the information needed to identify the airfields and the crucial targets on them, and the accuracy to hit these targets with any regularity. Their difficulties were compounded by the multiplicity of targets they attempted to destroy. At the same time as the Luftwaffe attacked the airfields, it was also required to attack ports, convoys, and other pre-invasion targets. During this period, the following non-RAF targets were bombed: Portland, Chichester, convoys off Flamborough Head, Brighton, Sandwich, shipping in the Thames estuary, Dover, Portsmouth, Exmouth, Yarmouth, Ipswich, and many more locations. Admittedly, some of these targets, such as Southampton, which contained the Spitfire works, could be regarded as targets of vital concern to Fighter Command. However, the overall pattern indicates that once again the Luftwaffe was dispersing its efforts. There was clearly no single-minded purpose behind these attacks. Perhaps the Germans thought that they had the power to destroy a whole range of targets simultaneously. What they actually achieved in trying to destroy everything was to destroy nothing. Some airfields were badly damaged, some ports grievously affected, but neither the RAF nor Britain's coastal shipping nor its export trade was disastrously disrupted. There was a temporary change in the German tactics when the Luftwaffe decided to attack not just the south of England, but the Midlands and Scotland as well. For this purpose, they mobilized Luftflotte 5 under Generaloberst Hans-Jürgen Stumpf, flying from aerodromes in Norway and Denmark. The main problem with this plan, apart from the dispersal of effort it represented, was that because of the great distances involved, the bombers would have to fly without single-engine fighter escort. They would have to rely instead on the slow and vulnerable Me-110s. All told, about 130 bombers, escorted by the twin-engine fighters, mounted raids in the northeast. The radar chain located the enemy formations well out to sea, and fighter squadrons were scrambled in ample time to meet them. The result was a massacre, as evidenced by the combat report from just one of the intercepting squadrons. The 605 Squadron was south of Newcastle, when it was vectored in on a group of about 60 to 70 Heinkel 111s. In all, the squadron mounted 16 attacks on the Germans. Their sobering reports are as follows. Attack number 1, 200 to 50 yards, no deflection, 7 bursts of 3 seconds, engine put out of action. Attack number 2, 300 to 50 yards, no deflection, 1 burst of 2 to 3 seconds, EA destroyed. Attack number 3, a stern attack, no deflection, 1 burst of 2 seconds, EA destroyed. Attack number 4, a stern attack, 150 to 50 yards, no deflection, 1 burst of 2 to 3 seconds, no result. Attack number 5, beam attack, 200 to 100 yards, slight deflection, 1 burst of 3 seconds, EA destroyed. Attack number 6, a stern attack, 150 to 70 yards, oil-blinded fighter pilot, EA probably destroyed. Attack number 7, quarter attack from port side, 1 burst of 3 seconds, EA damaged. Attack number 8, dive attack, 250 to 25 yards, 1 burst of 5 seconds, oil on windscreen prevented observation. Attack number 9, dive attack, 1 burst of 3 seconds, EA destroyed. Attack number 10, beam attack of 3 seconds, EA destroyed. Attack number 11, dive attack, 400 to 100 yards, 1 burst of 7 seconds, EA damaged. Attack number 12, beam attack, 250 to 100 yards, 4-second burst, EA destroyed. Attack number 13, beam attack, 300 to 200 yards, ammunition ran out, no result. Attack number 14, attack on 2 EA, engines of both on fire, probably destroyed. Attack number 15, attack 100 to 20 yards, 1 burst of 3 seconds, EA probably destroyed. Attack number 16, attack on straggler, EA destroyed. And so the slaughter continued. By the end of the day, the 2 Luftwaffe units involved in the northeast had lost 8 Heinkel 111s, 9 Junker 88s, and 10 Me-110s. The fighter command lost no aircraft. The experiment was never repeated, and many of the planes from Luftflotte 5 were transferred to France. It must also be kept in mind that throughout this period the German bombers were also active at night, not against airfields, which could not be accurately identified during hours of darkness, but against industrial targets such as Liverpool, Bristol, the Midlands, South Wales, and others. The importance of these raids as far as the Battle of Britain is concerned is that bombers used at night were not bombing airfields, nor could they be used in any capacity the following day, as their crews had to be rested. As a consequence, on any given day, the Luftwaffe could attack fighter command only with aircraft not involved with pre-invasion bombing, and those not used in operations on the previous night. While the intensification of the air attack caused fighter command considerable grief and inconvenience, it did not represent an all-out assault by the forces at the Luftwaffe's command. It is hardly surprising that there were many in fighter command, both pilots and commanders, who nevertheless felt that the whole weight of the Luftwaffe had been turned against them. By 6 September, southern British airfields had been under attack for a month, although, as noted, there was little system in the German approach. Sector airfields at Middle Wallop, Kenley, Biggin Hill, Hornchurch, North Weald, Debden, and Tangmere had been hit. The condition of this last station, although it was not put out of action, even for an hour, could make a powerful impression. P.O. Whistler, who had just been posted there, noted, Tangmere is in a shocking state, the buildings being in an awful shambles, several 1,000-pound bombs having fallen. The most anguished reaction to the state of 11 group airfields, however, came from the man in charge of them, Sir Keith Park. In a report to Dowding, he stated, 36. Contrary to general belief and official reports, the enemy's bombing attacks by day did extensive damage to 5 of our forward aerodromes, and also to 6 of our 7 sector stations. The damage to forward aerodromes was so severe that Manston and Lymm were on several occasions, for days, quite unfit for operating fighters. 37. Biggin Hill was so severely damaged that only 1 squadron could operate from there, and the remaining 2 squadrons had to be placed under the control of adjacent sectors for over a week. Had the enemy continued his heavy attacks against the adjacent sectors and knocked out their operations rooms or telephone communications, the fighter defences of London would have been in a parlous state. 38. Sector operations rooms have on 3 occasions been put out of action, either by direct hits or by damage to GPO cables. And all sectors took into use their emergency operations rooms, which were not only too small to house the essential personnel, but had never been provided with the proper scale of GPO landlines to enable normal operation of 3 squadrons per sector. In view of this grave deficiency, arrangements were made to establish alternative sector operations rooms within 5 miles of each sector aerodrome, and this work is now proceeding with the highest priority. 40. The attacks on our fighter aerodromes soon proved that the Air Ministry's arrangements for labour and equipment quickly to repair aerodrome surfaces were absolutely inadequate, and this has been made the subject of numerous signals and letters during the past 4 weeks. 41. There was a critical period between 29th August and 5th September when the damage to sector stations and our ground organisation was having a serious effect on the fighting efficiency of the fighter squadrons, who could not be given the same good technical and administrative service as previously. Luckily, Park concluded, the enemy then turned its attention to other targets, London, and this gave the sectors and other airfields time to recover. Park's report has been quoted at length because it is probably the origin of the view that if the Luftwaffe had not turned its attention to London on 7 September, Fighter Command might well have been doomed. Park certainly makes some cogent points in the report about the damage done to his sector airfields, the inadequacy of repair facilities, and the drop in efficiency caused by the dispersal of squadrons. However, it is not hindsight to see in this report the response of a commander under the utmost pressure. It bears repeating that to a large extent, Park's 11 Group fought the Battle of Britain. Park was required, day after day, to make the critical decisions on which squadrons to send up, and when and where to send them. He had to get these decisions right to give his squadron leaders a chance to engage the enemy on favourable terms. Park, in short, could have lost the battle. Dowding was well aware of the pressure on Park, so when he passed on his report to the Air Ministry, he added a few comments to give perspective to the situation that faced the embattled commander of 11 Group. In particular, he selected paragraph 40 for detailed comment. Paragraph 40 reads very pessimistically, and in it I think AOC number 11 Group has done justice neither to himself or to the units of his command. The fact is that the Battle of August and September was very fierce and sustained. In these conditions, it was inevitable that the efficiency of the fighter squadrons should fall off in a marked manner. But the point to remember is that the losses sustained by the enemy were so great that heavy day attacks by bombers on airfields were brought to a standstill. It is apparent that Dowding, while conceding Park's difficulties, did not think that Fighter Command was at the end of its tether. In this, he was surely correct. 5 of the 6 sector stations had indeed been hit, but few remained out of action for more than a few hours. Operating squadrons from adjacent sectors or from satellite airfields was indeed less efficient than operating them from home base, but they could still be deployed in time to meet enemy attacks. Temporary operations rooms were no doubt crowded and less efficient than the originals, but they were all well able to function away from the sector airfield, receive the radar and observer call plots, and send their squadrons up. As for Park's remarks about the forward aerodromes, it was inevitable that as soon as the Germans gained possession of the Channel coast in France, airfields such as Manston and Lymm, which anyway was only an emergency landing strip, would become untenable. In short, there seems no reason that Fighter Command could not have absorbed yet more punishment to its airfields while remaining a going concern. This is not to say that Park's worries were not understandable, or that the turn of the Luftwaffe against London did not give his stations a respite. Whether such a respite extended to the pilots and aircraft of Fighter Command is another matter. Chapter 11. The Battle of Britain. The battle won 7 September, 31 October, 1940. The decision to bomb London constituted the third plan formulated by the Germans. First, there had been a reconnaissance in force to test the strength of Fighter Command. Then there had been the more intense period with fighter airfields as the main, but by no means only, target. Now it was to be London's turn. The origin of this plan is often portrayed as a reprisal raid for the British bombing of Berlin. On 25 August, a number of bombs had fallen on London. Churchill ordered an immediate reprisal, and an ineffectual raid was mounted against Berlin. In retaliation, it is claimed, a furious Hitler and Goering decided that London would become the major target of future Luftwaffe operations. That bombs fell first on London and then on Berlin is not in doubt, but that bombing Berlin caused the Luftwaffe to change policy can be questioned. In late August, Luftwaffe intelligence estimated that between 12 and 19 August, 644 British aircraft had been destroyed. That is, almost all of Fighter Command's serviceable strength, and 11 airfields, Eastchurch, Gosport, Lyon-Solent, Lymm, Manston, Tangmere, Hawking, Portsmouth, Rochester, Driffield, Martlesham, had been put permanently out of action. The actual figures were 139 aircraft destroyed and 2 airfields out of action. But at a meeting of the Luftwaffe High Command at The Hague in early September, Kesselring declared that on the basis of the intelligence figures, the RAF was finished. Goering, always anxious to declare a victory in the West so that he could reorient the Luftwaffe towards Russia, agreed, and despite a warning from Sperler that the British still possessed 1,000 fighters, Kesselring's view prevailed. It was decided to finish off what little remained of Fighter Command by selecting a target that its few fighters were bound to defend, London. Without fighter defense, civilian morale was bound to collapse, and peace terms be sought. It would be victory without invasion. London must be attacked. If Luftwaffe intelligence on the state of Fighter Command was deluded, their thinking about the importance of London was accurate enough. Fighter Command was bound to defend the capital. But when the first mass attack was made on 7 September, Park was not yet certain that London had become the main target. So when 300 German bombers, escorted by 600 fighters, crossed the coast just after 4 p.m., 11 Group expected the mass of aircraft to split into disparate raids and make for the fighter airfields, as had been the case for the last month. As a result, The 11 Group Controller dispatched many squadrons to patrol their own airfields, which gave the German bombers converging on London almost a free passage. In particular, the third wave of bombers penetrated to the capital unharried. It is clear from the combat reports that most British squadrons only intercepted the enemy after they had delivered their bombs. But even when a squadron managed to intercept enemy aircraft advancing on London, they were often unable to stop them. In this regard, the experience of 54 Squadron was typical. 12 aircraft of 54 Squadron engaged the enemy over Maidstone. Our fighters went in to attack the bombers in separate sections, but were soon harassed by the fighters. Our pilots were unable to break the enemy bomber formations or to inflict much damage. There could be no doubting the effort put in by Fighter Command. That day, 25 squadrons from 10, 11, and 12 groups were sent up, some on more than once. A total of 817 sorties were flown, and over 200 aircraft actually engaged the enemy. But when the locations of the combats were analyzed, few of them took place over London. The most common location was Kent, and the most common time after 6:15 p.m. That is, after the last German bomber had dropped its bombs on the East End. In all, on 7 September, the Germans dropped over 600 tons of high explosive and 13,000 incendiaries on the capital, killing over 400 civilians and seriously wounding about 1,400 others. The Luftwaffe paid a price. They lost 16 fighters, 15 bombers, and 8 fighter bombers, a total of 39 aircraft. In addition, another 18 were damaged. But Fighter Command lost 25 Hurricanes and Spitfires, with another 29 damaged. This was the fourth highest loss for any day of the Battle of Britain, only exceeded on 15, 18, and 31 August. The attrition rate on Fighter Command had not been lessened by the change of targets. In the light of this heavy and concentrated raid, Park changed tactics. He noted that 300 or 400 German aircraft, in 2 or 3 waves, had made the raid on London in rapid succession, the whole battle lasting only 45 to 60 minutes. To counter these tactics, he divided his squadrons into 3 groups. Readiness squadrons would be dispatched in pairs against the first enemy wave, the Spitfire squadrons attacking the fighters, and the Hurricane squadrons going straight for the bombers. The next group of squadrons would also operate in pairs and be at 15 minutes readiness. The third group would act as a single squadron and be used as a reserve against the second and third wave of bombers should they come in. That these tactics required honing is evidenced by the results of combat on 11 and 14 September, the next 2 days when the Germans mounted major raids on London. On 11 September, Fighter Command lost the same number of aircraft, 28, as the Luftwaffe, and on 14 September it lost 13 compared to the Germans' 10. In addition, on these 2 days, 28 pilots were killed, or so severely wounded that they would take no further part in the battle. It was no doubt some consolation to Park that London was not severely hit, but the attrition rate on his pilots and aircraft was unacceptable. All that was to change on the day now celebrated as Battle of Britain Day, 15 September. German manoeuvres over the Channel had been observed by British radar since 9 a.m. By 11 a.m., it was clear that a large force was assembling near Calais. London, it was adjudged, would be their target. Immediately, 12 squadrons from 11 Group and the Duxford wing of 5 squadrons from 12 Group were alerted. Between 11:05 a.m. and 11:25 a.m., they took off. The result was that between the coast and London, the German force of about 50 bombers and probably 100 fighters was attacked by 12 squadrons, about 100 planes from Fighter Command, many of them acting in pairs, following Park's instructions. These formations launched 6 separate attacks against the Germans, who were finally struck by the Duxford force over London. The result was a decisive defeat for the Luftwaffe. Most bombers failed to reach the capital, and those that did dropped their bombs at random and turned for home. Even then, they were harried by 3 squadrons from the reserve, which struck them over Brooklands and inflicted many casualties. Then, at 2 p.m., a time that allowed Fighter Command a period of recovery after the first raid, a second large force was detected from the radar chain. This time 15 squadrons from 11 Group and the 5 from Duxford were scrambled to meet them. In all, 8 attacks were delivered against the enemy, most in the area Canterbury-Dartford. Once more, a concerted German bombing attack on the capital was thwarted. The experience of 213 Squadron, Hurricanes, from Tangmere is worth noting in detail. 12 Hurricanes of No. 213 Squadron took off from Tangmere at 14:10 hours. The enemy aircraft were met at 14:50 hours, flying towards London at 13,000 feet. They consisted of about 80 DO-17s, flying in formations of 40 each. 213 Squadron carried out a head-on attack on the DO-17s. The leader of the squadron, Flight Lieutenant Singh, singled out one enemy aircraft and shot away the whole of the nose, including the pilot's cockpit. The AC went into a steep dive, and a probable is exclaimed. Sub-Lieutenant Jerem, Green 2, and Flight Officer Jiryang, Polish, Red 2, both went right through the enemy formation, and then, turning back, attacked astern an enemy aircraft each, and both claim 1 DO-17 each destroyed. As they followed their opponents down through the clouds and saw them blazing on the ground, Green 1, Flight Sergeant Grayson, carried out an astern attack on another, and after several bursts saw EA go down in an absolute vertical dive out of control. Sergeant Bushell carried out an astern attack on a DO-17 and damaged it. Blue 2, Flight Officer Cottam, dived vertically onto a DO-17, damaged it, and having lost it, proceeded to Dungeness, where he saw a Spitfire attacking an ME-110. He joined in and helped to shoot it down into the sea. Green 3, Sergeant Snowden, never had a chance of attacking a DO-17, so he also proceeded to Dungeness on the lookout for stragglers, and having found an ME-110, he attacked it, and using deflection, shot it down into the sea. The enemy attack was completely broken up. Many EA were seen to jettison their bombs as they were attacked, and then turned back. The report reveals the absolute terror that must have been experienced by German bomber crew. In their Perspex cockpits, as a fighter approached them at 350 miles per hour, the value of a head-on attack in breaking the bomber formation, the tenacity of the British and Polish pilots in seeking out a target, in this case, the absence of any fighter protection for the bombers, and the ability of a force outnumbered 6-1 to thwart a large attack. In the event, Fighter Command could not prevent some bombs falling on London. Targets in South London, including Tooting, and some in the West End, including Buckingham Palace, were hit. But the bombing was sporadic, and no vital centres were irreparably damaged. At the end of the day, Fighter Command had shot down far fewer than the 185 aircraft claimed at the time, but the actual result was still highly favourable to Park's men. For the loss of 30 Hurricanes and Spitfires, they shot down 56 German aircraft, comprising 23 fighters and 33 bombers, the second highest bomber loss for the entire Battle of Britain. Indeed, the turn to London placed the pilots of the short-range ME-109s in an impossible position. Their limited range meant that the ME-109s could spend little time protecting the bombers over the capital. In some cases, a headwind forced the ME-109s to turn for home early and leave the bombers unescorted. This left the slow-moving Dornier 17 particularly vulnerable to the British fighters, and many were picked off over London with the greatest of ease. The decision to bomb London did lessen the pressure on Fighter Command in several respects. The diminution of the mass attacks on their airfields enabled runways and buildings to be repaired and communications restored. Moreover, the defence of London actually cost Fighter Command fewer losses in aircraft in September than the losses suffered in August in defence of its airfields. From 11 August to 6 September, Fighter Command had lost from all causes about 800 Spitfires and Hurricanes. At the same time, it received almost exactly the same number of new and repaired aircraft. During the intense phase of attacks on airfields, Fighter Command was holding its own, but only just. From 7 to 30 September, its losses from all causes were 440 aircraft, while Fighter Command gained 534 from new production and the repair depots. In the two most intense months of the battle, 1,240 frontline fighters had been lost. These were prodigious losses, but over the same period, 1,330 fighters had been gained. Some of this came from running down the number of aircraft in store, but it was always the case that more aircraft could be flown into 11 Group from other areas of the country. Park noted in his report to Dowding in October that the position of Fighter Command had improved both in regards to the efficiency of their airfields and in the growth in numbers. The pessimism of his earlier report had gone. The one factor that caused great concern to Park and Dowding in this period was the attrition of their fighter pilots. So the constant worry expressed by Dowding and Park during the battle, that they were facing an acute pilot shortage, requires explanation. Partly, as Stephen Bungay explains, Dowding had created the shortage in May 1940, when he increased the establishment of a squadron from 18 pilots to 26. No doubt this was a prudent step, designed to give pilots sufficient rest between sorties to remain at peak efficiency. But it meant that from then on, Fighter Command figures always showed an efficiency of pilots to establishment. Nevertheless, there were days in August when the pilot availability in frontline squadrons fell alarmingly. For example, in August, Spitfire squadrons had only 16 operational pilots for their 12 aircraft. Douglas Eville, senior air staff officer to Dowding, noted that in just 2 weeks in August, Fighter Command lost 114 frontline pilots killed, wounded, or missing. Replacement pilots from the operational training units, the penultimate training establishment for pilots before release to combat squadrons, only made up for 60% of these losses. The situation was particularly serious regarding Hurricane pilots, where replacements would only account for 16% of losses. He concluded that the period under discussion is very short, but it does look as though we shall have to do something to boost up the production of Hurricane pilots in particular. In early September, Dowding called a meeting between his staff, Park, and Sholto Douglas from the Air Ministry to discuss the pilot shortage. Various expedients were adopted, including taking pilots from Lusanda and Fairey battle squadrons and retraining them in modern types. In addition, pilots from Poland and Czechoslovakia in particular were to be trained in Hurricanes, adding another 40 pilots to the total. This was a very bad-tempered meeting with Douglas, rather sanguine about the position, but with Dowding insisting that, "I want you to take away from this meeting the feeling that the situation is very grave." The key remark, however, was probably made by Park, usually, with good reason, the most pessimistic of the group. He assured the others that, in his opinion, the Luftwaffe could not keep up the pressure on Fighter Command for more than 3 weeks, and that they would probably get through. And so they did. The pilot position did indeed weaken in August. It soon improved, and by 17 September was as strong as it was to be for the entire battle. Certainly Dowding never attained the comfortable reserve that he had sought in May, but the fact remained that the British had a sufficiency of pilots to win the battle. On the other side of the Channel, attrition had also been at work on the Luftwaffe, and the state of its operational aircraft bore out Park's suspicions. On 10 August, the Luftwaffe had 2,651 serviceable aircraft. In the weeks that followed, there was a downward trend. This revealed that the Luftwaffe suffered an overall decline in aircraft numbers of 25% during the intensive phase of the Battle of Britain. The numbers of serviceable single-engine fighters declined by 28.5%, and the bombers by 18%. The decline in twin-engine fighters was a catastrophic 72%. The figures for dive bombers actually indicated an increase, but this was only because they had largely been withdrawn from the battle around 18 August. Indeed, the figure for the dive bombers should actually be removed from the Luftwaffe total altogether, and if this is done, it shows that the number of usable German aircraft available to the Luftwaffe suffered a 40% overall decline. What is the explanation for this precipitate decline? The first part of the equation is the fearful losses inflicted on the Luftwaffe by Fighter Command during this phase of the battle. It will be recalled that from 12 August to 30 September, the British suffered 1,240 aircraft lost and damaged. In the same period, however, the Germans lost 1,760 aircraft to the British Hurricanes and Spitfires. These losses consisted of 565 fighters, 812 bombers, 291 twin-engine fighters, and 92 dive bombers. The vulnerability of the Me-110 is demonstrated by the fact that in just 4 days of combat, 78 were shot down or damaged. In the case of the dive bombers, on 18 August, the Germans lost 18 aircraft, or 6% of their total force, which was why they were rapidly withdrawn. As for the bombers, the Luftwaffe lost 10% of its force in the week of 12-18 August, another 10% from 24 to 31 August, and 6% of the force from 1 to 7 September. The losses of the fighter force are just as drastic. Between 12-18 August, they lost about 10% of their force. From 24 to 31 August, close to 15%, and from 1 to 7 September, another 15%. The second part of this equation is the German aircraft production effort. Here the figures are indeed stark. While losing 565 fighters, the Germans produced only 250. For bombers, the figures are 812 lost and 350 produced. For twin-engine fighters, 291 and 147. Only with dive bombers are the losses and production about equal, 92 and 88. But as noted, the losses are low because the Ju-87s were withdrawn from the battle after 18 August. As for the numbers of damaged aircraft returned to service by the Germans, there are no available figures. In short, during this phase of the Battle of Britain, the Luftwaffe was a wasting asset, whose position was only likely to worsen as British production continued to outstrip German. The Germans were well aware of the decline of the Luftwaffe, and Goering was certainly conscious of the planned attack on the Soviet Union in the spring of 1941. This meant that there would have to be a radical change in Luftwaffe policy if the Air Force was to play a meaningful role in the Eastern Campaign. Goering decided, therefore, to persist with the night bombing of London, but to use the bomber force sparingly by day. Instead, he would equip his single-engine fighters with bomb racks, 250 or 500-kilogram bomb loads, and direct them to make tip-and-run sweeps over southern England, while flying at heights of 30,000 feet to make interception difficult. Ironically, at the very moment the new tactics were implemented, the Luftwaffe bombers scored their most telling blow against fighter command. On 24 September, the Supermarine Works at Southampton was raided. 42 people were killed and 161 wounded, but the aircraft production line was hardly touched. Then, a lucky blow was struck on 26 September. 2 waves of bombers hit the Spitfire factory with 70 tons of high explosive. The plant was wrecked to such an extent that it was never rebuilt. Although Castle Bromwich in the Midlands, beyond the range where bombers could be escorted, was entering full production, it could not make up for the loss of the Southampton works. Emergency measures were put in place, which saw the dispersal of production of Spitfires to dozens of sites across southern England. This masterpiece of improvisation did not fully solve the problem, however. In early 1941, Spitfire production had been reduced to 30% of its September 1940 figure. But by then, the Luftwaffe was largely confining itself to night bombing operations. Goering's change of tactics was in effect a tacit recognition that the battle against fighter command had been lost. Because even if the German fighters penetrated to vital targets, the constraints on their bombing capacity would strictly limit any damage they might do. For example, even a direct hit by a 250-kilogram bomb on a concrete control room on a sector airfield would not materially damage it. Nevertheless, during October, the Germans kept coming, and Park found it particularly difficult to intercept the sweeps. Radar could not give accurate information on very high raids, and it was found that large numbers of fighters were being dispatched without sighting or engaging the enemy. In mid-October, he issued revised instructions to his controllers to take account of the new situation. Spitfire squadrons were to be assembled in pairs and given fixed patrol lines near the coast, from where they could intercept high-flying enemy fighter raids. Behind these forward patrols, mixed wings of Hurricanes and Spitfires would engage the enemy in the usual way. The Spitfires tackling the fighters, while the Hurricanes went for the bombers. If the enemy appeared to be in great strength, squadrons based to the north of London would converge on the capital. Even so, it proved difficult to inflict great damage on this sort of raid. 9 AC from 41 Squadron left Hornchurch to patrol Maidstone. When at 31,000 feet, A Flight in the rear of the squadron sighted a large number of widely dispersed ME-109s at 30,500 feet. A few ME-110s accompanied by ME-109s were also seen. A Flight dived on the enemy, who immediately fled, diving for cloud at such speed that the Spitfires could not overtake. They were last seen dodging in and out of the 9-10 cloud. However, a bomb-carrying ME-109 was no match for a determined Spitfire pilot. The Squadron, 74, was given various vectors for single high raiders, but did not connect. They were then ordered to join No. 92 Squadron at 30,000 feet over Maidstone. The squadron leader, A.J. Mallon, remained at 30,000 feet in order to push out exhaust condensation to frighten the Messerschmitt bomb carriers. No. 92 Squadron gave a tally-ho, and No. 74 Squadron dropped to 28,000 feet. The enemy, consisting of 6+ ME-109s, were seen steering southeast over Ashford at 26,000 feet and were attacked. Squadron leader Mallon attacked the leading enemy aircraft in a fast dive and fired bursts from 200 to 50 yards range. The enemy aircraft smoked heavily after the second burst, but carried on. Mallon continued to fire, but had to break away momentarily to wipe ice off of the windscreen. He then followed the ME-109 to the coast and saw the enemy aircraft crash into the sea 5 miles out from Hastings, the Dungeness area. The main point to note is that compared with August and September, these were minor skirmishes. In all of October, Fighter Command lost just 161 Hurricanes and Spitfires, less than half those lost in August and September. And with production figures averaging over 100 per week, British fighter defences gained markedly in strength. German fighter losses were also down from 225 in September to 129 in October, but production still struggled to keep pace. German bomber losses decreased, but only from 258 to 182, still well above replacement levels. In this way, the Battle of Britain rather fizzled out. But there is no doubt that Fighter Command had won the day. The Germans just could not risk large losses of fighters or bombers by day, and so bombed at night. How did the British achieve this victory? In war, casualty statistics can often illustrate the decline of one side as against the other. Here, the statistics tell only part of the story. In terms of pilots, Fighter Command suffered significant losses. Between 10 July and 31 October 1940, of its 2,228 pilots, 537 were killed and a somewhat larger number wounded. This amounts to an overall casualty rate of about 50%. Yet because the training of new pilots proceeded throughout the battle, Fighter Command had more pilots available to it in November than it had in July. The Luftwaffe lost many more personnel, simply because most of their casualties were bombers with crews of 2, 3, or 4. The total German air crew killed was 2,262. Attrition rates of aircraft add another dimension to the picture of decline. Although the Germans still possessed 836 bombers in October, this was 25% fewer than they had started with in July. The numbers for single-engine fighters tell a similar story. There were over 900 available in July, just 650 in October, a decline of almost 30%. No force could continue to suffer losses at this rate, especially when the aircraft were being insufficiently supplemented by new production. These German statistics reveal two things. First, the reduced number of available fighters meant that fewer bombers could be safely escorted. Second, because of the losses, the pilots of both bombers and fighters were much less experienced in October than those in July. These figures reveal another factor that is a major part of the explanation for the defeat of the Luftwaffe. It was just too small to mount a constant series of raids over Britain. If we examine those days during the battle when the Germans managed to fly over 1,000 sorties, we find they only amounted to 8 days out of 113. On 13, 14, 15, 16, 30 August, and 7, 18, 30 September. What is doubly notable about these figures is that only in one period, 13, 16 August, did the Luftwaffe mount consecutive attacks on this scale. On most occasions, therefore, a massive raid would be followed by a pause while pilots were rested and aircraft repaired. The Germans just did not have the capacity to maintain constant heavy pressure on Fighter Command. One feature of the battle is seldom dealt with. Because the British won it, the manner of its winning is seldom questioned. But was there a better way? One of the great historians of the battle, T.C.G. James, thought there was. In his official narrative of the battle, written in 1944, he said, "It is at least debatable whether the Commander-in-Chief's policy of retaining so many squadrons in the north was correct. If, for example, he had packed additional squadrons into No. 11 Group early in the battle So powerful a blow might have been struck at the attacking forces that the daylight offensive might conceivably have been abandoned. Certainly Dowding was parsimonious in the numbers of squadrons he maintained in the front line. 11 Group never had more than 43% of Fighter Command's serviceable Spitfires and Hurricanes at any period of the battle. No doubt, Dowding wanted to keep a reserve of his modern fighters distant enough from enemy aerodromes in France so that escorted German bombers could not attack them. But could Dowding not have done more to reinforce Park? Would not an additional 100 fighters have dealt the Luftwaffe such a blow that they might have called off the battle? After all, 15 September demonstrated that Goering was not prepared to take losses of that scale as a regular occurrence. In Dowding's defense, it is said that there was a limit to the number of squadrons that a single group could handle. Let us examine this situation more closely. When battle commenced, 11 Group had 18 squadrons of Hurricanes and Spitfires, 2 squadrons of Defiance, and 3 squadrons of Blenheims. The location of the Defiance and Blenheims in the front line does raise some questions about Dowding's strategy. Both types had been used in the French campaign, where they were found to be entirely outclassed by the Me-109, and even by the Me-110 fighter bomber. They had no place, therefore, in the front line of British air defence. Yet Dowding only moved 2 of them, 141 Defiant Squadron and 604 Blenheim Squadron, to the north during the first month of battle. If all 5 of these obsolescent squadrons had been moved, Park's group could have been provided with 5 modern squadrons, about 60 additional Hurricanes and Spitfires, without being required to handle more squadrons than he began with. The remaining 2 Blenheim squadrons stayed with Park throughout the battle, and, more amazingly, a squadron of Defiance was moved back into 11 Group on 22 August. These did not last long. The squadron was so knocked about that it was removed a week later. Park certainly thought that 11 Group could handle additional squadrons. In early September he wrote to Dowding drawing his attention to the movement of German aircraft from Scandinavia, as a result of the disaster they suffered on 15 August to the Pas-de-Calais. He asked for 2 additional squadrons, one to be based at Hendon under the control of the North Weald Sector, and the other at Red Hill to operate under the control of Kenley Sector. So Park foresaw no difficulty in handling 2 new squadrons. And there seems little doubt that yet more could have been brought into 11 Group along the lines he suggested. The fact that Dowding stuck to his strategy was not, of course, a matter of pure stubbornness. Dowding, it will be recalled, had overestimated the strength of the Luftwaffe bomber force by about 100%. Air Ministry estimates were similarly astray, and Lindemann, Churchill's scientific advisor, had pointed this out to them as early as July. However, there is no evidence that they passed these revised figures on to Dowding. Perhaps they themselves placed no credibility on Lindemann's figures. The result of this lamentable situation was that the head of Fighter Command considered he was confronting a force twice as strong as it actually was. In this position, no doubt, he thought it prudent to hold back a considerable proportion of his fighter force to meet an onslaught that never came. In fact, it is not the case that Dowding did nothing in the face of the intensification of the German effort in late August and early September. As the fighting approached London, he strengthened that section of 12 Group that lay just to the north of the capital. Thus, we can see that the percentage of fighters allocated to 12 Group increased from just fewer than 20% to 26% in the first week of September. So while Dowding kept 11 Group at about the same strength throughout the battle, this move enabled 12 Group to take a larger percentage of the fighting. Moreover, If Dowding refused Parkes's request to strengthen his group, at least he ensured that Parke received the best pilots. At a meeting with Parke and Air Ministry officials on 7 September, Dowding decided to stop rotating squadrons into 11 Group, but instead to rotate pilots. These were divided into 3 categories: A, B, and C. Only A pilots, that is, the most experienced, would be sent to Parke. The next most experienced, the B Group, would be sent to 12 Group, and C pilots would be sent to 13 Group for training until they reached B or A standard. A nucleus of A pilots would remain in 12 and 13 Group for training purposes. There was a justification for this policy, of which Dowding was aware at the time. There was a very small number of pilots in Fighter Command who could shoot well enough to destroy an enemy aircraft. These men had to be placed in the front line to ensure that attrition rate on the Luftwaffe would be maintained. Of course, for the pilots, Dowding's policy was a two-edged sword. It actually increased the attrition rate on Fighter Command's best pilots. In the event, however, this did not affect the battle. By the time the scheme was operational, the Luftwaffe was turning to night bombing. If the battle had continued during the latter half of September and October at an intense level, it remains a serious question as to how long the experienced fighters in 11 Group would have lasted. Did, then, the few prevail over the many? Some commentators have pointed out that on most days of the Battle of Britain, the British had more serviceable fighters than the Germans, and more pilots. This might well be true, but it misses the way in which the battle was fought. Because of Dowding's cautious disposition of squadrons, and because Parke had limited time in which to scramble his squadrons, there was always the probability that any British force engaging the enemy would be outnumbered. Some of the examples given earlier suggest that the ratio could be as high as 8-1 in favor of the Luftwaffe. Indeed, if we calculate the number of British aircraft actually in combat on any particular day, we find that they were almost always outnumbered by the Luftwaffe. To take just 2 examples, on 18 August, just 328 aircraft from Fighter Command fought 560 German aircraft, and on Battle of Britain Day, 15 September, 392 British aircraft were in combat against over 600 from the Luftwaffe. Similar figures, or ones even more favorable to the Germans, can be found for almost all days of the battle. The other point to be made about the few is that it was usually the same squadrons from 11 Group that confronted the Germans day after day. While it is true that for most of the battle squadrons were rotated, many of them stayed in the battle zone for considerable periods of time. Thus, 56, 1, 43, 54 squadrons stayed in the south from 10 July until early September, and 17 squadron remained in the group throughout the battle. These squadrons, therefore, experienced all the major battles in August and many in the first week of September. Later in the battle, these figures disguise the effect on particularly experienced pilots who, under Dowding's stabilization scheme, would have found themselves rotated back into the combat areas even when their squadrons were located in the north. There was an even smaller group who inflicted a very high percentage of casualties on the Germans. As noted above, there were very few British pilots who had mastered the art of deflection shooting, or who were just good shots. It has been calculated that 3.5% of pilots in Fighter Command accounted for about 30% of German casualties. Other pilots did their bit in disrupting the German bombers, but for the battle to be won, German aircraft had to be destroyed. Most of them were destroyed by just a handful of men. Overall, we can conclude that Fighter Command won the battle by a considerable margin. However, it must always be remembered that this was not obvious at the time. Few then seem to have been aware of the actual combat strength of their opponent, or the feeble effort of the German aircraft industry compared to the British. Moreover, it could not be known how long the battle would last, or whether the strain on the British pilots might prove too much. During the battle, day after day after day, 300 or 400 men from Fighter Command were obliged to risk their lives, often several times on the same day. They proved capable of the task. They were the few, and they won the battle. Chapter 12. Terror by Night. Britain survives the Blitz. September 1940, May 1941. The war on the civilian population of Britain began on 7 September 1940, when London was subjected to mass bombardment from the air. The British people had endured many shocks in the course of 1940. The Norway fiasco, the retreat to Dunkirk, the desperate days of the evacuation, the collapse of France, the invasion threat, and the uncertainty about the outcome of the great air battles that raged above them. Could they endure a direct assault? How robust was the mood of the country on the eve of the Blitz? Public mood is notoriously difficult to assess, but there are some guides through this minefield. In 1940, the measurement of public opinion was in its infancy, but the authorities considered the matter important enough in wartime to make an attempt. From May 1940, the Home Intelligence Department of the Ministry of Information, MOI, and a private organization later hired by the ministry, Mass Observation, or MO, compiled daily or weekly morale reports. The information in these reports came from a variety of sources: the regional information officers of the MOI, postal censorship, bookshop owners, cinema proprietors, and a group of investigators who listened in on the private conversations of people whom they considered to be a representative sample of the population. At their peak, however, only about 2,000 investigators were employed in these organizations. Moreover, most of the staff were middle class, male, and well educated. Factors that at least had the potential to skew the reported views of the women, the working class, and groups outside the social milieu of the investigators. By focusing on morale, the government hoped to obtain some measure of the civilian population's willingness to continue working. But the definition of morale for survey purposes was open to wide interpretation. Both the MOI and MO thought they knew what was meant by this most slippery of terms. To them, more often than not, high morale was equated with cheerfulness, a commodity in pretty short supply in Britain after recent events in Europe. Nevertheless, cheerfulness was considered crucial by the investigators, who assumed that only the cheerful could contribute effectively to the war effort. But even when circumstances were grim, and in MOI or MO term morale had slipped, it was possible that those with so-called low morale could still do a decent day's work, as suggested by this comment made at the end of a raid. There was little time for grief, for after all, the next raid was imminent, and every air raid warning in the night was followed by a new day when people had to work. Without a correlation between cheerfulness and the performance of the war economy, the daily fluctuations in morale detected by the MOI and MO are virtually worthless as an indication of how the population might respond to the Blitz. Nevertheless, the MOI-MO reports can be instructive, not to track fluctuations in morale, but to identify frequently occurring themes that indicated ongoing concerns and attitudes. The most constant of these themes is approval for the action taken by the Churchill government to prosecute the war more vigorously, and a corresponding disapproval of any policy that seemed inadequate to the situation or harked back to the bad old days of appeasement. So the Emergency Powers Bill of May 1940 had an excellent reception, even though this bill stated that all persons might be called upon to place themselves, their services and their property at the disposal of the government. It was an indication of the stern temper of the times that this measure was greeted with satisfaction among all regions in Britain. It was well received in Northern Ireland, welcomed in Birmingham and Leeds, excellently received in Manchester, and met with a more sober general approval in Cambridge. In contrast was the public response to a broadcast by the Minister of Information, Duff Cooper, urging the public to show the courage now that they had displayed in past crises. The reply the MOI conveyed to the minister was that the people had no doubt about their own courage, but considerable doubt about the resolve of the government of which Duff Cooper was a part. This concern was most often expressed over the extent of unemployment in Britain. This figure had stood at over 1 million at the beginning of the war, and due to the lethargy of the Chamberlain government was taking some time to reduce. In June, the MOI noted that whereas the French were said to be staking all in their battles, Britain still had 500,000 unemployed. In particular, the high levels of unemployment in Belfast drew the ire of the Northern Irish. Why did the government not place more war orders in the area to soak up the jobless? Perhaps the most forthright comment on the government's perceived tardiness to mobilize the economy came in response to one of Churchill's most famous speeches. The MOI noted that in some quarters it had been said that phrases like, "We will never surrender," "We will fight in the streets, on the hills," are being criticized in the light of the inadequate mobilization of men and materials. Even the finest of phrases was deemed no substitute for action. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sir Kingsley Wood, was never thought to be adequate for his position. His interim budget in July 1940 raised taxation from 7s6d to 8s6d in the pound, increased taxes on cigarettes, alcohol and entertainment, and foreshadowed a purchase tax. All the comments the budget brought forth were critical of its feebleness. The opinion that it did not go far enough to carry the tremendous burdens of expenditure needed to win the war was typical. Leeds, Cardiff, and Reading all thought the budget too timid. General criticism of the budget continued into August. "Not nearly drastic enough," was the usual comment. There were other indications of the resolute mood in the country after the shock of Dunkirk. On 3 July, Churchill ordered that the French fleet at Mers el-Kabir in Algeria be sunk to prevent it falling into German hands. The French command was given the options of joining Britain or of sailing to a neutral port, but rejected both. Churchill gave the order with great reluctance, and the British admirals carried it out with even greater reluctance. But the move proved highly popular with the public. Home Intelligence reported that the news of the action was received in all regions with satisfaction and relief, the only criticism being that some French ships escaped. This incident highlights the high approval given by the public to Churchill and his policy of victory at all costs. His great speeches were much appreciated, or held to have had a steadying effect. His determination to defend London street by street was taken as an indicator that we shall not be sold out, as the French were, by their government. Generally his messages were well regarded, even, or perhaps especially, when they painted the strategic picture exactly as he saw it, without glossing over the peril in which the country found itself. It was said that if he, Churchill, says things are all right, people know they are all right. If he says things are bad, we know they are bad. His warnings against complacency in the invasion period were widely welcomed. His speech on the few was thought to be the most forceful and heartening he has yet made, and created a strong feeling of confidence. Even critics who thought that he might have to be voted out after the war considered, "He's the man for us now." The most frequently mentioned members of the government, apart from Churchill, were Neville Chamberlain and the Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax. The attitude of the public towards these men was almost universally hostile. The adverse remarks began just after Churchill had seen off efforts by Halifax, sometimes supported by Chamberlain, to seek some kind of compromise peace with Hitler. On 12 June, the MOI reported that the most that could be said about Chamberlain was that the view that he should resign from the War Cabinet was not increasing strongly. A week later, there were reports from Newcastle, Scarborough, Brighton, and London that both appeasers should go. The ministry reports reveal that the public was angry that they remained in power, and even prepared to accuse them of treachery. These feelings did not diminish as the year went on. There was puzzlement that Chamberlain in particular was still in office. Demands were expressed that members of the previous government, with the exception of Churchill, should be removed. Criticisms such as these were almost a weekly occurrence throughout the year. Even after the Blitz had started, people found time to observe that Chamberlain should be dismissed. In October, when Chamberlain finally resigned due to ill health, he got scant sympathy. One remark was that, "I think it is a damned good thing. We're going to win the war now." Only when he died of cancer in November was some sympathy expressed, but that emotion was far from universal. Halifax did not escape censure either. His reply to Hitler's peace overture in June was a public relations disaster that brought down some criticism on Churchill's head for giving him the job. But that criticism was mild compared to what was said about the Foreign Secretary. Home Intelligence felt moved to give the replies verbatim, "Too much like a bishop, depressing, disappointing, unsatisfactory. What about the Burma Road?" A statesman has to be a fighter these days. He didn't explain anything. Old-fashioned diplomacy. Too much like the Chamberlain days. "It was a dull speech. I switched off. It's no use treating a mad dog like that." Someone commented that he liked the high moral tone in which the speech was delivered, but that was drowned out by the chorus of disapproval. The MOI tried to put the best gloss on this that they could. Perhaps, they reasoned, what Halifax said went over the heads of a large section of the public. Reading the comments, however, it seems that the public understood Halifax only too well. Nor did Halifax's image improve. In October, hope was expressed that he would soon join Chamberlain in retirement, as he has been living in a fool's paradise for years. Later in the month, the view that he was only fit to be a bishop resurfaced in what Home Intelligence reported as a growing feeling against him. This negative view remained. Churchill eventually shipped Halifax off to be ambassador in Washington in December. As far as the British people were concerned, the Prime Minister could have acted earlier and not necessarily rewarded him with a plum job. Another indication of the mood of the people was shown by attitudes towards feeding those in Europe under German occupation. Ex-President Herbert Hoover warned Britain that its blockade was threatening millions in Europe with starvation. The government's policy was to maintain the blockade, as any food sent would be seized by the Germans. The MOI found that 82% of the population supported the policy, whereas only 3% disapproved. Finally, there was the attitude to bombing the enemy. Bombs had fallen on London, by accident as it happened, in late August. Even before Churchill could respond, the public were calling for reprisal raids on Berlin. When the enemy capital was eventually bombed on 25 August, the raid caused great satisfaction and evoked a wide expression of approval. Among the public, there were no scruples about the fact that some of the bombs might fall on civilians. On the contrary, the only criticism of the raids was that they were not heavier. Later, there was another criticism that further accounts of the damage done by our raids on Germany should be published. To sum up, the attitude of the British public: mobilize more rapidly, sink the French fleet, remove the appeasers from office, call for victory at all costs, maintain the blockade of Europe, bomb Berlin and don't mind the civilians, pointed in one direction. On the eve of the Blitz, there was a remarkable unanimity in Britain around the general proposition of waging vigorous war. The arrival of the Blitz found the British people in good heart. It is conventional to think of the Blitz on London as commencing on 7 September. Certainly that date saw the first day of concentrated bombing of the capital. But bombs had been falling on Britain consistently since late May. After Dunkirk, Goering had ordered the Luftwaffe, as well as preparing the way for invasion and destroying the RAF, to carry out dislocation and nuisance raids on Britain. Such raids commenced in some strength in late June. Many of them were made at night by usually small numbers of aircraft. The idea was to dislocate British industry by forcing factories to cease work, while the bombers were in range, or by bombing factories that could be definitely identified. The method was for small flights to range far and wide across Britain, so that no area could be considered safe. For example, on the night of 6-7 July, bombs were dropped on the north and west ridings of Yorkshire, Lincolnshire, and Norfolk. On the following night, Peterborough was overflown, while on the night of 10-11 June, bombers were in the vicinity of Portsmouth, Brighton, Horsham, Ipswich, Colchester, Grimsby, Hull, Lincoln, Boston, Canterbury, Norwich, and King's Lynn, causing sirens to be sounded and work in factories to cease for some hours. From late August, the attacks against industrial cities such as Birmingham, Coventry, Liverpool, and Swansea were stepped up on some nights. Over 100 tons of bombs were being dropped. Little lasting damage was done to industry by these raids. The only vital target damaged in this period was the Spitfire factory at Castle Bromwich, which was hit on 27 August. Some machine tools were destroyed, but the overall effect on Spitfire production was slight. However, there is no doubt that these raids did cause dislocation. The siren policy adopted by the government meant that on most occasions when the siren sounded, work would stop. Later the siren policy was changed, and tools were only downed when raiders, identified by spotters on the roofs, were immediately overhead. But even in this period, the production indices of most war materials increased, indicating that the greater numbers entering the war production offset the dislocation, or that workers went on working unless in immediate danger. There is also no doubt that despite the lack of damage, these raids assisted the Luftwaffe in honing their night flying skills. In addition, the raids killed or maimed about 4,000 people, 6 to 7% of the total bombing casualties for the entire war. However, there is another side to this story. Most raids were small-scale, so the damage they could do was limited, and the wide-ranging nature of the raids meant that a high proportion of the British population acquired some experience of air raids and sleeping in shelters before being subjected to ferocious bombing. This experience would prove useful preparation for the much sterner ordeal that was to follow. That ordeal began for London on 7 September. In the afternoon, a mass of German bombers crossed the coast, and instead of following their past practice of peeling off to attack airfields or ports, they continued on to London. This wrong-footed fighter command, which had scrambled its squadrons to protect its airfields, leaving the way to the capital fairly clear. This raid, it needs to be emphasized, was not in retaliation for the bombing of Berlin by the RAF. The leader of the Luftflotte, too, Kesselring, had always wanted to bomb London. Now he was convinced that the RAF was down to its last few aircraft, which would have to come up to defend the capital. There were two main raids that day. The first was between 5 a.m. and 6:15 p.m. The second lasted much longer, from 8:10 p.m. to 4:30 a.m. the following day. The statistics of the raids paint a formidable picture. In all, the Luftwaffe dropped 649 tons of high explosive and 27 tons of incendiary bombs in London. The bombing was concentrated on the East End, especially on the docks around Stepney, Rotherhithe, Woolwich, and Bermondsey, although 45 other London boroughs were also hit. Over 1,000 fires were started, 9 of which were categorized as conflagrations, requiring the attendance of at least 100 fire engines. An area to the north of the Thames, for a distance of about 1.5 miles, was obliterated. Many from Silverton, which lay in this area, had to be evacuated by river. 15 large factories were hit, and 3 of these were totally destroyed. 5 docks were put out of action. The Royal Arsenal at Woolwich was damaged, severely restricting its output of ordnance. 3 power stations were crippled, and the Beckton Gas Works, the largest in Europe, was badly damaged. Transport along the river halted, and almost 30,000 tons of shipping was sunk in the Thames, while an additional 170,000 tons suffered damage. Over 400 people were killed, and 1,600 severely injured. The effect of this raid on London and Londoners was severe. A fireman attempting to fight the conflagration on the wharves thought of the destruction of Pompeii. Another fireman in West Ham was frightened out of my life. To him, the bombs seemed to be saying, "Here comes death." The docks to the south of the river were a square mile of fire. At night, the scene at the Beckton Gas Works was chaotic. Gasometers were punctured and were blazing away. Shrapnel rained down from destroyers firing in vain at the raiders. Many residents near the North Woolwich docks were trapped and were rowed to safety along the Thames. Shortly after the bombing, the Isle of Dogs, one of the worst affected areas, was visited by a mass observation investigator. He found considerable damage in the area, with the bomb having fallen about every 50 or 60 yards. Many shops were shut or destroyed, although all the pubs were open. Transport was chaotic, with the main routes out of the area, the Blackwall Tunnel and the Greenwich Foot subway, closed. The only way out was to walk or wade through mud to an improvised ferry. Gas and electricity supply was non-existent, which meant that most food had to be consumed cold. Immediately after the raid, there had been no water for 12 hours. Telephone services were only available from the police station, and postal deliveries were unreliable. After the raid, there had apparently been a certain amount of panic, and many had left with the few belongings they could muster. Some had decamped to Greenwich Park, but others had trekked into the country. All told, the MO investigator estimated that 2/3 of the population of 5,000 had gone, with the caveat that most of the men seemed to be at work. He added apprehensively that there was very little smiling and few jokes. We will return to this theme later. For London, this was just the beginning. During the remainder of September, the capital was bombed on most days and every night, the emphasis gradually shifting to night bombing because of the toll taken on the bombers by the RAF. That month, on average, 238 tons of high explosive and 14.5 tons of incendiary bombs were dropped on London every 24 hours. About 7,000 people were killed in the raids, and about 10,000 seriously wounded. In all, 15,000 fires were started, the worst night being 19 September, when there were 1,142 fires. Bad weather reduced the number of large raids in October. The days when more than 100 tons of high explosive were dropped decreased to 19 out of 31. However, London suffered some form of raid on every day, and the total tonnage dropped was approximately 5,000. The number of incendiaries is not known with any accuracy, but the Germans, for reasons that are obscure, seemed to use fewer per raid than in September. About 4,300 people were killed in these raids, and 6,500 seriously wounded. Some 8,200 fires were started, the worst night being that of 14 October, when there were over 1,000. In November, London was raided on most nights, but on a much reduced scale. Bad weather often kept German incursions to a minimum. In all, there were just 8 occasions when over 100 tons of high explosive were dropped, and only 4 occasions in which more than 100 people were killed. This was not the end of London's ordeal. It was heavily bombed on 28-29 December, 11 January, 8 March, 17 and 19 April, and finally on 10 May 1941. Nevertheless, these were sporadic raids, and it is the experience of the concentrated raids that will be dealt with in depth here. By the time that bad weather in November 1940 limited the raids, London had been bombed for 56 consecutive days. This was unprecedented in the history of aerial bombing. Before the war, the small town of Guernica had been destroyed in an afternoon. Rotterdam had been bombed on just one occasion, and Warsaw for 8 days. The civilian population of London had therefore undergone an unparalleled and shocking experience. 13,000 had been killed, 18,000 severely wounded, and about 24,000 fires started. Homes were damaged or destroyed at the rate of 40,000 per week in September and October 1940. But the severe raid on 19 April 1941 in itself affected 178,000 houses. The number of homeless in rest centers was never much less than 20,000 on any given night in the first months of the Blitz. A total of 200,000 people were made homeless from September 1940 to June 1941. How did this onslaught further the German aims of breaking the morale of the country and crippling its industry? There are a number of factors that have to be considered. The first is the sheer size of London. In 1939, it encompassed 1,156 square miles of territory and had a population of 8,500,000. It was the largest city in the world. However, it has been estimated that just over 1 million people, evacuated women and children, and men moving into the armed forces, had left London in 1939 and were followed by another 900,000 during the period of the bombing. Offsetting this was a considerable drift back to London from evacuation points during the whole period. Perhaps it would be conservative to estimate the population at about 7 million during the Blitz. If, taking the figures already cited, we estimate that about 12,000 people were killed in the concentrated bombing period, this amounts to 0.17% of the population. If the seriously wounded are added in, we have a figure of about 30,000, or 0.43%. This means that the vast majority of Londoners came through the Blitz unscathed, so far as major injury or death is concerned. The Luftwaffe had a long way to go before it could kill or maim widely across the capital. In this sense, London was just too big a target for the Luftwaffe. Some light is shed on this by examining the composition of the force that was attempting to reduce London to ruins. The Luftwaffe had about 1,400 bombers operational during the period of the Blitz. But in order to conserve aircraft and arrest crews, it was usually impossible for the Germans to send more than 300 or 400 bombers over London on any given night. When they occasionally exceeded this number, as they did on 7 September 1940, and on 17 April and 10 May 1941, to select just 3 examples, they were not able to match this effort again for some days. And it must be remembered that in the pre-war years, the Germans had built up a force of tactical bombers, well designed to aid the army, but unable to carry the heavy bomb loads of the later Allied aircrafts, such as the Lancaster and the B-17. Most German bombers could carry approximately 1 ton of bombs, and in a large raid drop 300 or 400 tons of high explosive. With the introduction of the Max, a bomb of 2,500 kilograms, the Luftwaffe was occasionally able to deliver a heavier load, but their efforts never matched the raids on Hamburg, when Bomber Command was able to deliver 10,000 tons of bombs on just 4 nights. Of course, some areas of London were bombed much more heavily than average figures indicate. We have noted that after the raid of 7 September, 2/3 of the population of the Isle of Dogs decamped. Although Chelsea was not a prime target for the Germans, the vagaries of bombing in 1940 meant that because it was on the river and proximate to Westminster, it was hit hard. One air raid warden in the area, Joe Oakman, noted, "Every event, as bombings were called, which she attended. Between 4 September and 29 December, she was called out on over 400 occasions." If these are plotted on a map of an area bounded by Sloane Street, Cheyne Walk, and the Brompton Road, the detail on the map disappears under a mass of red dots, and some of the incidents she attended had multiple victims. On 11 September, she visited 57 Cadogan Square, only to find that a shelter had been hit and some occupants crushed beyond recognition. Her comment, "Heaven help us all," summed up the hopelessness of those in the air raid protection squads. Almost every diary from the period contains the words "frightened," "terrified," or something similar. One account was entitled "Journal Under the Terror," a reference to the period under Maximilien Robespierre during the French Revolution. The diarist described the night of 8 September as a night of horror, a hell on earth. The proprietor of a cinema in East Ham, one of the worst affected areas, wrote, "This week has turned us into a very frightened and a very desperate crowd of people. Men on my staff that were in the last war show their misery in the present situation more openly than the rest. Stranded in the theatre all night, with 6 of them, It was very pathetic. These old sweats are very defeatist in their views, and keep rubbing in the terrible future they think we have in store for us. All my friends and acquaintances are quite sure they can't stand much more of this night after night. Nevertheless, despite the anxiety and fear, we know that even in areas that were badly bombed, the Germans failed in their attempt to induce mass panic. Certainly some left the city. There were 25,000 unauthorized evacuees to various towns and villages in Berkshire, Buckinghamshire, and Oxfordshire by 15 September. Others trekked out to areas such as Epping Forest and the Chislehurst Caves at night, but many came back to work during the next day. Indeed, special trains were laid on to assist them. In this regard, it is worth noting the MO finding that of the 301 inhabitants of one street, 23% of the women and children had gone, but just 3% of the men. No doubt because most of the men had to remain in reasonable proximity to their work. How did people cope with the Blitz and carry on with their normal lives? Many factors seem to have helped. Some are quite mundane. Most people simply had to go to work. For without work, there was no pay, and without pay, there was no sustenance. And for most people, work was an ingrained habit. This factor is often overlooked in analysis of the Blitz, but it cannot be emphasized too strongly. Work was the bedrock of industrial society, then as it is now. Many diarists mention this. Phyllis Warner made much of the fact that the horror was mixed with everyday routine. She picked her way to work past bomb craters and still did her job, although there was a large hole in the roof. Even in the most difficult of circumstances, people would stick to their jobs. One bank employee walked to and from work, although it was a journey of 12 miles, and it took him 3.5 hours each way. Only unexploded bombs kept him away. Others were just too busy or were in such key areas that stopping work never occurred to them. A sister on a children's hospital ward records the daily terror, regularly notes her lack of sleep, but is only concerned about the babies and children under her care and their screams of terror when the bombs fall. There are innumerable other examples, but work and the routine of work should not be underestimated as providing the spur to continue. Another factor was the sheer difficulty of leaving. Those who left either had a relative in the country or trekked back during the day. But for most, their support network in the form of family and friends was nearby, and the services they needed to sustain them if their house was demolished were also local. There were rest centers, mobile canteens, and other facilities run by the local council. Few had the resources to move away from this network. Indeed, the majority of people did not own a car, the most immediate and personal means of transport. There was always the railway, and some availed themselves of it, but the question remained of where to go and to whom to appeal for support on arrival. At other times it was German bombing that prevented this particular escape route from functioning. In short, there were powerful reasons to remain in the familiar surroundings of street and suburb. It is in this context that statements to the effect that over the first weekend the nerve and spirit of those in the East End came close to breaking should be taken. That there was some panic is beyond doubt. That some of these people fled to safer areas is unquestionable. It also seems unquestionable that for many, removing themselves from where the bombs were falling was not so much a panic reaction as a sensible precaution. But most remained either because they had no alternative or to utilize the local support networks. How many of these came close to breaking can never be known. All we can observe is what actually happened. Most stayed in place and went to work when they could, hardly indicative of broken morale or mass panic. Perhaps the last word should be that of a keen observer of Britain and of human nature. Before the Blitz had even started, Raymond Chandler predicted its outcome. He wrote to a friend, "As for bombing, it will be bad, but the English civilian is the least hysterical in the world." It is even possible that the bombings stiffened the resolve of Londoners. Certainly they developed, unsurprisingly, a deep antipathy for the people bombing them. Most diarists record this fact. Vere Hodgson, that most sane and broad-minded of Londoners, thought she might never bother with Germans again. Ida Nash hoped to see Hitler in hell. Winifred Bowman spoke of those swines of Jerry's. Mrs. Brinton Lee compared British soldiers with the bombastic or craven German prisoners she had met. Finally, a survey taken by Home Intelligence recorded that after 3 months of bombing, 68% of the people were in favor of subjecting Germany to a harsher peace settlement than Versailles. The diaries certainly show no overwhelming desire by Londoners to come to any kind of settlement with the country that was bombing them. And even in these circumstances, people displayed that normal tendency to come to terms with their situation. Phyllis Warner, who found the first days of the Blitz an appalling experience, reported on 18 September that "I'm glad to say that I'm not as frightened as I was. Last week I couldn't sleep at all, and found the greatest difficulty in getting through my day's work. But this week I feel much stronger. It's just a case of getting over the first shock." Others felt the same. G. Thomas reported that by 15 September, "We seem to be getting used to these battles," while Anne Shepherd, although near an anti-aircraft battery, was sleeping well by 17 September. These individual impressions are supported by the statistics. Mass observation noted that those getting no sleep decreased from 31% on 12 September to 9% on 22 September, and 3% on 3 October. And the numbers recorded by Home Secretary as sheltering in underground stations reached a peak of 178,000 on the night of 27-28 September, but decreased to 105,000 on 5 December, 84,000 on 15 January, and just 63,000 on 11 March, as more and more people decided to sleep at home. As the head of Mass Observation put it, "For the first few days of the London Blitz, social life was shocked almost to a standstill. One left work in the evening to go home to an air raid. One emerged from the air raid in the morning to go back to work, maybe late. That was all. And while it was new, exciting, overwhelming, it was enough. Few had the time or the emotional energy for anything else, at first. Gradually, as the nights went by, priorities began to shift. Home life began to acquire some patterns again. New infrastructures were evolved, suited to the new conditions. Routines were established, going to the shelter or not going to the shelter, eating early before the sirens or packing up a picnic. The repetition of bombing on London every night helped give such routines both urgency and rhythm. A comment is needed at this point on the shelters, both public and private, that were made available by the government. Mass observation reports are highly critical of public shelters. They were unsanitary, there were too few of them, and some of the surface shelters were shoddily built and in effect little more than death traps. The government, including the new Minister of Home Security, Herbert Morrison, who had replaced the rather ineffectual Sir John Anderson in October, was reluctant to allow the underground stations to be used as deep shelters. Why, given this situation, was there not some kind of rebellion? There was, of course, anger after specific incidents, and many local authorities suffered a backlash due to the inadequacy of the shelters provided. The fact is, however, that most people did not repair to shelters during the Blitz. At its peak, only 15% of the population of London used a public shelter, and this figure declined from late October to under 10%. Hence, the dissatisfaction that did exist had no widespread implications for the war effort. The final factor to thwart the Germans was Churchill. It is easy now to adopt a cynical attitude to politicians touring disaster areas, but this was 1940, and Churchill's visits to bomb-damaged areas fulfilled a number of needs. He was often moved to tears at the sight of the homeless, and he developed an instant empathy with those whose houses and lives would never be the same. But he also represented something else. He had come to power at a desperate time, when a fear was expressed that a British government might go the way of the French. A common call to him as he toured the devastated areas was "Give it 'em back," or "When are we going to bomb Berlin?" His resolute responses were invariably described as reassuring. In the course of the Blitz, Churchill toured most of Britain's major cities, cheering people with his obvious concern, but also letting them see that as long as he was in charge, the war would be fought to the end. This symbiotic relationship between Churchill and the people is often overlooked. He was seeking to comfort them and assess the response of the local authorities to their plight, but they were also assessing him as an indicator that there was no defeatism in the higher ranks of the government. He made other interventions as well. It was his minute of 21 September in favor of allowing people to shelter in the underground that broke the paralysis on the issue that had developed in Cabinet. And it was his experience of destroyed homes on the South Coast that resulted in the War Damages Act that saw compensation paid to people for bomb damage. If the German bombing did not cause a breakdown of society in London, to what extent did it achieve its other aim, that of stifling the capital's war effort? During the war, the key points in the city were identified. These were facilities that, if hit or destroyed, could substantially damage the functioning of London as part of the war economy. They encompassed transport facilities, water storage, telecommunications, factories, radar, government buildings and docks. In 1940, 840 such points had been identified in London, a number that increased to 1,109 in 1941. 1/2 to 2/3 of these were factories, 35 were electricity power stations, 23 were gasworks, 15 ordnance factories, and so on. Let us examine 2 nights of heavy bombing to investigate what damage the Luftwaffe could inflict on these targets in London. On the nights of 14-15 and 15-16 October, London was repeatedly bombed. On the first night, 5 factories were hit, including one that made instruments for aircraft. In addition, 6 gasworks, 3 electricity supply substations, and a water main were damaged. 2 telephone exchanges were put out of action, and 6 hospitals. Number 10 Downing Street and the Treasury were hit. 10 major roads blocked, and 5 underground lines affected. Railway services had to be suspended from Broad Street, Fenchurch Street, Marylebone, Charing Cross, and London Bridge. Only restricted services could run from Euston, St. Pancras, and Waterloo. The next evening the Luftwaffe returned in equal strength. On this night, 7 factories, 2 gasworks, 4 electricity supply substations, and 3 water supply facilities were hit, and 5 docks put out of action. 1 water culvert at New Bridge Road, Edmonton, supplied London with 46 million gallons of water per day. 15 million gallons were restored within 24 hours. But it took 2,000 workers some time to excavate the 2,000 cubic yards of soil to get to the source of the problem. Meanwhile, many London suburbs had no running water. Also that night, railway services were again hit badly, and the position deteriorated further from the previous bombings. Damage was inflicted on 4 additional underground lines, and services from 3 telephone exchanges were suspended. Finally, Marlborough House, the BBC, and 4 hospitals were hit. This amounted to substantial damage. It made everyday life difficult, getting to work inconvenient, and it did affect the efficient running of the capital. But what the bombing did not do was radically affect the war effort. A total of 12 factories were hit, but over 600 were not. The docks were back in operation in short order. The railway lines could be repaired. Buses could replace damaged underground lines. Routes could be found around blocked roads. Interruptions to electricity and gas supplies were usually short. Couriers could be used by some firms instead of the telephone. The Home Security Report on electricity supply was an indicator of a more general trend. London suffered the most of any city in this area. 30 power stations and 3 transformer stations were hit, while 1,393 main and secondary transmission cables and 8,590 distribution cables were involved in the general damage. Despite all this, it was unusual for stoppages of supply to last longer than an hour. The most seriously affected generating station was that at Fulham, where a 190,000 kilowatt plant was not in full operation for a year. The load, however, was taken over by the grid system, and the supply was only interrupted for a matter of hours. This situation applied generally to all of London's facilities. As for its output of war materiel, it was just too widely spread for the Luftwaffe to make much of an impact. Overall, just 35 factories were totally destroyed. Damaged factories were usually soon back in operation, and a sophisticated system of subcontracting provided many alternative sources of supply. So far, we have dealt only with the Blitz on London. But there was another aspect of the German air assault, the assault on British provincial cities. These phases of the Blitz are not discrete events. There was much overlap between the raids on London and those on the provinces. As we have seen, the Luftwaffe never gave up on attacking the capital, and some heavy raids on the provinces took place while London was being bombed. However, as a generalization, and with one notable exception, London bore the brunt of the enemy attacks from September to December 1940, whereas the Germans concentrated more on the provinces in the early months of 1941. And in this case, we cannot stop the story on the last day of December 1940. The campaign to break the British people and the industrial capacity of the country was just as severe in the new year as it had been in 1940. The main problem for the Luftwaffe was that provincial Britain was what would now be called a target-rich environment. In the north, there were the industrial cities of Birmingham, Manchester, Coventry, Sheffield and Leeds. South Wales also had a concentration of industry around Cardiff and Swansea. Along the south coast lay the major ports of Plymouth, Portsmouth and Southampton. In the northeast were major shipbuilding and industrial areas around Hull and Newcastle. Major shipbuilding centres were located at Clydesdale and Belfast. Each group of cities could be given a high priority. Spitfires were made around Southampton and at Castle Bromwich, near Birmingham. The south coast ports commanded the Channel. The west coast ports saw vital supplies of oil and raw materials arrive from the United States. The ships that kept the transatlantic trade flowing were built and based at Liverpool, the Clyde, the Tyne, and Belfast. Given the plethora of targets, and given the fact that the Luftwaffe was hard-pressed to assemble many more than 400 bombers per night, it was vital to the fulfillment of their objectives that a plan be developed to maximize the effectiveness of their bombing. No such plan eventuated or even formed in the minds of Goering, Kesselring, or Speer. All they knew was that the attack on London had neither reduced the RAF to manageable proportions nor collapsed morale. Nor had the capital's industry and infrastructure been reduced to rubble. Yet they would continue to attack London, while at the same time sending small packets of bombers to a variety of targets around Britain, and mounting major raids on a selection of provincial cities. This was the opposite of a concentration of effort, but it was what the Germans would carry through from November 1940 until March 1941. In that period, heavy raids, defined as the droppings of over 100 tons of bombs, would be carried out on London, and on 12 occasions, cities such as Southampton, Liverpool, Bristol, Portsmouth, Manchester, and many others would be visited by small numbers of bombers and occasionally attacked in force. The limitations of such methods can be demonstrated by examining one of the best-known provincial raids, the attack on Coventry, on 14-15 November 1940. In many ways, the city was an ideal target for the Luftwaffe. Coventry was small, a population of just under 250,000 in 1940. But it had many factories, making such warlike goods as aero engines, motor vehicles, and munitions. Some of these works, such as Daimler, were large, but there was a great number of smaller factories clustered with houses in the city centre around the medieval cathedral. The raid was carefully planned by the Germans. The Special Pathfinder Group, KG-100, led the way, guided by radio beams that the British failed to jam. Around 7 p.m., they dropped a mixture of high explosive with some accuracy on the city centre. The fires started guided the main force of about 440 bombers to the city. Around 11:45 p.m., the raid reached its height, but bombing continued until 6:15 a.m. Some German aircraft returning to France to refuel and then bombing a second time. In all, over 500 tons of high explosive and 30,000 incendiary bombs were dropped. The havoc caused was considerable. The medieval Cathedral of St. Michael was destroyed beyond repair. A total of 41,500 houses, 3/4 of all houses in the city, suffered some damage. Of these, 2,300 were totally destroyed, and 6,000 rendered unlivable. In addition, 624 shops and 121 offices were destroyed. The war economy was badly hit. Overall, 111 out of 180 factories were damaged, and 75 of them completely destroyed. The casualties, 570 dead and 1,100 wounded, would have been more severe had not a proportion of the population been out of the city on their nightly trek. Mass observation rushed a team to Coventry, and they reported on 18 November. The investigators found the damage greater than in any other city, including London. They found a feeling of helplessness among the population. many of whom had no idea what to do. There were signs of hysteria, terror, and neurosis. It would indeed be surprising, had there not been such a feeling, in a city small enough for almost everyone to know one of the dead or injured, and with such widespread property damage. The mood soon improved, however. The army was drafted in to help clear rubble, and essential services slowly returned. 2 days after the raid, arrangements had been made to transport 10,000 people out of the center, but only 300 actually left. Nevertheless, considerable damage had been done to the war economy. One of the Daimler Aero engine factories was completely wrecked. It was estimated that it would take a month to restore production. A further 14 factories making engines or components for aircraft had suffered damage, as had such firms as Triumph that made parts for tanks and armored cars. Coventry, if not quite finished, as one observer put it, was certainly on its knees. Further raids of this nature by the Luftwaffe were greatly feared. Home Security concluded that another such raid might well have put Coventry beyond the possibility of repair. But the Luftwaffe did not return. In subsequent days and weeks, it turned its attention back to London, then to Birmingham, then Bristol, and then to other cities. Coventry did not suffer another major raid for some 5 months, when 100 aircraft dropped 100 tons of high explosive and incendiaries on it. Casualties were high, some 281 killed and 525 severely wounded. The Daimler Works was again put out of operation for several weeks. On the night of 10-11 April, there was a further major raid, but on this occasion, no important target suffered significant damage. These raids were certainly intense, but the 5-month interval had allowed Coventry to recover, both in spirit and in productive capacity. By repeated bombing, the Germans probably could have obliterated Coventry, and that would have slowed British aircraft production significantly. This was a lesson that its citizens were happy for the Luftwaffe not to learn. This pattern of dreadful destruction and then neglect was repeated by the Luftwaffe throughout the Blitz. Bad weather drastically curtailed their operations in January and February 1941, but by then, some in the German High Command were becoming disturbed by the lack of results. On 4 February, Admiral Raeder, General Jodl, and Field Marshal Keitel expressed their concerns to Hitler. Raeder emphasized the importance of British dependence on imports and its need to continually build escort and merchant ships for the transatlantic trade. As a result, Hitler issued a new directive that gave the Luftwaffe at least some direction. He ordered that major raids be concentrated on the western ports that either built ships or received imports. Accordingly, when the weather cleared, the Luftwaffe launched a major raid on Clydebank, which contained some of Britain's largest shipbuilding yards. On the night of 13-14 March, over 400 bombers dropped 1,100 tons of high explosive and incendiary bombs on Clydebank. The loss of life was massive because many workers lived close to the shipyards. Over 1,200 were killed and 1,000 injured. Clydebank was a rather self-contained area just to the west of Glasgow. Of its 60,000 inhabitants, just 3,000 remained after the raids. The rest had fled to safety. Indeed, there was not much to return to. Only 7 houses out of a total of 12,000 remained undamaged. The damage to the actual shipyards was not extensive, but the dispersal of the population had serious repercussions for the industry. John Brown's shipyard normally employed 10,000 workers, yet a week after the raids, just 6,500 had reported for work. Another week was to pass before the yard was 75% effective. For one of the very few occasions during the Blitz, the deductions drawn by Home Security were alarming. There is a real danger that continued and concentrated attacks on the residential areas of the ports will lead to a large-scale movement of the population, as a result of damage to houses and public services. These attacks may prove more effective in hampering the works of the ports than accurate bombing of the port facilities themselves. Undoubtedly, provision of relief for the homeless and facilities to enable the workers to get back to work is of vital importance. Home Security was no doubt correct. Many more raids on this scale would have seen vital works such as John Brown's shut down through lack of labor. Yet once again the Luftwaffe did not follow up the attack. Over time, the workers were rehoused and returned to their tasks. In keeping with Hitler's directive, Belfast suffered a major raid in mid-April. The shipbuilders Shorts and Harlands were out of production for 3 weeks. Some 20,000 people were made homeless by this single raid. Yet there was again no follow-up, and shipbuilding in Northern Ireland was soon back to normal. If we follow the pattern of bombing during February, March, and April 1941, we can see that the Luftwaffe attempted to follow Hitler's directive. There were raids on Swansea, Hull, Bristol, Portsmouth, Plymouth, Barrow, and the Tyne in this period. But the pattern of 1 or 2 night raids repeated itself. Plymouth was hit particularly hard in April, to the extent that civil administration almost broke down. Mass observation reported much dissatisfaction with the local authorities. Yet Plymouth survived. This time there would be no more raids, because Hitler had begun to regroup the Luftwaffe for operations against Russia. The last period of the Blitz presents one of the great question marks over German strategy. Liverpool was the port through which flowed most supplies from America. Before May 1941, the weekly tonnage handled by the docks was 181,562 tons. It was an obvious target for the Luftwaffe. Indeed, Liverpool was raided on over 60 occasions between the outbreak of war and May 1941. Yet many of these raids were flights by just 1 or 2 aircraft, and most did not attain the status of a major raid. The main exceptions were the nights of 12, 13, 13-14, and 14-15 March. In these 3 nights, over 450 tons of high explosive were dropped, causing damage to the docks and to commercial and residential buildings. Despite these 3 nights, it could be reasonably stated that before May 1941, Liverpool had not received from the Germans the attention warranted by its importance. That all changed in the first week of May. From 1 May, the city was bombed for 7 consecutive nights. In all, 839 tons of high explosive were dropped, along with hundreds of thousands incendiaries. The raids killed 1,900 people and seriously injured 1,450. At one stage, 4 miles of docks were engulfed in flames. On the night of 3-4 May, the SS Malakand, which had 1,000 tons of ammunition on board, was hit and exploded, virtually destroying the Huskisson dock. A total of 70,000 people, almost 10% of the total population, were made homeless, and trekking became a way of life for many. Mass observation reported widespread dissatisfaction with the local authorities and described an atmosphere of ineptitude, lack of energy, and drive on their part. A strong rumor circulated that martial law had been declared. It had not, but this was probably a comment on the population's view of the local leadership. By the end of the week, the capacity of the docks had been reduced to just 25%, a potentially disastrous situation for Britain. Yet even during the Merseyside Blitz, The Germans could not concentrate on just one target. In the middle of their campaign against Liverpool, they diverted major forces of bombers to Barrow, Belfast, Glasgow and Hull. Thus the number of bombers over Merseyside dropped from 293 on the night of 3-4 May to 55 on the following night, to 27 on the following two nights, then back up to 166 on the final night. But the surpassing folly from the German point of view was that this series of devastating raids came at the very end of the Blitz. After one more massive attack on London, on the night of 10-11 May, the bombers were gradually withdrawn to the east for the impending attack on the Soviet Union. Slowly, Liverpool returned to some kind of normality. By mid-May, the docks were unloading just less than half their normal tonnage, and by mid-June, they had returned to full capacity. The thousands of trekkers also returned. In fact, most of the dock workers who trekked only did so at night and returned to their jobs during the day. So the same everyday imperatives that acted to keep London going through the Blitz applied at Liverpool as well. For the remainder of the war, Liverpool continued to be the main destination for American imports. Any chance that the Germans might have had to cut this lifeline had gone. The Blitz failed in its objectives. The Germans could neither cow the British people into surrender nor destroy the fundamentals of their war economy. The Luftwaffe, which was never developed as a strategic weapon, proved inadequate to the task. It had too few aircraft that carried inadequate bomb loads, had too many targets to hit, and lacked a coherent overall plan. Civilians, it was proved, could stand up to bombing over a prolonged period without cracking. Despite the rather feeble defences the British could deploy against the night blitz and the government's ramshackle shelter policy. However, this is much more apparent now than it was then. When they put their minds to it, the Luftwaffe could deliver concentrated blows against London, Coventry, Glasgow, Belfast, Plymouth, Birmingham, and other centres that caused havoc and destruction to an extent never witnessed in Britain before. To those under the bombs, this certainly did not seem like an air force too feeble to prevail. No city or country had ever been subjected to the level of aerial bombardment experienced by Britain in these months. In this sense, those in charge of home security were only being prudent in their attempts to test the daily morale of the people. Their methods might appear amateurish today, but there seems little doubt that the overall tenor of the reports must have given some comfort to those in authority. Panic at times was reported. There was some looting. Defeatist talk was occasionally expressed, but the solidarity of the population was no myth. Most carried on with their lives as best they could. After the constant series of reverses that marked the first part of the year, the ordeal suffered by the British might have been the last straw. That it came nowhere close to delivering a knockout blow says much about the resolution of a determined people. They had accepted Churchill's proposition that this war had to be fought to the end. Indeed, there was some concern that the government might fall below this level of resolve. Churchill's presence in the bombed cities reassured them that this would not be the case, as did his assurances that when the time came, Nazi Germany would receive a greater measure of destruction than had been meted out to Britain. He was as good as his word. Chapter 13. A Little Help from Our Friends. Britain and America, 1940-1941. What was the state of Europe after the fall of France? The Czechs, the Poles, the Danes, the Norwegians, the Dutch, the Belgians, the Luxembourgers were totally under the German heel. The Atlantic and Channel coasts of France and most of its industry were German-occupied. The rump state of Vichy France existed at the whim of the Führer, and was in any case busy introducing its own slightly milder form of fascism. Fascist Italy was allied with Germany. Spain, Hungary, and Romania all had their own variants of fascism that disposed them to lean towards Germany. The Soviet Union was not yet in the anti-fascist camp either. In fact, it was doing very nicely, supplying Hitler with war materials of all kinds. Only Switzerland and Sweden, impotent, isolated, weak, remained as independent states. Britain was secure for the moment, protected by the Royal Navy and the RAF, and with the industrial strength to at least prosecute a defensive war. Assistance was arriving from Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and other parts of the empire. But this assistance was not in the main industrial, and it was not at all clear that British naval and air power could keep the Germans at bay indefinitely. With the industrial resources of Europe at his disposal, Hitler could eventually build the Luftwaffe and the Kriegsmarine to a size that outmatched Britain. Should a government willing to endure for years the trials of war continue in power? In June and July 1940, Churchill had a good grip on the levers of power, but he had been challenged by Chamberlain and Halifax as recently as the end of May. And in June, the spectre of a Halifax-Butler axis had emerged again. In 1940, it seemed that only one state had the industrial power to tilt the balance against Nazism, and that was the United States. No one in Britain expected America to declare war immediately after the fall of France, but given Roosevelt's impeccable anti-Nazi sentiments and his frequent statements condemning German aggression, there was the possibility that a declaration of war against Hitler might eventually be forthcoming. In the meantime, the U.S. could provide aid to Britain, and it could help carry that aid across the Atlantic. Churchill rapidly put the issue of aid to the test. On 15 May 1940, the same day that he received the telephone call from Premier Reynaud, claiming that the French were defeated, Churchill wrote to Roosevelt, "I trust you realize, Mr. President, that the voice and force of the United States may count for nothing if they are withheld too long. You may have a completely subjugated and Nazified Europe established with astonishing swiftness, and the weight may be more than we can bear. Immediate needs are, first, the loan of 40 or 50 of your older destroyers to bridge the gap between what we have now and the large new construction we put in hand at the beginning of the war." He went on to ask for several hundred aircraft, anti-aircraft guns and ammunition and steel, and ended by saying, "We shall go on paying dollars for as long as we can, but I should like to think when we can pay no more, you will give us the stuff all the same." Roosevelt did not respond to the request for aid positively. In answer to Churchill, he claimed that the destroyers could not be transferred to Britain without congressional approval, which he was uncertain of obtaining. As for Churchill's other requests, he would do what he could about aircraft, anti-aircraft equipment, and steel. On the wider points of a Nazified Europe, and a Britain sagging under a heavy defense burden, and on the matter of British payments to the U.S., he was silent. Churchill was distressed by this reply. Only an essential visit to France prevented him from an immediate riposte. But on the night of 19 May, he told his private secretary that he had drafted a telegram for those bloody Yankees, and that he was to send it off at once. The telegram was couched in more diplomatic terms, but it contained an ominous warning to Roosevelt. After expressing his disappointment about the destroyers, Churchill said. Our intention is, whatever happens, to fight on to the end in this island, and, provided we can get the help for which we ask, we hope to run them very close in the air battles in view of individual superiority. Members of the present administration would likely go down during this process, should it result adversely, but in no conceivable circumstances would we consent to surrender. If members of the present administration were finished, and others came in to parley amid the ruins, you must not be blind to the fact that the sole remaining bargaining counter with Germany would be the fleet. And if this country was left by the United States to its fate, no one would have the right to blame those then responsible if they made the best terms they could for the surviving inhabitants. Excuse me, Mr. President, putting this nightmare bluntly. This was putting it very bluntly indeed. Roosevelt had not raised the fate of the British fleet. Churchill was just making sure that its acquisition did not enter American calculations. A government led by an appeaser would certainly have used it as a bargaining chip, and Roosevelt knew that there were members of Churchill's cabinet who were attempting to set up a mediation through Mussolini for a compromise peace. In that sense, he was well aware of the nightmare of which Churchill spoke. In any case, Churchill thought that his messages had had some effect on FDR. On 10 June, at the University of Virginia, the President made a rousing speech on foreign policy, in the course of which he said of the Italian declaration of war against France, "The hand that held the dagger has struck it into the back of its neighbor." He then went on, "We will extend to the opponents of force the material resources of this nation, and at the same time we will harness and speed up the use of those resources, in order that we ourselves in the Americas may have equipment and training equal to the task of any emergency and every defense. All roads leading to the accomplishment of these objectives must be kept clear of obstructions. We will not slow down or detour. Signs and signals call for full speed ahead." Churchill had listened to this speech and told Roosevelt that he was much fortified by the grand scope of your declaration. He particularly noted the reference about material aid to the Allies, and renewed his request for 50 destroyers, particularly needed now that Britain had an additional foe in the Mediterranean. Privately, Churchill thought that an American declaration of war must shortly follow such a speech. He was to be disappointed. Not for the first time a rousing speech by Roosevelt was followed by inaction. No more material resources were made available to the Allies, nor was there any sign of the U.S. economy moving into full speed-ahead mode. Indeed, some members of Roosevelt's own cabinet were becoming alarmed at his inaction. Henry Morgenthau, the Secretary for the Treasury, told Roosevelt that after reading Churchill's letter, he thought, "Unless we do something to give the English additional destroyers, it seems to me absolutely hopeless to expect them to keep going." Harold Ickes, the Secretary of Labor, was also putting pressure on Roosevelt. On 5 July, he told the President that by hook or by crook we ought to accede to England's request for the destroyers, but to no effect. Roosevelt would not act. As inaction from the Americans continued, Churchill became more and more impatient with them. He pressed Lord Lothian, the British ambassador in Washington, to reiterate to the President that he could not rely on getting the British fleet because a quisling government might use it to bargain with Hitler. He told Lothian, no doubt to be repeated to Roosevelt, that "we have really not had any help worth speaking of from the United States so far, and that what mattered was whether Hitler was in command of Great Britain in 3 months or not." On the same day he wrote to his friend, the American financier, Bernard Baruch, that "your people are not doing much. If things go wrong with us, it will be bad for them." Beyond that, he could do little. In fact, although he could hardly say so in public, Churchill was despairing that any substantial help would flow from the great republic. He cooled towards them to the extent that, against the advice of his scientific experts, he withheld some British wartime secrets, such as ASDIC and radar, from the Americans until they were more forthcoming on the destroyer issue. He instructed the Defense Committee not to give our secrets until the United States is much nearer to the war than she is now. Eventually, in July, he was persuaded to draft yet another letter to Roosevelt concerning destroyers. Churchill put his message bluntly. "I know you will do all in your power, but when the consequences to the United States of our being overwhelmed are so grievous, it seems to me very hard to understand why this modest aid is not given now, at the time when it could be perhaps decisively effective. Pray, let me know if there is no hope." But this part of his letter was so heavily amended by the Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax, and Ambassador Joseph Kennedy, that Churchill in the end decided to send no message at all. He was not to contact Roosevelt on any subject for almost another month. Finally, on 31 July, with the Battle of Britain in full swing, an invasion by Germany thought to be imminent, Churchill tried again. He told Roosevelt that Britain must now have the destroyers, motorboats, and flying boats which it had requested, and he noted that in the last 10 days 10 destroyers had been sunk or damaged. "We could not keep up the present rate of casualties for long, and if we cannot get a substantial reinforcement, the whole fate of the war may be decided by this minor and easily remediable factor. I cannot understand why, with a position as it is, you do not send me at least 50 or 60 of your oldest destroyers. Mr. President, with great respect, I must tell you that in the long history of the world, this is the thing to do now." In the U.S., those who had been pressing Roosevelt for a decision were alarmed by Churchill's message. They developed a compromise that they thought the President might accept, which did not involve an outright gift of the ships to Britain. The Secretary of the Navy, Frank Knox, suggested to Lothian that Britain might lease bases on its Caribbean islands and along the Atlantic coast in such areas as Newfoundland to the United States in return for the destroyers. The whole transaction could then be presented as a quid pro quo. The United States would help defend Britain in return for bases which would help defend the United States. This proposition was put to the U.S. Cabinet by Knox and approved, providing Britain promised to send its fleet to America in the event of a successful German invasion. This last proviso infuriated Churchill, who declared that such a promise would amount to defeatism. He railed against it to the War Cabinet, but in the end accepted that it must form part of the deal. At last, Britain was to have the destroyers. After protracted negotiations and exchanges of notes, the deal was signed on 2 September. The Americans made much of the assurances given about the British fleet, but in London this side of the deal was not published. The War Cabinet, noting that the agreement could hardly be binding on a new government. In the end, Britain obtained little from the destroyers deal. By the end of 1940, just 9 were in service. In fact, many had been so badly stored that they had practically to be rebuilt before they were fit for combat. Even by May 1941, only 30 were in service, and they were described by many who were unfortunate to have to serve in them as the worst destroyers they had ever seen. Moreover, the deal had not been agreed with sufficient celerity to ensure that the ships were on hand to thwart a German invasion attempt. In the dangerous months of August and September 1940, while the invasion barges were being collected in the Channel ports opposite Britain, the Americans proved unwilling to expedite the transfer. Britain probably had sufficient of its own more modern destroyers and other ships as well to force the Germans into paying an unacceptable price in any invasion. But the British and the Americans could not be certain that this was the case. An additional 50 second-rate craft would have avoided the need to take so many small warships away from convoy duties and assign them to anti-invasion roles. At the very least, the U.S. destroyers might have helped mitigate the number of sinkings of merchant ships in the Atlantic. But Roosevelt in particular did not feel able to take any leadership in this matter, either with Congress or with the wider population. And so, the invasion season came and went without Britain obtaining the assistance of any American ships. Churchill, however, portrayed the deal as another kind of victory, that of enticing the United States closer to war. He stated that selling Britain destroyers was not a neutral action, and that when the proposal went through, the United States would have made a long step towards coming into the war on our side. No doubt he did not anticipate such a move until after the presidential election in November. But because the Republican candidate, Wendell Willkie, had approved the deal, the re-election of Roosevelt would not be vital for the British cause. Only time would tell whether the American election on 6 November 1940 would make the British supply position any easier or lead the United States closer to belligerency. The destroyers at least had not cost the British any hard currency. But most British war materiel bought from the United States in this period had to be paid for. The British had benefit from the repeal of the Neutrality Act in November 1939, which enabled the U.S. to sell to any belligerent country war materiel on a cash-and-carry basis. Although theoretically, this might have meant that American goods also flowed to the Axis powers. In practice, it is doubtful whether the U.S. would have sold goods to Nazi Germany, and in any case, the British blockade prevented such transactions from taking place. Needless to say, these large Allied orders also assisted the U.S. In fact, they were the factor that finally pulled them out of the second recession, which had hit the country very hard from 1937. The British orders, which incorporated previous orders made by France, were considerable. The main war materials purchased were aircraft, tanks, motor vehicles, ammunition, ships, and machine tools. By 1 November 1940, the value of orders placed amounted to almost $2,000 million, while an estimate of goods to be ordered in the near future totaled $3.2 thousand million. Britain was still, in 1940, a wealthy country, with overseas investments of $12.8 thousand million, and gold reserves of $1.8 thousand million. Yet a quick calculation reveals that well over one-third of that total had already been committed to orders in the U.S., and it was the fact that many of the assets held by Britain, such as Indian railways, could not be readily sold, or indeed sold at all, to realize dollars. The moment that Churchill had foreshadowed to the President that the U.S. would have to start giving Britain the stuff it needed was fast approaching. And for the British, carry was becoming almost as large a problem as cash. Losses to U-boats in the North Atlantic had averaged a manageable 40,000 tons per month in the North Atlantic from January to May 1940. But from June to November, the monthly total increased to over 200,000 tons. The time was rapidly approaching when Britain could not replace lost merchant ships from its own building program. Either the Americans were going to send goods to Britain in their own ships, or Britain would have to purchase many more ships in the U.S. to make up the deficit. Moreover, the extension of the war by the outbreak of large-scale fighting in North Africa and the invasion of Greece by Italy in October meant that the British would require even more equipment to assist its offenses in the desert and to aid its new ally. However, FDR had by no means put the American economy on a war footing. Indeed, Despite his speech to the University of Virginia, his actual policy in June 1940 was to use only idle resources for wartime production. This is reflected in the national account figures that show only 3% of the American economy geared to war in 1940. Moreover, some of that wartime production reflected British government expenditure in America on buildings, machine tools, and land. By January 1941, this spending amounted to $800 million. Meanwhile, on 5 November, Roosevelt won the presidential election with increased majorities in both the House and the Senate. This caused much excitement in Britain. Even the Foreign Office, notoriously skeptical about U.S. intentions, thought that the U.S. would now enter the war as soon as possible. But silence followed Roosevelt's victory. He did not even see fit to reply to a letter of congratulations sent to him by Churchill. It was Lothian who applied a good dose of realism to British hopes. He had been in Britain since 20 October for discussions, and he told the Foreign Office to put aside any thought that America would soon enter the war. In his opinion, the United States would not take this step until its rearmament was fully underway in 1942. Meanwhile, he advised Churchill to set out for Roosevelt Britain's economic situation in great detail, opening the books to demonstrate that Britain was indeed running out of dollars. Churchill took the advice, but struggled to strike the right tone in the letter. His irritation with the president's inaction was evident in one of his first drafts, which contained the following paragraph: "While we will do our utmost and shrink from no proper sacrifice to make payments across the exchange, I should not myself be willing, even in the height of the struggle, to divest Great Britain of every conceivable saleable asset, so that after the victory was won by our blood and sweat, and civilization saved, and the time gained for the United States to be fully armed against all eventualities, we should stand stripped to the bone. Such a course would not be in the moral or economic interests of either of our countries." Finally, a more suitable document was drafted and sent to Roosevelt on 7 December. By then, Britain's position regarding dollars was desperate, and Lothian decided on his own initiative to bring the crisis to the attention of the American public via the press. When he arrived in New York, he summoned a group of reporters and allegedly said, "Well, boys, Britain's broke. It's your money we want." Whatever words he used, the message was clear. The press reported that Britain's gold and securities had been used up, and that England would need help if orders for more equipment were to be made in the United States. Morgenthau and Churchill were furious with Lothian for this calculated indiscretion. Morgenthau worried that Congress might be less likely to extend help if they thought the situation irredeemable. Churchill worried that Lothian had given the impression that Britain was bankrupt rather than just running out of dollars. Nevertheless, the Lothian interview concentrated minds in America on what was becoming an urgent problem, and this was useful preparatory work for Roosevelt's consideration of Churchill's letter. As it happened, the president, exhausted by months of campaigning, was about to take a holiday on the presidential yacht when Churchill's plea for help arrived. In the letter, Churchill stressed the shipping crisis that Britain was facing in the Atlantic and the desperate need for more aircraft, munitions, and machine tools. In the revised wording, the crunch came towards the end. "The moment approaches when we shall no longer be able to pay cash for shipping and other supplies. While we will do our utmost and shrink from no proper sacrifice to make payments across the exchange, I believe that you will agree that it would be wrong in principle and mutually disadvantageous in effect if at the height of the struggle Great Britain were to be divested of all saleable assets." The letter then went on to make many of the same points as in Churchill's earlier drafts, and concluded with a table of British shipping losses in the Atlantic. Nowhere in the letter did Churchill appeal for the Americans to enter the war. The appeal was rather couched in terms that the best way to defend the United States was to keep Britain in the war. In Washington, the hawks in the cabinet, led by Ickes, Morgenthau, Knox and Stimson, agreed with Churchill. While Roosevelt was relaxing in the Caribbean, they met as a group to discuss the whole matter of British debt. Knox put the situation plainly. He saw no choice but to pay for the war from now on. The others agreed, but all were worried about the reaction in Congress and the mechanism by which the war would be financed. When he returned from his cruise on 17 December, the President provided the answer. At lunch that day, he told Morgenthau, "I have been thinking very hard on this trip about what we should do for England, and it seems to me that the thing to do is to get away from the dollar sign. I don't want to put the thing in terms of dollars or loans, and I think the thing to do is to say that we will manufacture what we need, and the first thing we will do is to increase our productivity, and then we will say to England, we will give you the guns and ships that you need, provided, when the war is over, you will return to us in kind the guns and ships that we have loaned to you, or you will return to us the ships repaired and pay us, always in kind, to make up the depreciation." Later in the afternoon, he explained to the press that if your neighbor's house was on fire, you would not haggle over the price of the hose you were about to lend him. The main thing you wanted was the fire put out and the hose returned. What emboldened Roosevelt to take this step was never revealed. Perhaps he feared that without such help, Britain might conclude a compromise peace, and the fate of the British fleet on which American safety would then depend was too uncertain to risk. Perhaps he felt strengthened by the election result. Perhaps he had seen opinion polls which showed that by December 1940, over 60% of Americans favored sending all help possible to Britain. For whatever reason, this was Roosevelt's contribution to what became known as Lend-Lease, called by Churchill the most unsordid act in history. It did come with a few strings, however. The Americans never really took to heart Churchill's point that Britain was fighting against Nazism, not only to maintain its own independence, but on behalf of the wider cause of those democratic values which Roosevelt repeatedly proclaimed were vital for the future of mankind. So until the bill wended its way through Congress, a process that was bound to take months, the British found themselves in exactly the same position as they had been before Roosevelt had taken his cruise. They had little money with which to pay for the orders already placed, and for some of the goods already delivered. They were, in dollar terms, broke, and they had not got the money they wanted, for Roosevelt, in a manner that was typical of him, had not provided any detail about what arrangements Britain was to operate under until the act became law. In fact, Roosevelt saw no reason to fill in any detail. He thought the British still had plenty of exchange to pay for existing orders. In any case, Roosevelt had thought of several ways in which the British could pay until Lend-Lease was passed. The first was to dispatch a destroyer to Cape Town to collect £50 million in gold from British gold reserves held there to cover immediate purchases. This was cash and carry with a vengeance. Churchill, who had not been told until the destroyer was on its way, was furious. He drafted a letter to the President complaining that the act might produce embarrassing effects when it became known. He continued, it would wear the aspect of a sheriff collecting the last assets of a helpless debtor. But he then crossed this through and contented himself with saying that it would look like you are sending for our last reserves. He then went on to try to clarify exactly where Britain stood in regard to finance. We do not know how long Congress will debate your proposals, and how we should be enabled to place orders for armaments and pay our way if this time became protracted. Remember, Mr. President, we do not know what you have in mind, or exactly what the United States is going to do, and we are fighting for our lives. What would be the effect upon the world's situation if we had to default in payments to your contractors who have workmen to pay? Would not this be exploited by the enemy as a complete breakdown in Anglo-American cooperation? Also, what is to be done about the immense heavy payments still to be made under existing orders before delivery is completed? Substantial advance payments on these same orders have already denuded our resources. Churchill's irritation with the vagueness of Roosevelt's proposals is evident from the many stinging sentences he deleted from this letter. Originally, he had said, "It is not fitting that any nation should put itself wholly in the hands of another, least of all a nation which is fighting under increasingly severe conditions for what is proclaimed to be a cause of general concern." His general plea that Britain's fight against Nazism was also America's fight still fell on deaf ears. Roosevelt sent no reply to this message. This left the British purchasing mission in the U.S. in an impossible position. Should they place orders for war materiel based on the fact that Lend-Lease, whatever its details, would take care of the payments? Eventually, Morgenthau told the Treasury representative in Washington, Sir Frederick Phillips, that Britain should go ahead and place the orders. But even then there was ambiguity. Phillips assumed that this meant that these commitments would be covered by Lend-Lease, but Roosevelt defined Morgenthau's commitment as meaning that the British could place orders for anything they wanted if they said they had the money to pay for it. And to make matters worse, when the head of the British purchasing mission in the U.S., Arthur Purvis, asked Roosevelt for clarification, he gave Purvis no satisfactory answer. Moreover, Morgenthau had decided that the best way he could sell Lend-Lease to Congress was to stress to them that Britain, for its part, was divesting itself of every asset that could be realized in return for American aid. So when the Lend-Lease Act was passed on 11 March, the British, to their considerable shock, finally grasped the fact that the Americans did indeed intend that they should pay for all goods ordered before its passage. So another destroyer arrived in South Africa in mid-March to collect a further £35 million in gold, and there would be yet another in April to collect a similar amount. And that was not all. On 10 March, Morgenthau insisted to the new ambassador, Lord Halifax, that the British-owned American Viscose, Courtaulds, be sold by the end of the week to American interests. The British felt that they had no option. The company was sold for the knockdown price of $54 million, about half its actual value. But the sale of Viscose and the movement of gold still left Britain with a deficit of about $400 million. Keynes was dispatched to the United States to negotiate a deal. The best he could do was to arrange for a loan of $425 million against British-owned investments in the United States at an interest rate of 3%. The British completed loan and interest payments in 1951. The Act, actually called an Act to Promote the Defense of the United States, and given the symbolic number of 1776, was passed on 11 March 1941, after 3 long months of debate by Congress. It did not produce in the immediate future the bonanza of production for the British that had been anticipated. In the first place, the American economy was still far from being on a war footing, and the needs of the glacial but steady rearmament of the U.S. military had to be met first. Eventually, the British received around $900 million in Lend-Lease aid by the end of 1941. This figure may be compared with the $3.2 thousand million that Britain had spent in the U.S. by the year's end. In fact, purchases covered by Lend-Lease represented just 1% of Britain's war supplies. In stark contrast was the aid provided by Canada, which announced in December 1941 that all munitions, war supplies, and food produced in Canada for Britain would be given to Britain to the extent of $1 billion. To all intents and purposes, economically as well as militarily, Britain and its empire in the period 1940-41 stood alone. It had occurred to the Americans early in the war that goods made in the U.S. would be useless if they were sunk before they arrived in Britain. Initially, the depredations of German submarines in the Atlantic were minimal, but in the second half of 1940, sinkings increased to 200,000 tons per month, and in the first 6 months of 1941, they amounted to 300,000 tons per month. The greater scale of losses had several causes. In the first place, Britain had to deploy many potential escorts around its coasts for anti-invasion purposes, and the absence of the American destroyers was keenly felt in this regard. Second, the number of U-boats in operational duty steadily rose from just over 50 at the beginning of the war to over 150 by mid-1941. But even before the U-boat depredations made a significant impact on British imports, Churchill sought American aid in convoying goods across the Atlantic. The course of the discussions over convoy had, from a British point of view, a depressing aspect in that they paralleled the manner of the discussions already detailed over war materiel. The first request by Churchill for U.S. help in convoying came in a letter to Roosevelt just after FDR's victory in the November 1940 election. Is it possible for you in some way to make available the greater part of the 140 ships, which I understand you now have in the Atlantic, to convoy merchant ships across the Atlantic and protect them against illegal U-boat methods of warfare? In the end, this was one of a series of draft letters that Churchill did not send to the President. But in the Lend-Lease letter of 7 December, Churchill finally laid bare his concerns. It would, I suggest, follow that protection should be given to this lawful trading by the United States forces, i.e., escorting battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and air flotillas. Protection would be immediately more effective if you were able to obtain bases in Ayr. Churchill was potentially muddying the convoy issue by suggesting that the Americans or British coerce Southern Ireland into letting Allied warships use its western ports. Certainly the use of these ports would have extended the range of escort craft, but it was never practical politics and could only risk alienating an important section of American public opinion. Yet it was only a theoretical risk, because Roosevelt never intended using U.S. warships for convoy, at this point in the war anyway. Roosevelt did not directly reply to Churchill's letter, but some help came Britain's way in early 1941. In February, a United States Atlantic Fleet was formed, which contained a support group of 3 destroyer flotillas and 5 flying boat squadrons. Then, in March, Churchill asked whether a stricken British battleship could be repaired in an American port, at British expense. Roosevelt agreed. The battleship could use an American dockyard, although this was in contravention of international law. And in other ways U.S. actions became more amenable to Britain. They transferred 10 Coast Guard cutters to Britain, which excited all concerned at the time, but seems pretty small beer now. More importantly, some cargoes now sailing the Atlantic consisted of goods transferred to Britain under Lend-Lease. Churchill pointed out to Roosevelt in early April that U-boat attacks were now sinking cargoes produced by American labor, and that these attacks were extending closer and closer to the American coast. In Washington, the hawks were well aware that U-boats might soon threaten U.S. commerce. Knox, in particular, regarded the situation in the Atlantic as desperate, and along with Stimson concocted a scheme to extend the American security zone from a narrow strip along the American, Caribbean, and South American coasts far into the Atlantic. In addition, they considered that if waters around the Red Sea were removed from the war zone, American warships could supply the British armies in the Middle East directly. The announcements, when they came, were quite dramatic, especially the extension of the war zone to 25 degrees west, because this encompassed the greater part of the Atlantic. But once again, appearances were deceptive. Roosevelt told Morgenthau that public opinion was not ready for the United States to convoy ships. This statement requires careful analysis. The supposed lack of public support for a more vigorous war policy has long been used to explain Roosevelt's inaction. The reality is not this simple. It is correct to say that when the American people were asked the bold question, should the United States declare war on Germany, the answer was always no. However, if the question was framed differently, should the United States enter the war if there was no other way of defeating Germany and Italy, no fewer than 72% of the respondents said yes. And concerning Britain, when the public was asked whether more help should be given, even at the risk of us getting into a war, the majority, which rose from 60% to 70% by April 1941, also said yes. In short, there was always a solid base of opinion on which a president committed to action rather than speeches against Nazism could have built. Public opinion, as Ickes and the Hawks in Cabinet knew, was there to be led. In the end, Roosevelt took no lead. There would be no convoying of ships. The Americans would patrol the area with aircraft and warships, but no orders were given to fire on any U-boat observed, nor would any public announcement be made that these patrols had commenced. The announcements about the Red Sea and the extension of the war zone were made in early April, but the British were to see no more action from FDR until June. Apparently, the President spent most of the month of May in bed because of ill health, but Ickes, for one, was more concerned about a deeper malaise. I do know in every direction I find a growing discontent with the President's lack of leadership. He still has the country if he will take it and lead it, but he won't have it much longer unless he does something. It won't be sufficient for him to make another speech and then go into a state of innocuous desuetude again. People are beginning to say, I am tired of words. I want action. If I could have looked this far ahead and seen an inactive and uninspiring president, I would not have supported Roosevelt for a third term. My desire for him was due almost entirely to the fact that I believed he would prove to be a great leader in the time of grave crisis that I saw approaching. For the British, May 1941 was a bad month. They had rushed reinforcements from the Western Desert to Greece in April to try to stem the German attack. These had proved ineffective, and Greece was evacuated by Allied troops on 30 April. Meanwhile, Field Marshal Rommel had seized the opportunity and driven back British forces in the desert almost to the border of Egypt. Then in May, the Germans invaded Crete, where the British had sheltered after the disastrous Greek campaign. By the end of the month, that force too had to be evacuated, and meanwhile, sinkings of merchant ships increased in the Atlantic. On 23 May, Churchill felt desperate enough to send FDR a detailed list of sinkings, which even included map coordinates to show exactly where each ship had been sunk. He also accompanied his message with a map to indicate the area in the Atlantic where U.S. assistance would be most helpful. Once more, Roosevelt offered no direct response to Churchill's cry for help. Instead, he made a radio broadcast in which he declared a state of unlimited national emergency. But he went into no detail as to what this might mean for the war effort, and Ickes sourly commented that without acts to follow it up, it means little. In the days that followed this seemingly dramatic announcement, no one in FDR's closest circle could detect any change in policy. But there were signs that the president was becoming increasingly worried. He thought the reverses in the Mediterranean might encourage Portugal or Spain to allow the Germans to base U-boats in the Azores and Cape Verde Islands, from where they could reach American shores. While he was not prepared to contribute to a projected British-led expedition to occupy the islands, he was prepared to free up British troops by relieving their garrison that had been occupying Iceland since the fall of Denmark in April 1940. Churchill jumped at this offer. Clearly he hoped that U.S. ships would become involved with the U-boats during the process of convoy, and that this would lead the Americans closer to war. Most of the Iceland scenario played out as Churchill had anticipated. An American garrison occupied the island on 7 July. This led to U.S. warships escorting the ships of any nation that plied between the U.S. and Iceland. And this measure was extended after the meeting between Roosevelt and Churchill at Argentia, Newfoundland, in August, when the president decided to allow the U.S. to escort the ships of any nation across the Atlantic. Soon this led to the kind of result Churchill had hoped for. On 4 September, the USS Greer was attacked by a U-boat and responded by depth-charging the German vessel. Then, in 17 October, the USS Kearney was sunk while escorting a convoy, and 2 weeks later, the USS Reuben James was sunk in similar circumstances. The president broadcast after the Greer incident, calling the German attack legal and moral piracy. Then, after the Kearney was sunk, he broadcast again, noting that history has recorded who fired the first shot. After the Reuben James went down, there was no presidential comment, and it was left to Churchill to express his grief at its loss. These incidents, it might be thought, provided FDR with a scenario he had often articulated, that if there was an overt incident caused by Germany, the U.S. would enter the war. He had told Ickes, as early as April 1941, that probably we would have to wait for a German incident. And in June, he told Bill Bullitt, previously American ambassador to France, that he was waiting for an incident before he came in. Yet he did not come in. Churchill might rail at him. He told the cabinet in August that he wondered if the president realized the risk the United States were running by keeping out of the war. He might tell Harry Hopkins that a wave of depression had swept over the cabinet about the president's many assurances and no closer to war. He might tell his private secretary that after the joint declaration of war aims by Roosevelt, himself and Stalin on 12 August, America could not honorably stay out. But in all likelihood, Roosevelt had never intended to become an ally of Britain in the formal sense. Each of the tiny steps he took was designed to keep the U.S. out of the war. The destroyers were intended to ward off invasion and help with convoys so that U.S. waters could remain safe. The leased bases made the American mainland easier to defend. The Lend-Lease was designed to help Britain continue the war alone. It also had the desirable side effect of keeping intact the large British investment in American industry. And while Lend-Lease was being negotiated, FDR and others took the opportunity to strip Britain of gold and assets, perhaps in the spirit of cash and carry, but also in the spirit of reducing a post-war Britain to modest economic status. The extension of the American zone into the Atlantic was a measure to protect goods that the U.S. was now paying for. The sinking of American warships in the Atlantic could have provided Roosevelt with a reason to go to war, but did not. As it happened, the only prominent statesman who was confident that Roosevelt was inching towards war was Hitler. After the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor on 7 December 1941, he thought an American declaration of war against Germany inevitable, and so, on 11 December, he declared war on the United States. In a sense, Britain was bailed out not by Roosevelt, Ickes, or Knox, but by the Führer. The only conclusion to be reached is that Britain in 1940 and in 1941 survived with no significant outside help, except that freely given by the Dominions, especially Canada. That the great majority of the American people hated Nazism, and that this view was shared by Roosevelt is beyond question. That Roosevelt refused to show any leadership in this matter is also beyond question. The defender of liberal democracy in 1940-41 was not Britain along with the United States. It was Britain and the Dominions. They fought freedom's battle, while the largest democracy on earth occasionally threw them some crumbs. Conclusion. The year 1940 could have been disastrous for Britain and for the West. Any number of events that occurred during that year might have seen Germany victorious over Britain. As Churchill said of another series of crises in another war, the terrible ifs accumulate. If the government of Neville Chamberlain had not been overthrown in early May, a compromise peace might have followed the military disaster in France. Chamberlain had no stomach for war. On 3 September, he reluctantly declared war, but he hardly prosecuted it, apparently relying on an internal revolt in Germany to get him out of his difficulties. This explains why he was reluctant fully to mobilize the country for war or to attack Germany directly. It is difficult to see his resolve for even this partial effort surviving the setbacks in France. It is not difficult to imagine Chamberlain joining the defeatist elements in the French government to seek settlement with Hitler. That such a settlement would have been to Germany's advantage goes without saying. This was the only kind of settlement Hitler made. That the war would have been resumed in short order against the weakened Allies also goes without saying. Nazism could not stand still. Chamberlain's ultimate act would have been to preside over the destruction of his country. If Churchill had not come to power on 10 May, it is difficult to see the year ending well for Britain. Churchill had taken the measure of Hitler. He knew that negotiations with that man, as he called him, were futile. He had grasped, long before the Holocaust, the evil and aggression that had to be fought. In seeing the struggle in Manichaean terms, black versus white, he was surely correct. Against Hitler, victory had to be at all costs. It had to be in spite of all terror, for the alternative was unthinkable. At this moment, Britain needed more than an anti-appeaser as Prime Minister. It needed someone with the perception, the courage, and the deadliness to see the fight against Germany through to the end. If Halifax had succeeded in his challenge to Churchill during the cabinet crisis of late May, he would have followed a path similar to Chamberlain's. Once the British sat down at the table with Mussolini or Hitler or both, there would have been no going back. The slippery slope, as Churchill called it, would have grown more precipitate as home morale plummeted. Moreover, the peace that Halifax sought entailed a guarantee only of Britain's independence. There were two dangers inherent in this approach. The first was that, as already noted, Hitler never honored agreements of this kind with states he considered a threat. Second, on no occasion did Halifax ever mention the independence of other states. The security of France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, and Poland was never his concern. He might fight to keep the grouse moors of Yorkshire safe for the aristocracy, but not much more. The second danger was that under Halifax's peace terms, Europe and all its resources would have fallen under the Nazi yoke. Exactly how he thought a Europe organized by Hitler for aggression would not represent a danger to Britain was not specified. But it is well for Britain and for Europe that Halifax did not prevail. If the British army had not survived the German onslaught and had been trapped in Europe, the consequences, both militarily and politically, would have been dire. Thanks to Gort's actions to shore up the British position and his determination to ignore Churchill and retreat to the coast, the steadiness of Brooke, Alexander, and lower-order commanders such as Montgomery, Franklin, and others, the retreat was managed reasonably well. The fighting quality of the troops and the indecisiveness on the German side ensured that the BEF arrived at Dunkirk in a state where a systematic evacuation could be undertaken. The strength and efficiency of the Navy and the intervention of the RAF enabled such an operation to be carried out, and the vast bulk of the army returned to Britain. If these events had played out differently, if Britain had lost 300,000 men and most of the officer corps of the regular army, its role in the subsequent years of the Second World War would necessarily have been diminished. Whether Britain could have maintained campaigns in the Western Desert, Italy, and the Far East, as well as playing a major role in the invasion of northwestern Europe, is doubtful. If Churchill had been unable to portray Dunkirk at least as some form of success, there is no doubt that his position politically would have been weakened. In this situation, Halifax might have returned to the charge, pointing out the necessity, now that Britain was without an army, to open talks with the dictators. Churchill had to use all his political skill to fight off Halifax's first challenge. It was as well for Britain that a second was never made. If the German army had been able to cross to Britain and land in sufficient numbers in 1940, the outlook would have been grim. The British army had, to some extent, recovered from Dunkirk, but whether it was equipped to fight panzer divisions is another matter. Fortunately for Britain, the strength of the Royal Navy and the RAF acted as a sufficient deterrent to Hitler. It must, however, be said that in this instance the hesitations shown by Hitler were well founded. An invasion along the lines of that planned by the Germans would almost certainly have come to grief. If Fighter Command had been defeated in the Battle of Britain, invasion would have been an easier prospect for Germany. However, the power of the Navy would still have acted as a considerable deterrent. In any case, a close examination of the air battles in the summer of 1940 indicates that Parke and Dowding had the conflict under control. Nevertheless, in war, everything is in flux. Parke was still required to make the correct decisions during the battle. The pilots had to be prepared to risk their lives daily. The factories had to retain the capacity to produce new aircraft. We can see in retrospect that all these things happened. At the time, the picture was not quite so clear, and the decision to fight on was accordingly more debatable in some quarters at least. If the night bombing of Britain in the last few months of the year had succeeded in crippling industry or breaking civilian morale, Britain might have been forced to seek terms. The Luftwaffe did not remotely have the power to succeed in its attack on industry. The bomb loads it could carry were too small, the targets too numerous. The effect of the attack on the civilian population was more difficult to assess. The fact was that no people had ever before been subjected to bombardment from the air for such a sustained period. The terror and helplessness experienced by people threatened by the bombs are captured in every diary and letter from the period. The casualties suffered during the Blitz of about 40,000 dead may seem small in comparison to later aerial campaigns, but they were unprecedented at the time. In the event, the mood of the country was resolute. So Britain would survive, but Britain in 1940 was fighting for more than its own survival. Churchill's efforts to keep the French in the war were clearly partly dictated by Britain's national interest. It was better to have a continental ally than not. But while Dunkirk was in progress, Churchill ordered that the French be evacuated in equal numbers. As it happened, they were not. But 150,000 French troops were lifted to safety during the evacuation. During May and June, he offered the French a steady supply of fighters over and above what his own experts told him Britain must keep at home for its own safety. During the last few visits Churchill made to France, he assured the leadership that Britain would see their country restored. And the most dramatic of Churchill's gestures in this direction, the offer of union, was made after the French army had collapsed and after the French government had been driven from Paris to Bordeaux. The offer of union would have been of little benefit to Britain. It might have gained a proportion of the French fleet, but that would have depended on whether the offer of union forestalled the formation of a defeatist administration under Pétain. The overwhelming likelihood was that it would not. Churchill then was appealing to something beyond material assistance to Britain when he offered the union to France. He was appealing to the French to stay in the fight as part of a larger unity that we can call the West, and that he sometimes categorized as Christian civilization. When he spoke to the French people in October 1940 in his broken French, he assured them that they were not forgotten and that France would resume its place among the greatest nations of the world when Britain emerged victorious. Churchill would have no truck with the Pétain regime, and as we saw, he was implacable in his determination to neutralize their fleet by whatever means. However, his attitude to France was always tempered by the fact that it had fought the Germans and that many of its troops had fought very hard. When it came to the Americans in 1940, Churchill showed no such understanding. His appeals to Roosevelt for aid were often coupled with an appeal for the United States to join the fight for civilized values. What infuriated Churchill during this period was that Roosevelt made frequent speeches in which he seemed to take Churchill's point. He spoke of the barbaric policies being pursued by Nazi Germany, the many atrocities committed by them in occupied Europe, and how America would assist the free world to thwart Hitler. But none of this led Roosevelt to take America into the war. Sympathy with Britain's cause did not mean participation. Even economic aid came at the highest price it was thought Britain could afford. And Lend-Lease was only enacted when the administration realized that Britain was running out of dollars, that it might default on contracts to American suppliers, and that it might be forced out of the war. Roosevelt did not want Britain to leave the war, but he was willing to risk it, hence his constant badgering of Churchill on the fate of the British fleet. He was never willing to accept Churchill's warning that a completely Nazified Europe would represent a deadly threat to American security. In the end, Roosevelt was not even willing to follow public opinion. When 70% of his countrymen thought America should even risk war to aid the British, Roosevelt remained resolute for inaction. There seems no doubt from Churchill's responses to this inaction that he thought the President had fallen far below the level of events. There were no meeting of minds between the two statesmen in this period, no hint of a special relationship. Somewhat ironically, the popular view that Churchill and Roosevelt were of one mind in 1940-41 was largely created by Churchill. In his morale-raising wartime speeches, he often held out the hope of immediate American intervention and made much of the aid Britain was receiving from the U.S. And his war memoirs, which might have taken a different line, were written during the Cold War, when the friendship and aid of America to Britain and Europe were vital. For Roosevelt, there was no conception that America should join Britain in the fight for something larger than survival. For Roosevelt, the survival of Fortress America seemed to be sufficient. For Churchill, this was never the case. From the moment Britain entered the war and he held high office, his speeches made constant reference to the fact that the war was being waged to ensure the survival of the West. In his first speech as First Lord of the Admiralty, he emphasized that this was not just a war for Danzig and Poland, but for the rights of the individual. Later he said that the fate of Holland, Belgium, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Austria would be decided by Britain's victory. For, if we are not destroyed, all these countries will be rescued and restored to life and freedom. When Churchill became Prime Minister, he continued with his theme. He clearly saw the French and British as being in the vanguard of freedom. His first broadcast was notable for its mention of the enslaved states of Europe and the duty of the Allies to rescue them from the long night of barbarism. When Britain was alone, always a concept that for Churchill included the Empire and dominions. In perhaps his most famous speech, Their Finest Hour, and just before he reached the peroration, he said, "However matters go in France, or with the French government, or other French governments, we in this island and in the British Empire will never lose our sense of comradeship with the French people. If we are now called on to endure what they have been suffering, we shall emulate their courage. And if final victory rewards our toils, they shall share the gains, aye, and freedom shall be restored to all. We abate nothing for our just demands. Not one jot or tittle do we recede. Czechs, Poles, Norwegians, Dutch, Belgians have joined their causes to our own. All these shall be restored." Later, in a Mansion House speech, he said, "We have not abandoned any of our obligations or undertakings towards the captive and enslaved countries of Europe, or towards any of those countries which still act with us. On the contrary, since we have been left alone in this world struggle, we have reaffirmed or defined more precisely all the causes of all the countries with whom and for whom we drew the sword: Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Norway, Holland, Belgium, greatest of all France, latest of all Greece. For all these we will toil and strive, and our victory will supply the liberation of them all." Churchill's whole policy was in fact encapsulated in his speech of 14 July 1940, when he reminded the people that we are fighting by ourselves alone, but not for ourselves alone. It was a theme that he would return to until the end of the war. Any survey of Churchill's pronouncements must conclude that he had a broader concept of what was at stake in the war than many of his political colleagues. The deluded Vichyites thought that they would be left in peace. Roosevelt was willing to risk the prospect of a Nazified Europe. Churchill was different. He knew that a British victory was essential if the West was to survive. He knew that Britain had to endure during the dark hours of 1940 and beyond until it was joined by a major ally. In 1945, when the end of the war came, and Churchill addressed the crowds in Whitehall, he told them, "This is your victory." They shouted back, "No, it's yours." They were both right, and the origins of that victory lay in 1940, when Churchill and the British people saved the West. This concludes When Britain Saved the West by Robin Pryor. Narrated by Sean Grindell. Copyright 2015 by Robin Pryor. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Baker Publishing Group and was produced in the year 2015 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks, and to take advantage of special offers,